Hey guys, this is 𝐏𝐷𝐾𝐒 from Team Bliss, and I'm ready to smash the Thailand Quiz 101.
Hello, I'm Sophia from Interforce 36 team, and today I'm gonna play Thai language 101. Yeah, let's go. Maybe Chui cap kick, final answer. Oh. Pie chap Fiang. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Number one. Cha long cut Fiang. Oh. Yeah. Okay. I think. Pyran net. Yeah, Pyran net. Oh. Okay. Sat Mon Ko Pong. いや、ナンバー3、リップって書いてあったから、ちょっとやばいかなと思って。RIP。Yeah, final answer. Sat Mon Ko Pong. Yeah, okay. Tom Yum Kai. Maybe noodle? No? Noodle? Okay. I think 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿. Oh no! 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 Chance.
I have to say it like this. Okay, to prepare myself, I would Q-cup kick. Q-cup kick for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh wait. Chatting with your part-time lover. Oh yeah. Yeah, but also my teammates are sometimes my part-time lovers too. Well, normally I'd just flush them. I'd kill them. So I would make sure that they never did that again. So I take them out of the game. So I'm gonna Ying Sam Fuyen.
Huh?
How did I say that? Yeah, Ying Sam Fuyen them is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna flush them, kill them. Barrier, you dead. Oh! Yeah, no, they're okay with it. It's okay. They like it. If your team gets to win a chicken dinner, what will you do? I like to sing. I like to sing a lot. So when I win chicken dinner, I always sing. So sing is this middle one. It's To Hai Mia. To Ha Mia. For your girlfriend or wife. Yeah, that's singing. That's it. Yeah, maybe. Well, I see, after the tournament ends, we go down to our local bottle-o and we celebrate. That's what we like to do after our tournament, because we always win. We always win at the end of the tournament, yeah. So we always like to go celebrate. So I'm gonna go, oh my God. Pai Tam Bun is what we do. We celebrate. What is that? Oh. Sometimes we like to Pyranuet. How do you say that? We do that to each other at the end of the tournament. Like quit the game. Rip Kai Wong, rip Kai Wong, and leave the game. Gone, exit. I uninstall the game. No more PUBG. Oh, what? No, I don't do that. 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿, yeah, that's like a yak. Yak's an animal. That's a cow. That's like a cow. Yeah, I'll try some yak. Yeah, 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿. Yeah. I should try that. Yeah. That's okay. Nah, it tastes nice. No, trust. Oh, 100%.
Please come to watch and support us in this PGS APAC qualifiers 2024.
Hey guys, I'm 𝐏𝐷𝐾𝐒 from Team Bliss. I hope you support us, and I hope we take out the dub. I hope we win.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi, I'm Akita from Team Bliss, and today I'm going to be playing Thailand Questions 101. Fighting!
Hello, I'm Tài Con from Team 7 PUBG. I will play APAC qualifier for BGN. Today, I'm gonna play a Thailand Quest 111. Let's go!
Rongfa Yaban. 33% chance. Rongfa Yaban. No. I need to get my eyes checked, you know? I like the sound of cowboy. That sounds fun. But Safan Kwai sounds very traditional. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. I like the word paragon. I'll choose number 3, Safan Kwai. Yeah, it definitely sounds fun. Yeah, I'll bring Monty with me. I think A. Yeah. Yep, first one. The Nong. Okay. Nong mi fine ru. Nong mi fine ru yang. All right. Okay. Oh, that one's hard. There's so many W's. I'm gonna have to choose the middle one. Dai Champ Lai. But I'm gonna gamble. Well, the bottom one kind of looks like it would be a slow word. Pai Fek Mamai. Mai Tao Rai. Nikon Rukai. Pai Fek Mamai. Yeah, you gotta tell them off after you beat them. They all work. You could say all of them. Team Fom Chump Nai. Team Fom Chump Wow. Team Fom Nang Sao. 90? I'll take it. I choose the bottom one. Team Fom Nang Sao. No. Yeah. I respect my enemies. We're all friends on the battlegrounds.
I think Cổng phá giả bản. gốc
lại là
gốc phá Japan. Yes. I'm from Thailand, bro. Xá phạt khoải à. Nhưng mà ta là cái câu được. Nón khó tan nổi. Nông khó tan nổi. Oh, what the hai sắc đi. Nó khó tan nổi. Đã chập leo. Yeah. Đã chập leo. Em sẽ nói là bái phục mày đại. Câu số 3 nè. Bái phục mày đại. Bái phục mà mày. I'm the best. Tem 100 nè. Tem 100 nè. Yeah.
Thank you for cheering Team Bliss on. We're gonna qual, I promise. We're gonna do our best. And we're gonna beat them all. Fighting.
Please join in watching the APAC Qualifier tournament and cheer on the PUBG team. Thank you. Love you guys.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐼𝐲𝐻's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second night of the PUBG APAC qualifiers for PGS 3 and 4. We have kickstarted with 6 matches already yesterday. Russ, of course, getting underway here for the qualifiers. 6 more tonight. Maju is still got another 2 later on in the week, so it's not quite that do or die sort of night tonight. But by the end of tonight, we will be halfway through, and you want to be in a good position by the end of tonight at that halfway point.
Yeah, I feel like if you're towards the bottom of the leaderboard by the end of tonight, there are going to certainly be worrying signs for you. That's when going into the last couple of nights, you actually need to have kind of incredibly consistent games back to back to back to back to back to back. Probably 15 plus every game. So yeah, worrying signs if you're down there, but still plenty of time to get it done tonight.
Yeah, certainly plenty of time, and I don't think we're probably too worried for any team at the moment. You can make an argument for like an E36, but they actually did show some promise towards the back end of last night. The last 2 games, they started to pick up some points. That too as well for Team Bliss. Lots of obviously talking points from yesterday. A lot of the main talking points for me, though, is probably more focused on our top 3 teams who were the most consistent through the 6 games that were played out. So you've got FTF, who by far and away looked like the best team on the night. If there was an MVP award for best team, they would have got it. Unicorn, Cyber, and then eArena. Those 3 in particular really caught my eye. All played really well. They don't have like super significant leads. It is only, of course, 6 games that have been played, but they're in good positions early. And I'm curious to see if they can follow up from yesterday now into today.
Yeah, I said yesterday that I feel like as we go through these nights, it's going to be other teams' turns to actually show what they're made of. If we saw the peak of FTF, Unicorn, Cyber, and eArena last night, then hopefully tonight we get to see different peaks from different teams. Obviously, we were very easily able to identify how FTF, eArena, and Unicorn, Cyber were doing well last night. So hopefully that remains the same for tonight. But yeah, final day of the first half here on the 31st of March. And then, of course, we have that day break to reset. VOD review, make sure that everything is in order before you go into those final couple days.
Yeah, which is, I think, super, super important for basically every team. Either you're doing well and you can kind of just sort of look at what's going well and refocus on that, then going into the last 2 days. And if you're not doing so well, then you can obviously VOD review, look at things, and obviously then take that into the last 2 days to try and improve, make a bit of a comeback. And it's also still at a point where those last 2 days is still 12 matches. That's still quite a lot of time and a lot of games. Obviously, you don't want to leave it down to the last second, but that's just the way it can go. This is, of course, the overall playoffs into finals format that we've had so far for the APAC polls. For those unfamiliar, the 8 seeded teams, basically the top teams from their respective individual regions, the localized regions, all now making their way into, of course, the APAC qualifiers, the playoffs, where we had 16 teams, sent 8 home, now obviously into the finals, where we've got so far 6 games played. Still got 18 to go. So we're still at the very early point of this final stage. You haven't really missed too much if you didn't quite get to catch the games yesterday. We'll get a good follow-up into tonight. Of course, a good split here visually for those seeded teams, which a discussion in itself was brought up yesterday, Russ, regarding maybe a bit of a slow start for some, if not most of these teams. By the end of the night, though, of course, eArena ended up in a really good position. Magnetic were thereabouts most of the night. Same with Roy Esports. The Expendables, though, Team Bliss, X-Men, to a minor degree Cerberus, but they also picked it up as well as the night went on. So I think probably the top 4 of that seeded teams, all of them really struggling on night 1, which is intriguing to think about. Half of the seeded teams really struggling.
Yeah, you could argue that most of what we saw from the playoffs teams was probably better than what we saw from the seeded teams. Even Panic doing better than Bliss from the PCR region. Obviously, FTF dominating. So it's very interesting to come into the lobby like that. We pointed out yesterday that maybe it's just because A, the playoffs teams are warmed up, but B, the playoffs teams have already played in a lobby with 7 other teams essentially. So the top 8 seeded teams are still having to get used to the lobby that they're currently playing. A couple of them not really having any issues though, as highlights go back. I was just about to talk about them. I was just about to actually go over them. It was the E36 hot drop with FTF. And of course, we're not going to play Erangel until the very end of tonight, which is interesting because if FTF has had a fantastic night, so do they want to even continue hot dropping? E36, obviously, with nothing to lose, they probably will continue to hot drop if they remain with nothing to lose. And so it's probably going to be a very interesting thing to look at, but that's only going to happen when we reach the end of the night.
Yeah, obviously, that's a discussion point for the last 2 games, Erangel, when we do eventually get back there, and whether or not E36 will kind of back themselves in. When they did play that, they were actually kind of aggressive and looking for those fights. But to be completely frank, though, if E36 probably not in the conversation at the top end, whereas FTF are. So if you are at E36, you probably give up on that. Otherwise, you're just going to be feeding into what's been the top team so far through the tournament. Our MVPs, the top players from yesterday, of course, on day 1, Samoy from FTF. No surprise to see 2 members are from the future inside of this top 4. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 obviously having a really good night as well, and then 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖𝑥 from eArena certainly stood tall for that particular roster, a team that is only 1 point separated between those two, 𝐏𝐼𝑒 and 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖𝑥 at the moment in the top 4. So obviously for eArena, they don't have to worry too much about Cerberus, them being a GPT team after all, and that's something to obviously keep in mind, Russ, which is those teams, you know, Cerberus, Daytrade, yes, they can finish top 4, but they wouldn't then take a slot away from others. For those, was a bit unaware into how that's going to work. So if they both finish in the top 4, then it becomes kind of a top 6 scenario. Apparently, these are our Eagle Eyes longest kills. Pivy grabbing one 650 meters. I'll round up for him there. And then the others all kind of trailing behind.
Dusky there as well.
Yeah, not bad to see 2 members there of Panic. I think that's always good to see. And getting the Eagle Eye award probably isn't something that's coveted. Doesn't mean a whole lot, but it is nice. You're hitting shots from a long distance.
Yeah, the previous graphic, by the way, with the 91, 85, 85, 83, that was Twire score. So those are the top 4 in Twire score. And obviously that's kind of a rounding of all of your abilities within the competitive game of PUBG. And yes, it absolutely makes sense that 𝐿𝐴𝐻 was on top. Felt like 𝐿𝐴𝐻 yesterday obviously was a huge key in FTF's success. He was absolutely the standout to me. Grenade damage, a very useful stat to determine who's actually useful with grenades. They can sometimes be wasted entirely. And so it's good to see that at least in the first 6 games, you've got a decent amount of damage being done. 𝐿𝐴𝐻 at the top from 𝐿𝐴rena, which I suppose is probably interesting given that we didn't really see 𝐿𝐴rena too much actually winning games. Often winning games is done through fantastic utility usage, but 𝐿𝐴𝐻 being up here indicates to me that he had some stellar moments with grenades, probably during the mid game, maybe early game as well. So interesting thing to note. And then of course you got Highmass, Flucky, and 𝐿𝐴𝐻 as well. All those names make sense to me. They're all players you'll see in and amongst the action top reses. 𝐿𝐴𝐻, interesting from Magnetic. He wasn't part of that duo that hit the end game in Vikendi last night, but before that game, I suppose he was on.
I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 𝐿𝐴𝐻 was one of those players who made it to the end there in Vikendi. I mean, one of us is right. But either way, what's interesting with this kind of stat, because you kind of look at it and you think, oh, revives means people are getting down. But if you're getting down, you're in fights. And if you're getting them back up, then that's great. And there's probably good reason why these particular players are actually coming from teams that have been doing well back on night 1, right? Because you're obviously in these fights, you're doing well. You might have a player get downed, or 2 for that matter, but then you win the fight, then you get the revives. So those not getting the revives are because they're losing those fights. They're getting wiped out. They're just dead. So there's no real chance. We flipped the schedule. Yesterday, we started off with 𝐿𝐴𝐻, then we went into Vikendi and 𝐿𝐴𝐻. Now it's completely flipped. Miramar, then into 𝐿𝐴𝐻, and then into Vikendi, and then of course we will finish on 𝐿𝐴𝐻 tonight. Now we kind of touched a little bit about teams that perform a bit better on certain maps compared to others. Panic being one of probably the biggest examples as a team that's from 𝐿𝐴𝐻, basically. I mean, I think they must live there because that's the only map they've been able to be successful on. Not just really in this tournament, Russell, but even in previous tournaments. They started well, of course, on 𝐿𝐴𝐻, and then as soon as we went to other maps, unfortunately, they just couldn't get their game going. So this is where, though, if you want to be a top 4 team, you're going to need to be able to do it on all maps across the board. As we go to Miramar first, that's going to be, you know, an opportunity for, say, a Panic or any of those 𝐿𝐴𝐻-based teams that can they get some points here on a map they're not going to be as strong on compared to 𝐿𝐴𝐻.
Yeah, I don't know. I really do have to message one of the Panic players and just ask them kind of what their game plan on Miramar is, because I think we've seen fantastic things from Panic fundamentally on 𝐿𝐴𝐻. Obviously, Pivy had a decent highlight in the final game. Final game 1, I believe. It was that prison ending, or maybe it was game 2, either way, last night. Pivy did quite well for Panic, and Panic had a very good showing on 𝐿𝐴𝐻, and I think that showing from them on 𝐿𝐴𝐻, nice 2-2 split with the compound and the prison hill, that's a sign of confidence, and I love to see that from Panic. Going on to Miramar, though, yeah, where does that go? I'd be interested to know kind of what their struggles are on Miramar, whether, you know, if I message them, do they say, we don't actually have any struggles on Miramar, just so happens that we perform worse on Miramar. Maybe something.
Well, they only got 4 points last night on Miramar, so
that's what. Yeah, maybe it's something that they haven't necessarily identified. I'm sure they're aware of it, but yeah, it'd be interested to know exactly what goes wrong for them on Miramar. Maybe it's a drop spot thing as well. If you drop Pachinki on 𝐿𝐴𝐻, obviously a fantastic opportunity to get plenty of placement points and obviously put yourself in the center of the circle much more easily than other teams. So maybe it's a drop spot thing, who knows? But yeah, certainly would like to see a resurgence from them on a map that we don't necessarily know them for being good on. Actually, you know what? I just had an epiphany. I think I know why Panic probably have less points on Miramar, and it's because they send it to the unplayables every time, and then they have to jump off the unplayables, and then it just goes terribly from there. That might be one of the reasons why they have less points, because we saw it on Impala yesterday. They sent it up to the very top unplayable. They're loving life for 10-15 minutes as they sit up there, and then as soon as you have to jump off those unplayables, if the circle's not on you, then it's very difficult to get out of there because you've been a target for the last 10 minutes or so, and as soon as you jump off, everyone's looking at you. That could be one of the reasons. In fact, I'd be interested to see overall teams that have a tendency of sending it onto the very top of unplayables on Miramar, do they end up with less points on Miramar overall, because that tendency can be so punishing if those unplayables don't get fed, essentially. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, that is an interesting observation, Russ. Definitely would agree with you. Another team that strikes me in terms of the points when it comes to the split between Miramar and 𝐴𝐸𝐴 is actually Reluctant Squad. Team probably doesn't get a whole lot of talking time. They only picked up 7 points on 𝐴𝐸𝐴 to begin yesterday and stormed home on Miramar, 22 points, which was good for second on Miramar. So clearly there are teams that definitely are going to be favoring Miramar per se. And it's not just them as well. From the future, 25 points on Miramar compared to 17 on 𝐴𝐸𝐴, but obviously they were great across the board. So we're talking about splitting hairs for a team such as that. Another one, though, that's a good example is Day Trade. Started really slow. They only picked up 10 points in the first 2 games, then picked up 18 in the last 2. So you're kind of looking at those kind of numbers split. There's unfortunately not really any others that are a real big standout. You do have Roy Esports as well, 6 points on Miramar versus their 21 on 𝐴𝐸𝐴. So I mean, I'm basically looking at like Panic and Roy as being 2 teams that say benefit greatly on 𝐴𝐸𝐴 compared to Miramar. Day Trade as well benefit a little bit more on 𝐴𝐸𝐴 compared to Miramar. From the future, they're great on all maps, so it doesn't really matter. As we go to the south for the opening game of the night for what will be officially match number 7 now of the APAC qualifiers, PGS 3 and 4 Reluctant Squad. On our screens here at the moment, as I mentioned, they're pretty good when it does come to Miramar. Over towards Los Leones, which with this current circle should put them in good stead.
Same with the 2 Australian teams as well. Team Bliss and Panic both very close to each other, very close to the center of the zone. They've absolutely got priority, but I think Team Bliss want to look to fight towards Reluctant Squad, or at least potentially stick around, see if they can get an easy flush or 2 and then back off. They've got really good access to the center. Team Bliss expecting them to get up on top of that kind of southeasterly hill just outside Los Leones, put maybe 1 or 2 inside the long building compound. Oh, there's Thanos again. Sure, he'll be showing up multiple times tonight. Maybe we'll get the night vision as well. But yeah, Team Bliss, they've got really good access to the center. Same with Panic. You can see them just probably sending it up to those long building compounds just below that intersection that's below Loss. Finding it hard to describe these locations. You're going to have to be looking at the map as I read these out. But yeah, Panic in a fantastic spot, very close to Resort. Obviously, Tigger's put himself in the kind of solo scout position that we sometimes see teams opt for. Just when the circle is so close, you can't really afford to not have someone go and look central, especially if they know it's a kind of a hard shift where not many teams are going to be in the center off rip. So Tigger's the player for eArena to do that, and he's put him and his team in a fantastic way this game already. 2 minutes haven't even passed, and we've got a few teams that are looking very good.
Yeah, it is early days though. Picardo at the moment for Cerberus, 44 points. Had themselves a bit of an up and down kind of night yesterday. Started strong on, started poor on 𝐴𝐸𝐴 and then finished strong on Miramar. Picked themselves up 20 points over the last 2 games. So they were sitting on 24 points after 4 games. Not awful. Certainly not maybe top 4 territory until their last 2 matches on Miramar. And you kind of look at that top 4 situation right now, like as it stands, FTF, Unicorn, Cyber, eArena, Armory Gaming are the 4 teams that would be going through. And the top 3, said it last night in the post show, that they really stand out as a clear 3. Someone's going to have to play really well tonight to dislodge those teams. There's every world in which those 3 continue on and gain a bit of separation. When it does come to this APAC region, it is known to at times be quite top heavy, where you see the top 2 teams really pull away early on into a tournament. I mean, I'm already at the point where I'm quite surprised, like FTF are only, say, 30-something points ahead of the others that are outside of the top 4. And that's not a lot for this region. Yeah. You can have nights where teams can get 80 plus and they're 40, 50 points ahead.
I mean, usually you see the kind of local regions is where a couple teams will run away from it. Obviously, PCR is one of those regions. I believe 𝐿𝐸arena in Thailand had 100 points more than second place. So local regions, you see it more often. When we get down to a lobby like this, it's obviously more contested, but maybe more so towards the bottom half of that top 8 rather than the top half. Someone always does seem to kind of run away with it. But that said, that often happens in international PUBG as well. Very rarely in international PUBG do we get kind of that very close final game to decide who wins a PGS or a PGC, right? So someone's going to run away with it eventually. Even that second and third place can be locked up a few games before the tournament's actually over. Bliss haven't actually moved into locations I thought they would. They've remained very close to Los Leones. So maybe looking to catch people on rotation, or they much prefer to be on the very edge of Los, play around those warehouses. It's a good spot to hold down. Obviously, you probably want to split someone to some sort of high ground, but those warehouses can kind of act as high ground regardless. They also know Reluctant Squad is close by, so there's probably part of me that thinks Team Bliss is setting up for some sort of Reluctant Squad assault or approach of some sort. They are grouped up, which indicates to me that they're not really prioritizing some sort of split. They don't want information or anything like that on this zone. They want to be together. They want to move in as a unit, like we saw 𝐸𝐸arena Cyber do yesterday, and Reluctant Squad is currently looking to capitalize on that exact movement. 𝐏𝐆𝐒's been caught out again. First dead like he was game 1 of last night. No way the other members of Team Bliss are going to turn around and try to res him. Reluctant Squad have him, and Team Bliss move into the compound that's a little bit more central. Yeah,
that was the issue for Team Bliss a lot of last night. Early on in the night, they struggled on rotation, lost players early. As the night kind of went on, they started to solidify a bit better, especially when it did come to the final couple of games of the night. They had 0 points on Erangel, and then finally, over the last 2 games, they picked up 8 on Miramar. And it was, I think, 𝐏𝐻𝐒 was their map where they really picked up the majority of their points that they've currently got, bottom 3 at the moment. Now you lose 𝐾𝐿, and this has just been all too familiar for Team Bliss so far in this tournament. Now into the 7th match, and how many times have we seen them as a 3-man losing players on the rotate? Not the start to the night that you would want, considering it's a pretty big night for them. You know, we talk about FTF, Unicorn, Cyber, 𝐸𝐸arena. Those top teams, Russ, they can kind of have an average night, and will not worry. They can go to bed happy. It's fine. They're still in a good spot. But if Bliss have another bad night, and you find yourself now, say, 50, 60 points behind the top 4 with 2 nights to go, it's really difficult to perceive that comeback being possible in such a stacked lobby like this.
It seems to always be, or most of the time, it seems to be 𝐾𝐿 going down first as well. And obviously he has that role where he'll sacrifice himself for information, for space. He's the guy that's going to go out there and get kind of the valuable resources that you need, but oftentimes it leads to his death, which is incredibly unfortunate, because when you look at the first dead stats, it makes him look very, very bad. And obviously there's some things he can tighten up. You can always be safer. You can always avoid those early deaths. But I think if Team Bliss really want to succeed in a lobby like this, then 𝐾𝐿 and the other members, they need to tighten up how many times they actually lose members early on. That's a pretty nice spray on the Scar again from 777. I believe we saw a nice spray from him with the Scar the other night as well. So maybe the Scar is his weapon of choice. But 𝐿𝐸arena won't be living for much longer. There is possible retaliation in Pain, who's over on the eastern side. I don't think Pain's going to get involved, though. I think he's going to get out of here as quickly as possible. He's got a couple teammates, or the rest of his team, in a nice little compound, that long building compound just below the hill. He doesn't really want to lose his life right now, not when the team's got some position to play from.
Yeah, very southern circle here for the first game of the night. Still 90 seconds till phase 2. Hwang looking up above. Parachute system being used. Reluctant Squad already 1 kill to start this game. Pain gets taken down by 777. It might get a bit more than he actually originally bargained for, with Tarnished also running out, and Tamvu does get that down. Nicely done from the Expendables. And we talk about teams that started slow yesterday, Russ. Well, they were one of them. Really poor to begin, largely in the bottom 4 for the majority of the night. Now out of it and going for it, wanting to capitalize. They sensed it behind in terms of points overall on the leaderboard. They need as much as they could possibly get. Tambu will collect that kill onto Tarnished. Leo, though, with a nice frag. Good defensive nade to at least get 777. What's happening here at the long building? Double knockdown onto 𝐸𝐸arena. Flucky gets that for Magnetic, and suddenly 𝐸𝐸arena find themselves only 2 players standing.
I have no idea what happened. We switched over to it, and one of the Magnetic members was sending himself off the roof, fell out. Or maybe it was 𝐸𝐸arena. I honestly couldn't even tell. But yeah, this is Expendables running over X-Men. The initial couple knocks, there's no way you don't chase that down. No way you don't look for Leo. You got information that he was towards the long building as well. All it takes is a nice little trade. 777 unfortunately did go down. So maybe it's not the kind of result you're looking for off the back of 2 knocks, only having to deal with 1 player. Oftentimes you can keep 4 up when you do go for things like that, but 777 loses his life. Delwyn gets the final kill though. It's a 3 for 1. And in a spot like that, I don't think that's ideal. That's not kind of a hot drop situation where, you know, you get 4 for 1 and it's okay, right? It's not that kind of situation. You're actually 4v1. You want to avoid losing as many members as possible. The trades are very easy to get off. So I think that nade from Leo and potentially a follow-up as well is what caused 777 to die. And that circle does not necessarily a donut, but it's not super unfair. It doesn't go towards the water or Partona. It doesn't like hard shift southeast, southwest. So most of these teams will be okay with it. Panic, the Expendables, Magnetic, they're kind of on the edge, teetering on, you know, do we move, do we not? Do we backfill Reluctant Squad or Team Bliss if they move deeper in? And of course, you've got a couple teams that will take advantage of that soft side in Roy and Unicorn Cyber as well. Or Valet Tie, sorry.
I think it was a lot of teams that also hard rotated south side, leaving a bit of the north available. You don't really see too many teams. As I said, Valet Tie is there along with Roy Esports. They're the 2 predominant teams up on that northern side of the circle. Don't have to worry too much. Probably teams then backfilling in behind them. Not many that can really do that. Maybe E36 going for a long wrap outside of Los Leones can make their way up on that northern side. Is when you kind of look at this circle, Ross, on one side you got Chimicera, on the other side you got Los Leones. It really does kind of limit that ability to probably wrap the edge of the circle, leaving a lot of teams in this kind of choke point, center point, almost like a lane from top to bottom. And there's a lot of teams already within said lane. There's a knock though on that north side. Cerberus have actually got sightline towards the northern position and they actually get the kill.
Oh,
actually, no, Valentine steal it. So they stole that one from behind. Roy are actually in between 2 teams. Long distances between the 2 teams. But you got Cerberus on their south and then Valentine up to their north. Valentine is certainly a lot closer and a good steal for them as well to collect that point.
I'm getting very anxious looking at Team Bliss on the south. The compound in front of them is totally free. Daytrade left that couple minutes, or at least a minute ago now, and Bliss still haven't been able to scout it, make sure it's free. Panic potentially in prime position to take that. Would be a pretty big blunder from Bliss if that was to happen. But yeah, Roy deciding to move out of that high ground, and they've moved straight into Shanks, who right now is alone, but another one on Roy Esports knock. Cerberus still helping out as many teams as possible, really. Shanks the benefactor of that knock. He'll now know it's a 1v2. Teammates as well, where even are they? They're at church, so they are so far away from Shanks right now. They've got to send it out of that high ground priority position and come down and help Shanks. But of course, there's sacrifices, omissions being made if you do that. But to keep 4 up, anything is necessary, really. Shanks playing it to the best of his ability. Here come the rest of Armory Gaming. The cavalry has arrived. It's going to be a straight 3v4.
Zest, what can he do? Has one nade. Doesn't opt to get it out straight away. Holding the angle on this windowsill. Panzerfaust in hand for Dynasty. AG, though, have slowed it down a bit. And the revive has taken place for Roy. Bear 9 back up. Feels like a lot of reliance on Zest to maybe find a kill at that windowsill. Long distance away, watching over them is Cerberus's Tycon. Tiny 2-2 split for Cerberus across the road. Good position, just out to the west of Los Siones. I like what they've got. And as for Armory Gaming, though, well, they probably want more of this and to occupy all of this. But to be fair, not getting over aggressive, not wanting to take the fight outside. If you do that, you are then prone to being shot from a distance. Such is the case of Miramar. So Armory Gaming probably not feeling a fight outside is worth it. Sneak around the back, see if you get shot at. No. So maybe the backside could be safe, and that's where they could push into Roy. Yep.
That'd be the
There's the
best
tags.
LOS, right? When I think about all the space Armory could have as well.
Oh, now it's not worth it. Now it's not even worth it.
Yeah.
Why fight for this compound? It's not in. Big circle shift phase 3 changes the dynamics a bit. Now, you can't necessarily just leave straight away. You might want to try and take the fight with Roy as they are trying to then leave, but it also means you're not going to get a good position. So Armory Gaming have to make a decision. They go into the vehicles, but then catching them off guard was Roy. The Panzerfaust eventually does come to fruition with a kill from Dynasty onto Simon T. Shots at the back as well, peppering both of these 2 teams, but James and Shanks are on the floor. Riz off of that vehicle, and a dust storm now ensues on their location, but doesn't obscure the vision enough, and up close, their Nye will go down. Shotgun in hand for Zest. And for Roy Esports, while they maybe had a brief moment where they could win this fight, suddenly they're on the verge of elimination here for second last in this game. Their night gets finished off by Riz. James has been revived. and eventually 𝐏𝐿 will get caught by Dynasty.
That
3
duo.
kills for 𝐅𝐸𝐺 Gaming, pretty comfortably won at the end of the day, and they'll get the revival to 𝐏𝐿.
Dynasty is, man. They're the players you want in a situation like that. They'll pull it off 99% of the time. Daytrade blessed, Bliss blessed, Panic in a fantastic spot too. A couple teams went from being kind of stressed that maybe it would shift more north and make their lives even more miserable to actually being quite content with the positions they've got. Cerberus, one of them, they can control this entire northern side for quite some time, so it's a pretty forgiving zone. Delwyn rotating right by. Shots are difficult to land in that kind of vehicle, and 𝐼𝐼𝐼 doesn't land any. Humbled a little bit by 𝐼𝐸𝐺 as well. 𝐼𝐸𝐺, I can see 𝐿𝐼𝐺 on the map rotating past Church, which is probably a western rotate 𝐼𝐸𝐺 could look to take. The other option is kind of just move towards Daytrade or Cerberus. If you want to go directly into the circle, that's a fight that you're going to have to take. This is 𝐿𝐼𝐺 moving in as a unit. Latay a little bit behind the hard carry from the playoffs. Could get caught out here. He's the single vehicle that you want to target, but 𝐿𝐼𝐺 spun out. He's spun out. He's lost a tire. He's lost his life as well. 𝐷izzy will get it. This is 𝐒𝐸ena claiming as many points as they can. Down to 2, however. 𝐿𝐼𝐺, I can't see their rotate going any much better than it already has. They've landed themselves in that bowl. They've lost another member, though. Latay's down. TE eliminated. Daytrade with this nice 2-2 split, since really capitalizing on the rotations of everyone right now.
Yeah, and these are the kind of games as well that 𝐒𝐸ena need to be able to get those scrappy points. Yesterday kind of touched on it for a couple of teams, why they've done so well. You think about maybe some average games, but they still walk away with 5 to 6 points. As a duo now for 𝐒𝐸ena, how many points can you grab from this realistically? Well, you can certainly get to play some points, maybe find 1 or 2 more kills. And so therefore you kind of set yourself a goal, a target. Can you get to, say, the 5-point mark from this game? Only 4 more points really required. However you get them, doesn't really matter. And that's got to be the goal for those teams that start bad. 𝐿𝐼𝐺's pushing up. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 already down. Another one there as well for 𝐿𝐼𝐺. Reeds are going to open their store. And obviously they got themselves the shack for free. But not really going to be a long stop stay for this position of 𝐼𝐸𝐺 Gaming. Circle shift goes all the way to the southeast of them. Sometimes you walk into a shack and you think, can this buy us some time? Well, it doesn't really get them anything. And Cerberus now from a distance taking pot shots. Belmont is also very close, as you can see on your screen right now for Daytrade. Very good position up close to 𝐼𝐸𝐺 Gaming, and could actually benefit even from a couple of knocks of Cerberus, because then Belmont could peek over and steal those knocks anyway.
Yeah, Daytrade maintaining this kind of split. They need to focus towards zone, remain in those shanties, but they also need to deal with everyone that's on their edge. 𝐸𝐺, their next test is Panic, but before that, they've got 6, 7, 8, 9 to deal with. The color tags were so similar, I didn't even realize the spray has to be so much cleaner than it is, but luckily, he's got teammates to get the trade. 6, 7, 8, 9 dealt a really damaging blow to 𝐸𝐺, but punished, and that's even better for Panic now. Panic are in a fantastic spot for this entire game. They've got high ground. They only really have to worry about 𝐸𝐺. If they play this well, Panic are in for a really big game here. Same with Bliss. Bliss in that backfill has paid off really nicely for them, and Magnetic have opted to stop controlling their edge and move into that compound. That could end up biting them. But this is Daytrade's split. This is the only spot they currently have in the zone. If they decided to stay where Flash is, they probably just get caught out. It would be too much pressure on the edge, so they've decided to regroup. But at that same time, you're sitting inside very thin shanties, very bad shacks to play, essentially. So you open yourself up to E36, who's right next to them. You open yourselves up to FTF or eArena, whoever wins this fight. Currently, looks like eArena is putting on a decent attempt at FTF. The current leaders in the lobby on 0 points this game, not anywhere near the placement points, and eArena with a nice spread to potentially wipe FTF out.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about as well. For eArena, it's scrappy. 𝐷izzy and Jacob, they don't just give up on this. They have to be forcing themselves to move out, try and find these kills. The circle does that for them anyway. Up close to the right-hand side, though, FTF. Just a duo as well. So certainly very winnable now for eArena. Trick, will he get spotted? Yes, he will. And he's got the slightly higher ground, but it's a Dynasty third party from 𝐼𝐸𝐺 Gaming. Not what 𝐷izzy and eArena needed. Not what Jacob now needs. I certainly will want to confirm this kill coming in from the blue now from James' perspective. But 𝐼𝐸𝐺 Gaming have got a good side ground look at this little fight. They can definitely wipe out both of these solos. Dynasty will keep moving, but it is going to be a split. FTF go down, James catches 1. 𝐷izzy, of course, gets the bleed out onto Trick. It does get eArena to 4 points. Again, when you take into account they lost 2 players, basically started the game, and still walk away with 4 points at minimum, it's something. In the grand scheme of a tournament like this, it is a huge point grab for 𝐼𝐸RENA. Obviously for FTF, well, they gained nothing from this game, Russell. So not the start to the night they would have been hoping for a team looking to bring yesterday's form into today. James from the blue will catch Jacob. He goes down, 𝐼𝐸RENA out. Just the 4 points from that two-man situation as 𝐼𝐸RENA Gaming have done a good job of just picking up some points here on the outskirts, coming in late with the blue. That might be the end of their time, though, as Dynasty goes down to the blue. The rest of them are in no good shape either, needing to push through multitude of teams. As we continue to go to the south, those fields, not easy to play from.
I love this from Panic. I feel like no matter what, they're going to end up with that high ground. Circle's been generous enough. Pivy and Suspect putting the hurt onto 𝐼𝐸RENA as well, not giving 𝐼𝐸RENA any confidence to push over to them. So well played so far from Panic. Daytrade as well, they've been able to survive. E36 haven't been able to do anything. Cerberus is taking the fight with them. High Mass, nice double kill. And the rest of E36 are known in and around that shack. Smokes up to defend the shack from being so easily grenaded, but there's a nice little off angle from Kai, immediately dealt with though. Belmoth quick on the SLR, and now there's only one up. They know exactly where he is. There is no easier kill than a solo sitting inside a shack. It's Sylphia throwing nades out, trying to do any damage, but you can see they aren't going anywhere near the Daytrade members. That one might miss. Cerberus could get involved. Daytrade have to be very careful. It's a delicate dance between dealing with the one man in the shack and making sure you don't lose your control and lose your head, because Cerberus is right next to you. They dealt with it very delicately. The rest of them can now focus on Cerberus. It's a nice whip around, a quick double kill from Pooches.
Yeah, 2 on the floor now for Cerberus. All 3, now down to 1. Not looking good. Nuren's knocked out by 𝐏𝐸RENA. That's a great shot with the mini. And yeah, eventually Cerberus now all gone, eliminated with Solos. He's down to Fat. Nice little pick up for 𝐸𝐸RENA Esports. Now up to 8 kills in the bottom 3. Talk about a start to the night. When I mentioned maybe on the top end for FTF, it's a disaster of a start for 𝐸𝐸RENA. It's exactly what they needed to get themselves back into the conversation here for this tournament, the qualifiers. 8 kills, great performance, still in the bottom 3, but getting closer to those teams directly above them. James, as a solo, dead, but got them into the top 8, and that's all you could ask for. Good little heal off as an individual for 𝐼𝐸RENA Gaming. 6 kills plus the placement points. I mean, you take that for AG, not a bad game. Keeps them around that top 5 position, although Magnetic and Daytrade right behind them. As Monty and Bliss, well, they can start to push out. No longer should they look at that 3-man roster as a negative. They got more than enough firepower. As for Daytrade, they walked straight into the trap of 𝐸𝐸RENA Esports. Great little ball defense. It gets them to 11 kills.
That's Panic's pressure.
Here come Bliss.
𝐸𝐸RENA, one of the options 𝐸𝐸RENA had was to push towards Panic, but they didn't. And yeah, I mean, these two teams are just going to clean up now. 𝐸𝐸RENA are weakened and battered. Yeah, the Molotov flash with the initial knock. Light work with the bolt. It's easy for both these teams. But that's all Panic, man. Pivy and Suspect, those were the 2 guys on the north controlling where 𝐸𝐸RENA went. 𝐸𝐸RENA had no other option. They put up such a good fight, did Panic, that they basically told 𝐸𝐸RENA, you're not coming here. So you've got to choose somewhere else. And that was where they chose. That bowl was it for them. Daytrade end up going straight into it, as you said. And Bliss happy to leave that compound. As soon as that action starts to happen, it's a golden opportunity for Team Bliss that you just don't throw away. So right now they're making it work as 3. They've been fed in that compound. Circle has been very generous for them, but they've certainly got a lot more work to do. Panic now moving up, proactive play from them off of this high ground. They've got so much information, you may as well act off of it. Nice shots from Dusky, long range headshot onto Unicorn Cyber. They've been kind of a non-factor in this game, just surviving on the south, finally moving into some hard cover positions, but it's not easy. Panic aren't making it easy for them at all. I love what we're seeing from Panic right now. Basically been 2-2 split this entire game. They haven't let anyone close to them whatsoever. It's been Pivy and Suspect mainly on this northern side that have pressured everyone to go around them. And now the 2 players on the south. I guess it's Suspect and Dusky on the south now, but those guys basically denying Unicorn Cyber any space, making life terrible for them as they go towards that shack. Thunders is going to steal a kill away from Panic, but that's okay. Panic right now doing their jobs.
Yeah, and 4 up as well for Panic. Puts them in a really good position on this eastern side. Still need to make their way into the circle, but everyone's going to be basically feeling the same pressure, the same pinch. I do like the compound for Magnetic. I'm not sure if it's going to stay in, though, beyond phase 6. Got to remember, I mean, we're still kind of at an early point in this game. With 4 teams remaining, we've still got 90 seconds until phase 7.
That's weird, isn't it? Oceanic battle. Oh, Panic all moving over here. I mean, they lost their high ground. This is the spot they chose. 2 members were sent over here to gather information, make sure Team Bliss didn't push up. It also doubles as their next spot in zone. Not a bad spot either. Not something that Bliss can easily push. It's a spot where if Bliss were to push it, they open themselves up to 𝐿 𝐀𝐆𝐒, to Magnetic. So Bliss have to back off, play the confines of the compound. Panic are allowed to survive in that bowl. They deserve it too. Just depends on where this next circle goes. It'll be difficult for Panic to leave that. If they've got cars, obviously it's a lot easier. They can start to play at the start of those fields. But obviously if you're Panic, you're hoping that that zone also shifts away from Team Bliss. You don't want to be sat in rocks and hay bales if you're Panic while Team Bliss are nice and comfortable inside the compound. You want the teams around you to be almost equally uncomfortable as you are. Magnetic, though, I feel like the spot that they're in, it's such nice low ground spots. They also have access to all the mechanical equipment and vehicles inside the field too. Magnetic are in for a very stellar game here, even if the circle doesn't really shift right next to them.
The team that's most obvious to go out next is certainly 𝐿 𝐀𝐆𝐒. Everyone inside of the lobby looking in their direction. Only one up at the moment. And 𝐿𝐷𝐻, as Man Hung got knocked down pretty much straight away. Just a matter of who can actually get the kill. Well, who says bolties aren't good for finishing off players? That is a easy one for Lightwork. 5 kills now for Panic.
Best.
And at this point now, we can't really forget about 𝐿𝐷𝐻 as a solo, and the teams themselves will not forget about him. But you do have to start kind of thinking what's next ahead in terms of that next step. If you are a Panic, if you are a Team Bliss, circle shift away from this compound as well for Magnetic. No surprises, Ross. I think it was always going to be very unlikely to stay in. Bliss are kind of fortunate. Some portion of their compound is still in this phase 7 circle, but it won't be then probably going into phase 8. But now it's all about closing the gap. But the way that Lightwork is moving and holding this position, they do seem as if they really want that kill onto 𝐿𝐷𝐻.
He's kind of just a nuisance for them at the moment. Pivy's put himself in a nice spot. But yeah, 𝐿𝐷𝐻 can kind of peek up at any moment. I feel like as soon as he starts shooting at Pivy, though, the entire lobby is just going to take shots at him. He shouldn't really be too much of an issue for anyone. Just kind of a nuisance, a time delay. Magnetic have made a push outside the compound. It's right up against Team Bliss. If this isn't golden for Panic, then I don't know what is. Panzerfaust to open it up, but the player avoids it.
𝐿𝐷𝐻 going for the heal. No, gun back up. The 𝐻32. Monty taken so low by that frag grenade. As the smoke start to plume, the vision's going to start getting blurry. Panzerfaust in hand for Thanawop. Tries to shoot that one at the roof, but 𝐿𝐷𝐻 was on the other side of it. So it's wasted. But Flucky does get the knock onto Insight. Monty's struggling to get his health back up as well. Maybe only bandages. He's not able to get himself back into a high health state. Eventually, first aid kit, okay, used. 75%. But still 4 up for Magnetic. And question marks, I think, of Panic. Do they think about going for the third party? Or at least maybe putting themselves into a position where they can gatekeep. They eventually will now know 𝐿𝐷𝐻 is gone. This now means for Panic, you need to make a move off of this.
Bliss weren't expecting this from Magnetic at all. They probably thought Magnetic were going to play the field. Absolutely not. 𝐿𝐷𝐻 and the rest of his teammates have put themselves right up in Team Bliss's barn. And yeah, Panic moving on the mini-map. This is their game to lose now. 𝐿𝐷𝐻 just going to make his attempt forward. It's nice trades back and forth. 𝐿𝐷𝐻's got 2 with that P90. You back him in a situation like this. He's got all of them. Magnetic fall to 𝐿𝐷𝐻 and only 𝐿𝐷𝐻. The P90, the nice little mini spam. He can go for this res, but Panic will have them entirely surrounded and their compound is out of zone. Heroics from 𝐿𝐷𝐻. It's a nice start to both these teams. Both sitting towards the end of the leaderboard, but Panic certainly on top. They've played the better game of PUBG. Team Bliss losing 1 early doesn't do them any favors. Control, not really something you can think about as 3. And so the only allowance Team Bliss might have is if Panic start to throw individual members at 𝐿𝐷𝐻.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. So PV's kind of just stuck, but Suspect can watch that right side angle and take that position. Still 15 more seconds until the blue's going to start moving. Hence the smokes being thrown out here for 𝐿𝐷𝐻 and Monty. Monty now back up to essentially full health. That sort of is not going to do anything from here. Pulls out the med kit. And 𝐿𝐷𝐻 gets into a good position. Needs Lightwork to make a misstep at this hay bale, though. Basically, at this point, he needs players to make mistakes. The peak. Oh, and a headshot was landed. But only one with the mini. Suspect up top, close left. 𝐿𝐷𝐻's going to go run for it. There is a bowl in front. He could go prone if required. Smoke out as well for Monty. And is that an AWM in hand? He could use that to maybe find a knock onto one of these 𝐏𝐆𝐒 players at the tractor for Dusky. Pibby's eventually gone. It's a confirmed point, at least for Bliss. You take that, and a 2-on-3 now with Smokes able to aid their progression forward. It's not a given for Panic, but they are certainly still in the best position.
They played this game so well. If they threw this away, I'm looking at that 𝐿 too. 𝐏𝐸 and Monty, the two players you tell to go kill. Who else would you want in a situation like this? I feel like you just don't peek though if you Panic. You just don't give them anything. Just jiggle for information. Yeah, you might cop a headshot here or there, but there's no way that Team Bliss should win this game. That molly might even decide it. It looks accurate. It'll certainly kill Monty. Or maybe not. Maybe it's gone a bit too far. That res is being allowed as well. The damage utility for Panic is either lacking or it's all on Lightwork and Dusky. It's all on the Panic, the players that are far too far away. Dusky hasn't got any either. This could turn a little bit dodgy, but again, no way in hell Panic should throw this away.
Frag grenade available as well. And it lands on the suspect.
Oh no.
The one and only frag grenade. Monty's back up. Not sure what his health situation is like either. Suddenly Panic behind the tractor. No, they've still got best position. Center point inside of phase 9. That's very much their large win condition. It is still going to take a, honestly, monumental effort from here. But 𝐏𝐸, that needed to hit the P90, needed to get that down, and it could not. Finally, the peaks are successful for Panic. 7-kill win, and certainly deserved. But what credit goes to 𝐏𝐸 and Monty to fight until the very end there for Team Bliss. Considering they were also a 3-man from start to finish. A big game for Bliss, big game as well for Panic. And the Aussies start night 2 off, both Aussies in great fashion.
Yeah. I feel like that's always going to be a dodgy fight, right? You just put the local talents up against each other. There's always going to be some sort of spice in a matchup like that. It looked so dodgy for Panic. You see PB run at them. Pure confidence. You got to give him credit for that. He's got the FAMAS in hand, a weapon that can tear Bliss apart, but he loses his life for it. Then Suspect goes down to that nade. But I think all the while, obviously, we're thinking, okay, even if Panic go down to 2, there's probably no way they lose this. The positional advantage is just far too good. The tractor that they have to play with that they have to play with is far too good. Bliss could put up an excellent showing, but Panic should still win the game. That all made it look scary. That P90 made it look scary. But yeah, Team Bliss start off with this, and then obviously 𝐏𝐸 has that magical moment against Magnetic. Entirely though, yeah, it was Panic's game to win. They controlled it well. They had that high ground. I think their rotational movements towards the end game especially were quite good. So it's a well done win from Panic.
Yeah, certainly is a very good win for them. And was it not required? They had a great start on 𝐿𝐴𝐸. We keep talking about them, of course, of being those 𝐿𝐴𝐸 teams. Well, there you go. There's a win on
This
Miramar.
is them on Miramar.
Yeah, exactly. And that's big for a couple of reasons, because, well, points maybe where you wouldn't expect it to come from for them, knowing full well they'll end the night on 𝐿𝐴𝐸. So they can improve and get better really as the night gets on, and yet you already started with a win. So it really does bode well for them. And I'm very excited to see what they can do for the remainder of the night if they're going to play that well here for day 2. Obviously, we had a couple of teams at the start of this game that did well. One of them was Daytrade, 8 kills, and we saw them finish off Armory Gaming. Unfortunately, they did meet their demise at 𝐷𝐸𝐻 Esports, who had a massive game. 11 kills in this match from 𝐷𝐸𝐻 Esports gets them kind of off the bottom as well. So a lot of our bottom teams, kind of minus Enter Force 36, all had a really good start to tonight.
Oh, there was a TK in the mix. I didn't even realize that happened in the kill feed. I thought it was all 𝐿𝐴𝐸, but a disastrous TK. I think 𝐿𝐴𝐸's probably got it no matter what, though. You can't criticize the win. I also think that those P90 shots would have landed regardless of the TK or not. Too difficult for Team Bliss to get anything done in that endgame. The Mutant remains supreme. Lightwork's main and probably favorite weapon at this point, showing it off in the endgame of an APAC qualifier, showing that it's viable no matter whose hands it's in. So very well done from Panic. Good to see them get a win on Miramar.
One talking point that maybe just brings our tone from positive to maybe negative, but from the future with a donut to kickstart their kind of defensive campaign from yesterday into today. Of course, they actually won the final game yesterday, a 14-kill win, which got them back up into that top position. And I say back because they had 2 games where they only picked up 1 point. So that's now 3 out of their last 4 games where they've only picked up 1 point. But the good news is that the other 2 games were wins with 14 and 15 kills. So it's a very strange 5 games now from FTF, where it has quite literally been win or nothing, and win big, mind you, too. So from the future, it's been a very strange team, Russell. They don't have, for me at least, that consistency of being able to scrape together 5 to 6 points. But boy, can they go big. But it's big or go home.
it's hard to put a read on them because you look at them, and I think traditionally they're a team that you look to get 6-7 points per game, not necessarily get the win. But then, yeah, of course, they're kind of almost a replacement the Expendables so far until the Expendables actually show up in the tournament. FTF are just super hot and cold, and obviously they're very good when they're on. We saw that yesterday plenty of times. We also saw yesterday a couple bad games, and then they can't really get anything from those bad games, and more evidence to that today as well. But it's only game one. I don't want to overanalyze it too much, but we've got 7 games to look at FTF, I suppose, and so there's something in that. And yeah, so far they seem hot and cold, but I guess they're hot, and this is the point we should probably remain on if we want to be positive about them. They're hot is good enough to put them on the top of the leaderboard with a buffer. So if they can keep that up, even with those bad games, then they're going to certainly be a threat.
How often, though, can they get 14 and 15 kill wins? I mean, apparently they can do it 2 within 4 matches, but I don't know if you can realistically consider that as a viable source of points throughout the next 20 or so games that are still to be played. So that's something that is a bit of a concern. On the flip side, though, eArena, they lost 2 early. So a bit of a scrappy fight to begin. 2 were able to live, 2 obviously died. From there, though, they still scraped together, I think it was about 4 points. It's still something, considering you essentially lose half your team early on. To walk away with 4 points, that goes with that mantra I say, can you find a way in your bad games? Things haven't quite worked out, scrape those points. Bliss, obviously, a team that did a really good job of that in this game, Russell, where they lost 𝐏𝐿, who I think was actually the first death of the game. 1 dead on rotate. They didn't panic. They didn't lose their cool, their measure. They continued on with what they wanted to do. They were one of the South teams, benefited a bit from that circle shifting south, and they obviously ended up having a really good game as well. So for the teams that start bad, maybe lose a player or 2, you can't give up hope. You've got to put yourself in a good position where you can still walk away with 4 to 6 points and say, okay, we had a bad game, we got the points, we got all 4 back into the next one, let's go again.
Yeah, kind of like Armory, to be honest with you. Very similar thing for them that game. They got their 7 points per game, but yeah, 17 for Panic. Not necessarily the most top-heavy game we've seen. It's actually kind of even between them, 𝐷𝐸, Bliss, Daytrade. They're all above 10 points, but yeah, still obviously a nice game for Panic. And yeah, 𝐷𝐸, probably they're the team that does shine out there, because obviously not in the top 4, and yet somehow they're second most for points. So it's an excellent game from them. Like you said, they absolutely needed it, but so do the team in first and third. Panic and Bliss capitalizing on that game quite a lot. Honestly, Daytrade needed too. Maybe today is finally the day, or is that day, that little ping pong between these teams. FTF's going to fall off, Roy's going to fall off, right? These teams we saw yesterday do really well. Not going to be their day, at least in game 1. It's turned out that the ones that were having quite lackluster games yesterday have actually showed up.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these teams, when we kind of looked at the start of the leaderboard tonight, I've got kind of the old one on my screen. Bottom 4, Russell, bottom 4. Panic, Bliss, 𝐷𝐸 Esports. Now, there was E36, sorry E36, but you're not part of this conversation. But look at the top 3 of this match leaderboard. Talk about, as a collective teams, looking at what happened yesterday, coming into today and rebounding, responding, having essentially a redemption match to begin. So you're in the bottom 4, you've all had a bad night, and then straight away it's like bang, all 3 of them as well in the same game having a good match. It's a kind of interesting thing to see that for the 3 teams that were in the bottom 4 yesterday, and pretty much in the bottom 4 throughout the entire day, start off that well. And you can clearly see we've got a new kind of bottom 4 now with the results and how they transpire with the overall total leaderboard and how things can change so quickly. Now, X-Men dropped down, Expendables back into the bottom 4. They were there for a large portion of yesterday, but also look how close it is when you look at the standings overall from Cerberus down to 𝐷𝐸 Esports. It's 18 points. That's 4th to 14, and it's an 18-point gap. And as we know, that's basically 1 game. Like, that's a win and a couple of kills. You've seen what it's done for Panic. Now up into 7th, from 13th to 7th. For Bliss, they were in 14th to 11th, and now only a couple points behind those teams. Coupled with the fact that FTF got nothing, I'm absolutely shocked. We are 7 games in, and no one's above 70 points. That means not a single team is averaging over 10 points a game, which doesn't happen often in this region.
Yeah, at least 1 or 2 of those teams is generally running away with it, right? At least on the first day.
I need to reference this, and it's the older days, maybe. Your old Burrams, for example, Divine Esports, for example. Even like your old Furies for example, to kind of give context regarding, I think, at the high end of the APAC region, what we've seen from teams in the past in terms of when I say running away with it. So the fact that we don't have any of that kind of level caliber of teams, either that or everyone's playing really well, makes this quite close and exciting.
Yeah, I think I would argue that yesterday most teams didn't play up to their standard, and that's why it's close. Today could be the total opposite. But yeah, it's very close. I'm also kind of shocked that there's not a couple teams that are running away with it. FTF obviously with a golden opportunity that game, couldn't capitalize on it, and they remain under that 70-point mark. But it's fantastic for everyone in that that right side of the leaderboard that's not in that top 4. That said, not everyone can get the game that's required to boost you from the bottom 8 into the top 8, from the bottom 12 essentially into that top 6. Not everyone can have that game. So while the leaderboard is close now, only so few teams can actually have the games that boost you up into the top of the leaderboard. And that's when obviously the most exciting PUBG happens, because you can fall short so easily. You can have a good game so easily. It's good to see Panic have a good game. It's good to see Daytrade and Bliss have a good game. They kind of put themselves not necessarily out of the danger zone. That doesn't really exist yet. Very close to it existing though. But everyone else, it's getting to that point where we want to see the peak. We want to see that floor rise a little bit, hit that standard of play that you obviously came into this tournament wanting to hit, because it's very close right now. So you either do it now, or I feel like it's going to be too late.
Yeah, and I think also being candid, E36 is probably the only team right now that has some really worrying question marks surrounding that roster. Hate to be frank, but when it does come to the Japanese region within APAC, it has been considered one of the weaker ones. So you can clearly see that for E36, they're not quite being able to have any kind of authority within this lobby. We've played 7 matches. I honestly don't think at any point they've had like a super big game. Better in the very last game last night, 5th place, 6 kills, and it's like, okay, that's a decent game, right? Like, without blowing the roof off, it's a good game. And if you can average that, you're going to be a competitor. You're going to be around the good, middle portion of the bracket. But is E36 a team that you can envision going and getting a 14 kill win in this lobby? I just don't think they can. I genuinely don't think. I can. Okay, we're on different wavelengths.
I can envision it. I don't think it's going to happen consistently, but
maybe once in a blue moon.
I don't even know, but I feel like that's still being too harsh. Like,
wow.
E36 is, yes, they come from a much weaker region, but you combine the fact that a lot of different variables can go in their favor in a single match of competitive PUBG. One of those variables obviously being a nice compound feed with some kind of easy decisions to make. But I also don't doubt the skill on those players. I don't think they're necessarily just terrible individuals at all. In fact, I think it's the exact opposite. You have to give E36 a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, history doesn't treat them super kind, but they're the Japanese team that have showed up to internationals often. While it may be a different team over the course of the entire PUBG esports history, players coming in and out, E36 have consistently been up there as the best Japanese team in a lobby like this that maybe not actually is playing to its standard right now, as we've seen only a few teams yesterday at least coming out to play. E36 absolutely can run away with a decent game. They just need kind of a couple things to go their way, and then the easy decisions to be the ones that are the pivotal ones to make. And even then, I think in difficult situations, you can still give E36 a little bit of hope, a little bit of faith. I wouldn't say that anyone in this lobby is so out of it that they're not capable of getting a nice 10+ kill win.
Yeah, again, I don't want this to be a sort of bashing on E36. I've got nothing against them, but looking at some of their numbers from last year in these kind of APAC level tournaments, because obviously they're a team that does really well when it does come to the Japanese region. PUBG Asia Super Cup last year, dead last. When it came to the APAC qualifiers, dead last. When it came to PGC, it was dead second last. So unfortunately, again, I'm going to stand strong here, Russell. You can be kind to them, but I just don't know if they've got... And the main reason why I'm talking about it is more so the capabilities of can they make top 4. At the end of the day, that's really all these teams are fighting for, is top 4, get themselves to PGS 3 and 4. This is not a case of, can E36 get top 8, top 10? To be completely honest, it's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. It's like, out of the region that we've got right now, the teams that we've got right now, who are actually competitors for top 4, and I genuinely believe, I think they're the only ones as of right now. I think even like a 𝐼𝐲𝐻𝐿, we saw what they're capable of, 11 kills in that game, top 6 performance, and we've seen that before from them. And if they're sitting in that bottom 4, we've seen what Bliss did, Panic did, got themselves out. Even like a team like X-Men, who I'm going to be completely honest, haven't probably realized the potential of that roster since it's been put together and they've changed their names, have really risen to, I think, a level they can go to. Like, maybe I'm actually more high on X-Men than you are on, like, say, E36, which is really strange. But I would look at that roster and I'm like, you guys can do this. Like, why are you just not doing it, though? That's the issue I have with a team like X-Men. We know what Expendables can do, Day Trade. Even Reluctant Squad have looked really good so far this tournament. A couple of performances where they've had 6 kills, 7 kills, 3rd, 4th. So they've been around the mark. They haven't quite had that 14 kill pop-off, but still, it's a really stacked lobby. And when you go and look at some of who are the weaker teams, which there always has to be in any particular lobby you have, and E36 for me is just the team that fits that bill. Unfortunately, as sad as it is to say.
E36 and going against the grain a little bit. I put X-Men in the same kind of bracket as E36
they're
as well.
in there, unfortunately, too, because they're not realizing, I think, their full potential. I genuinely believe we can get more out of Savage Men Esports. I'd like to see more of them. I mean, we obviously don't control the cameras, for instance, but I feel like we hardly ever get to see them, Russell, too. Like, I feel like we're never really seeing them. They've got some good fraggers on that roster, some also huge amounts of experience. So I really want to see the likes of X-Men, E36, follow in the footsteps of our first game of the night. Team Bliss, Panic, 𝐼𝐲𝐻𝐿, all paving the pathway that you, at the bottom of the standings, can certainly make your way up very quickly. And that's now the onus on those bottom teams. The top end apparently isn't going anywhere. Like, this is not super top heavy. You have every opportunity right now. If you're in the bottom 4, you've got plenty of games, plenty of opportunities. As I said, we're not seeing teams run away with those spots. They are very much up for grabs.
For X-Men, you look at the roster on paper, and it's funny, during the Super Cup, Sophia, who's obviously Pain on X-Men, he was tweeting basically just WTF after every game. Confused as to what was happening on the nights of the Super Cup, because he's probably in the same mindset as us, that the X-Men is a stacked enough roster to be able to put themselves up there in a lobby like this. And after last night, he tweeted something very similar, basically WTF is happening, or something like that. And that's my question too. What is happening with X-Men? They've got such talented players, as you said, so much experience on that roster. It's about putting the brains together and making sure that the macro plays are as on point as possible, because I don't want to see Sophia depression tweeting ever again. I want to see this roster doing what we know that they can do. Unfortunately, right now, just not really paying off. Reluctant Squad quite close to the middle of the zone, but it's just 𝐿𝐻𝐿. The rest of them are going to have to make their way out of Los Leones. Is Delwyn potentially running up or driving up to 𝐿𝐻𝐿 with knowledge that he's there? I think so. I think he knows he's there. The Silent Breach tells me he knows he's there. I think it was too late as Silent Breach, so I think 𝐿𝐻𝐿 definitely heard it. That car, he had no idea. Okay, Delwyn had no idea. That's the quickest 180 ever. Oh, there's a car there. It's time for me to leave. And I think 𝐿𝐻𝐿 with some warning shots as well. Delwyn almost got caught there. If that car was parked inside that prior building, or if it was parked on 𝐿𝐻𝐿's side of the compound, Delwyn could easily run into him. Delwyn would be running around looting without a care in the world. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 probably stopping for loot. The footsteps might have just been timed perfectly enough. That could have been disastrous, but yeah, TE, they certainly would have wanted that either. That's one of those teams we need to have a good game. Just show us that you're here, right? Show us that you can get that 15 kill win. You know, we know that you're capable of, and that wouldn't have been a good start.
Yeah, they're certainly capable. The Expendables shouldn't be in the bottom 4, but it also goes to show how close it is, right? When we think of, them being on 30 points tied with 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐻, and you think, okay, well, what's 10 points get you? 10 points would get you up into 7th. So really, for a lot of these, I mean, like, I've been doing this a long time. 7 games in, to see the leaderboard look like this, firstly, I love it. I think it's great. And really, for me, I look at it as a signification that this is a region that continues to see everyone improve. Like, it's not a case of back in the day, the PCS era, it was kind of like we had maybe 3 to 4 really good teams for us, and then the quality dropped off a bit. Now, in modern PUBG, when it comes to the APAC region, the quality is there across the board. You've got multiple teams from multiple regions, those from the rest of SEA, Thailand, Vietnam, Chinese Taipei. All of these regions have got strong teams now. They can all contribute. And down the board as well, when it goes to Thailand and Vietnam, I mean, you could just list numbers of teams that are performing. I mean, even like Valley Thai. These are names that just a couple of months ago we hadn't even really heard of. And suddenly now performing 9th at the moment, certainly been in some good moments. Latte's been great. As we look at Savage Men Esports in this game, again, like Pain, Savior, Leo, Tarnished. As we know, Sophia, Lin, I mean, these are real household names of the history books in the APAC region. Strong players at the moment, bottom 2, but 26 points. So you're going to have a big game and you can skyrocket up, kind of like a Panic, kind of like a Bliss. And we'll see if they're capable of that here on Miramar. Payne getting shot at by Latte with the Kar 98. A very strong player for Latte. They have dropped a little bit in terms of the standings. Certainly started better yesterday and have dropped a bit.
You know, during Super Cup, we had the discussions about, all right, who's our top 4, who are our favorites. And as the leaderboard continued to get deeper and deeper into the tournament, we started to realize that, hold on, having those like top 4 discussions kind of for nothing, because every team in the lobby, or 14 out of 16 teams in the lobby, are all capable of being up there. So no matter what, you're going to have teams that actually miss out on reaching those expectations, or miss out on reaching the qualification spots. We realized, well, actually, everyone's really good. Everyone's really capable. And yeah, like you said, in tournaments past, that hasn't been the case. So it's going to be a similar thing here. Every team in this lobby, bar a couple, are obviously going to be playing to a certain standard that we expect them to potentially be able to reach that top 4, top 6. And you're going to end up with upsets. You're going to end up with teams that you wanted to be up in that top 4 that just don't make it because the entire lobby is pretty damn stacked. Right now as well, I think the lobby's in a bit of a state where not everyone's playing to their peak. So obviously we're going to get a much closer tournament. Only a couple teams have actually reached their peak. Whether they can stay at that peak is an entirely different question. Got a bit of a lost circle that could end up shifting into that iconic city. I certainly would hope to see it. Nice little urban ending. These players wouldn't want to see it, but screw them. I'm here for the entertainment. So that would be a little bit of fun. I mean, right now everyone's kind of setting themselves up around loss. In a circle like this, it becomes that spot because there's so much high ground around it. It's such a pivotal location. If it does shift into it, you want to be very close to it to claim all the best spots, claim the best 5 stories, get up on top of those industrials that we often see people up on top of. You obviously have so much information. These unplayables that Day Trade are rotating past right now, very vital for information. Good to control a certain side of the zone as well. So even if the circle doesn't end up in loss is such a critical position in a zone like this.
And offers that safe haven. Also, Los Leones is so big that you can probably have a better time getting out of Los Leones compared to other cities within Miramar. You think about, say, like in El Pozo, Monte de Nuevo is a big trap going into a city like that.
Wait, so out of Los?
Oh, I think I'm saying in comparison to like a Monte de Nuevo, for example, where it's quite small and open. Los is like so big with also tall buildings. So if you go in there early and you keep your cars in a good spot, you probably have a better time of getting out in comparison to the smaller POIs.
I don't know. It's got massive unplayables around it because it's so big. You have so many.
I'm not talking about if it centers on Los. I'm talking like right now, P1. Like if this goes north and everyone starts rotating up, I don't think you're gonna have a hard time.
Oh yeah, sure. Sure. You've got also, you've got access to the high ground much easier. Certainly. Dodgy for Team Bliss.
A little warning shot here from Jun. Reluctant squad to just like, nah, get away. These are our warehouses. Bliss will happily fall back. You don't really want to be here early, though. It should never really be plan A. If plan A is go to loss, well, you probably need a plan 1.A.
Reluctant squad have a nice split. That said, I feel like Jun, probably still maybe greed looting a little bit, but there's also an argument for having players in that close vicinity of loss. So you stop Team Bliss from being able to take a spot that can actually assault those high grounds. For example, if Reluctant Squad remained kind of, 2-2 split on the high ground, Team Bliss could sneak up, and you kind of want to avoid situations like that. It's also phase 1, so it's less risky to kind of do that 4-man split. So I can see it from a Reluctant Squad. And obviously those warehouses are a decent spot to actually kind of survive in. It's not something where Jun is going to get caught. He's got tons of backup plans. Right now, though, someone who doesn't have a backup plan is 𝐿36. They've had to send it into the wall. I feel like Pure Boy just got away with murder there. No way Fap, the star player of 𝐼𝐸, misses shots like that.
Yeah, that is such a fortunate moment there for Pure Boy and for 𝐿36. Should have been dead. I would want this in part of the side. I think Fat probably feeling he's on a bit of an island. His teammates aren't close. It's actually a triple solo split right now for Raptiak Esports. None of them close by to each other. 𝐿36 very fortunate, and Parlor side is clear outside of 𝐼𝐸. I think if they got, there's one close. 𝐿𝐷𝐾 is actually very close to a member of 𝐼𝐸. Down to just the 3 players for them. I actually don't know if we miss a kill. I don't think so. Mustn't have loaded in. They're just playing as a 3-man for this game, which is never a good feeling, especially after having a very good match previously. Their first match of the night, they were great. Top 6, got themselves 11 kills. And it's always going to be a bit more difficult to kind of gain that momentum into the second match when you immediately load in and you're down to 3 players.
Yeah. At least they're there in contention. It'll be a game-by-game basis for everyone here, but certainly if you're 𝐼𝐲, TE down there at 30 points, not necessarily on the bottom of the leaderboard, but close to it, it's hard to not kind of think about it as this constant opportunity to actually skyrocket up the leaderboard. And game after game, as you continue on, yes, you want to take it game by game, but it becomes kind of taxing on your mental. Just thinking, okay, we're so close. And as you continue to have bad games, you start to slowly slip away. And once you're already in that spot to obviously do well and obviously put yourself up at the top of the leaderboard, once those opportunities start to slip, yeah, it can be quite unforgiving. This is a timed emergency parachute for Panic. I'm almost certain they're going to end up in a decent central spot. Those 2 warehouses just to the north of eArena are free for the taking. They can also end up on unplayables, as we see Panic do quite often on Miramar. So they've got a decent pick of the litter here. Whether or not they end up getting shot out of the sky like we saw yesterday, that's another question. They've dropped next to the unplayables. They're opting to go into loss. I don't mind it, maybe lacking information on the warehouses, but they're just fully committing to the city.
Yeah, interesting split when you look at this circle for phase 2. Kind of half in Los Leones, then the other half over towards those fields out of the eastern side. If you are going to go and parachute in early, do it now, before there's a whole abundance of teams holding these more higher ground positions. Now you very much can play Los Leones. Now it's actually a decent send-in when you look at a circle like this. But it also now goes back to what we were talking about before. Can you get out of it? Well, now it's a lot more difficult. Now there's teams playing the unplayables, high ground position. So if you do send it into Los Leones, you are going to be playing pretty much on foot from here on out, taking a lot of close quarter fights. That's fine. Bliss set up there. They've obviously got some high ground positions too. You can play some of these kind of higher ground buildings looking down. You do got to be careful though that you can get knocked. So someone like a 𝐏𝐿, for instance, we can see from a kid's point of view, if 𝐏𝐿𝐀𝐿 gets knocked, then someone else has to make their way over there, go for the revive. So you do need to be careful when you are this high up as well. Other teams and players are going to be looking in your direction. Emergency parachute now for 𝐼𝐲 Gaming. But I think they might be fortunate not going into Los Leones. They can play the south side of the circle, which is quite vacant. You can see not too many shots in their direction, although they are landing right on eArena. Never mind. Talk about like right on their head, or at least on this cliff above their head. And 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐿 now driving backwards. Actually gets himself into a position where he blocks the line of sight. Really smart driving there from 𝐷𝐷𝐿. And now he can start to make his way forward to the rest of the team. A little bit fortunate there for eArena, but also great position to land for 𝐼𝐲 Gaming. Have got themselves to the center point of this phase 2 circle.
eArena were ready to leave quite close to their cars. So as soon as they saw 𝐼𝐲, I think they saw them take a couple pot shots and see maybe if they could catch one out of the sky. Because obviously if you're eArena in that spot, you don't want to lose this high ground advantage. You don't want to give it away to a 4-man emergency parachute. So they tried, took a couple pot shots, but yeah, eventually realized that there's just no point in sacrificing a couple members for nothing. That 4-man of 𝐼𝐲 Gaming, yes, they're coming off parachutes. Yes, they have to do that landing animation, but it's just not worth taking the fight, not worth risking it. Those trades are almost certainly going to come out, so they back off. They were close to their cars. It's nice discipline from eArena, and yeah, 𝐷𝐷𝐿 obviously with an opportunity to rev that engine up underneath those rocks and send himself straight at his teammates. They trade in a spot that's always awkward to play out of, but if it gets fed, it's actually very powerful. You have so many options from that position, and obviously you have some high ground or some high vision, I suppose, inside those buildings to work with. Access to the unplayables too, which becomes pretty pivotal in a zone like this. If this does shift to the east, then I don't mind what the teams inside Los are doing. It's just about how quickly can you get to the other side of the city. Obviously, Panic put themselves in a spot where they have access to the unplayables that 𝐼𝐲 Gaming are playing on. A team could send it in front of them right now. I don't think that's going to be the case. Panic should always be the first team to be able to leave Los Leones. Doesn't look like they have to now. You could argue that they want to put themselves much closer to exiting, because if you look at this zone, I think you're giving it a good chance to shift kind of south, right? With the unplayables, with Los in, the circle's much more likely to go towards eArena, towards Unicorn Cyber, and I think the teams in Los Leones are going to know that, and it's about moving into positions to account for that.
Yeah, I agree with that. This will be very interesting to see for those teams in loss, how they want to play this now, moving to the edge of the city, doing so safely, or at least as safely as you possibly can. And it's not going to be an easy time. You can see the rotations now coming. Axeman straight through the middle. TE's got a weird split at the moment. Not really inside of the circle. Not sure what 𝐼𝐸 are doing either. And considering the circles that we've had, 14.5 minutes gone, and we've only had one death. Obviously for 𝐼𝐸 coming into this game with the 3 players. The only kill that we've seen so far has been from this reluctant squad. 𝐿𝐸 getting the kill on Cerberus. And that's it. Everything else has been really quiet. As the paraglider going to get used here from Flocky for Magnetic.
I haven't seen one of these.
Yeah, I've seen this. I think we saw this in some earlier tournaments.
Yeah, I saw 𝐿𝐸 using it in Challenger Rumble, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, this entire eastern side, for what it's worth, is pretty open. No one really close by. If they go further south, and we can see now from this perspective, Flocky looking in this direction of Savage Men Esports. That's about it. UNC then even further behind them. But for now, Magnetic are in a good spot. I'll take this. And especially if they've got the idea that you have in terms of this circle continuing to go into that direction, south, southeast, then they will benefit greatly going into phase 4. 60 seconds until we will get that circle and that confirmation. Still time for teams that want to hold out in Los Leones. They can. Don't need to leave just yet. Suspect has spotted 𝐏𝐸 count. Well, Bliss and Panic could renew pleasantries. They, of course, finished our opening game of the night together to finish 1 and 2 respectively. 𝐿𝐸 trying to find an angle. Suspect has got him covered. Dusky took some damage. And still 30 seconds. Wine Dusky will heal back up. Broken helmet, though.
Bliss in quite a bit of strife, but a couple of the members of Bliss making their way deeper into the zone. X-Men, I feel like this is a spot where you really have to know what's happening with your surroundings, or you could end up in a lot of trouble. They came all the way from the north, by the way. They were basically up where Reluctant Squad is right now, kind of in and around those unplayables. They sent it all the way down here, basically changing sides of the zone. They're still on edge, but they've got terrain to play out of now. These dips obviously incredibly maneuverable, and X-Men kind of rewarded for that play. Decent spot to fight towards Unicorn Cyber. They'll win the solo. They can put themselves underneath 𝐿𝐸. It's not going to be easy, certainly not, but they're first in line to take one of those deeper ridges, I suppose. Maybe a third-party opportunity onto the Expendables. Currently in a bit of trouble as well. Tanvo and 𝐷uckTwo is going to be looking for something that's not so close to 𝐿𝐸. Delwyn's already there, so that's probably where they're going to end up. Maybe a clash of the Titans here inside those dips. The teams that are inside lost. Yeah, a little bit more room to breathe. You said they don't need to leave. Well, they still don't need to leave. This circle's shifted basically dead center onto Armory Gaming, who's currently on top of those unplayables and in a fantastic position.
Yeah, it's the issue, though, with modern-day Miramar in terms of when you say unplayables, well, they basically are playables now. And it's kind of like an old term that still is kind of kept around, but not really relevant. Riz with the down on to Pain. Nikita, long range shots here. And as you mentioned, Armory Gaming in a really good position to capitalize here. 6 at the moment, 44 points. How many points can you accrue from this very good position on the high ground in the mountains? Warrior Esports also not a bad spot, but not going to be in a good spot in the long run. Yeah, they're struggling here, taking the fight with X-Men. Riz and 𝐿𝐸 both down. Easily a revivable position here for Dynasty, and does kind of just double back a bit and go for that revive onto 𝐿𝐸. Not too sure what Riz's situation will be, but 𝐿𝐸 is on the move to make his way up to the top of that terrain to go for the revive. And Bliss are going to have to get on the move soon. They've gotten themselves, though, to the outskirts of Los Leones. Vinamilk down by Himas. Such is the case with Miramar, though, as we get to the conclusions of these games. It really opens things up. 𝐷uckTwo's knocked out by Nurans of Day Trade. A couple of kills going the way against Reluctant Squad. Despite having themselves an okay-ish start to this game on the north side, they're losing players. Tanvo's going to get knocked down by Flash. And suddenly the Expendables are in a real world of hurt.
X-Men left them alone as well. TE put up enough pressure for X-Men to just completely leave them alone. Unicorn Cyber, yesterday we saw them playing as a unit. Right now, that's a little bit hard when you're losing members left and right. Manhung on a bit of an island. Obviously, 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 down, so all the players he has to worry about are lower than him in this bowl, struggling on the edge of blue, but the nades are good. Who don't know where to trade as well. He's just trying to survive on his own. It's very disconnected for �unicorn Cyber, but in a situation like this, sometimes that just happens. You get separated from your team. You get third parties as well from Roy Esports all the way up on those Miramar rocks, all the way to the left of your screen. So Magnetic kind of saved by the bell a little bit. Panzerfaust in hand, sorry. Could have caused a little bit of damage if Hudat was able to get it off, but never the case. That's with 3 kills. Not necessarily carrying his team, but certainly a game where he's had a little bit of fun with that DM up. Cerberus continue to suffer knocks, by the way. They're struggling to come in on that northern side. Everyone around them is looking in their direction. Don't blame them. It keeps going towards loss. It's been very forgiving for the teams that have sent it in. They haven't been punished at all. In fact, they've been a little bit gifted.
Yeah, it's right on the unplayable still, though, and creates this weird dynamic where now you kind of have to commit to either the terrain or the city.
Yeah.
In between is essentially just a road. As you can see the map here now, in terms of the overhead, and how many of those teams are going to find it very difficult to get themselves into this circle. Day trade to split on the south side, essentially a roadblock, quite literally on that road to the compounds. You got Roy still there, Magnetic, a couple of members of the Expendables who has really struggled from this position. And then eArena, where do they go? Do they look to just kind of push into that terrain of Armored Gaming? But then you've still got the 2 men of X-Men, Leo and Xavier are there. So that's not exactly a safe push either. And E36 to the north side. Cerberus can get themselves into Los Leones. Magnetic, I mean, this shack is obviously not endgame. They have only got the 2 players though, but yeah, that shack is very close still to the blue, and the blue is now already moving.
I feel like Roy just ends up on a little plateau that the entire server can see. Certain high grounds are going to have to be taken out to allow Roy to survive. E36. There should be a spot where they can easily deal with Cerberus. There's no way Cerberus even live longer than phase 5. I don't feel like they survive the next minute and a half, but Roy's struggling. As I said, they've opted not to stay on top. I think that's the smart play. Send themselves into the city. You lose 1 on rotation. Sometimes that just happens. 𝐏𝐿 also caught out, so maybe this is E36 kind of throwing it away a little bit. They've already got spots in zone. If 𝐏𝐿 is getting caught out in a spot like that, then he's a bit too late to zone. Didn't have his car, was left behind without the resources to actually make the rotation. High mass, it's dodgy. He cops a headshot on the prone, but double headies, 𝐏𝐿 all the way back. 6, 7, 8, 9 coming into play as well. He's a solo for a reluctant squad. Certainly weren't expecting him. This is Cerberus just with unlucky fights left, right, and center. What do you do from a spot like this? Yeah, maybe they could have played it better early on, but look at the spot they're in now. It's so hard to get off this northern side. Trying to just claim as much as they can at E36. Yeah, they lose 1, but I don't see them falling in a spot like this. So Lolzy probably just going to die to blue. I think that first aid is unfortunately timed. Cerberus down on the northern side, and E36 with a little bit of room to breathe. Where do they go from here, though? You move into the city, you've got a little bit of low ground to play, but up until the next zone, I suppose, that's all you have to play. And then you've got to push towards Valley Tai. Obviously, they're going to be laser focused on you. You're very close to them. Can't really push straight up the unplayables. Maybe you can make a vault, but you're certain that Valley Tai are probably going to be able to see that as well. So if they can find a spot where they can vault up, then E36 are safe. But up until that moment, they're under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, what a difference as well when it does come to Miramar. 2 very distinctively different circles with major outcomes. As that circle now goes even further into the city. We're at a point where in the last game, we had 4 teams remaining by this point. We've still got 12. And this is probably a bit more of a normal occurrence than what we had in the last game, but it really does sort of highlight that on Miramar, you can either have that real openness or you can get these terrain, city finishes. I've never seen anything like this before. So this weirdly kind of southeast portion of Los Leones is E36 now trying their best to send in whatever's left of their squad. And Sylvia and Kane are both going to get eliminated. Neklios will take the double kill for Valley Tai. They will benefit the most as Vinsu's still up there for 𝐴𝐵𝐶𝐻 Esports as a solo, completely by himself. And I imagine he might meet the same fate as of E36. 3 kills for Valley Tai. Has still kept them in 9th, but they're not that far behind Panic now for a top 8 position. I imagine, though, how much space is available still within Los Leones. What's left of it? Not a whole lot. And this is a big play from eArena that's slowly brewing. They're not inside of the circle. The blue is moving. So there is a time limit to this. They've got to go quick. And Armored Gaming are watching their back push too. James got to be very careful. He's about to get met by 4 members of eArena on the unplayable.
Head on a swivel. But yeah, you're right. Jay might be caught off guard. I feel like he hears the footsteps, though. Shanks is looking that way now. He's the furthest away from James, so maybe information gained. Nice M249 spray from Poochies. Going for the flush might cost him his life, though. It certainly will. Leo with the nice trade, but if they've been counting kill feed, they know it's just Leo, so this should come out. But it's also cost Poochies his entire life. Flushed out, and maybe a chance now for Leo, but won't be the case. Traded away from Flash, but the greed is what cost Poochies his life and his game there. Could have done so much. Shane with a nice double. You thought it might cost them or catch them off guard. It hasn't at all. The sound information gained from James, the call to regroup from Armory Gaming and eArena are torn apart. No chance that this flank is going to work out in their favor now. Tigger, what do you do, my friend? Pushed on by Armory Gaming, the duo of Dynasty and Riz. Not a chance. James with 2, Riz with 2. What a nice defense from Armory.
Yeah, really nicely done from Armory Gaming. I think the way they played that was perfectly. They didn't overplay the unplayables, pushing close to Los Leones. They held that backside really nicely. Kind of called out James was the one that in that position when he's playing that front contact. You need to be strong. He was able to get a couple of downs, and from there, eArena fell apart. They made the right play, trying to push him back in behind Armory Gaming. But eArena don't get much from this game. Neither did Unicorn Cyber, and neither really did Cerberus. A chance again for From the Future, as they've only got the 1 kill point, but also now 1 placement point.
They're in a 6 spot too.
Yeah, they're in a great spot too. I was going to say, south side of the circle. No idea what phase 7's going to do for them, though. As Kiss gets a nice little tag onto Bibby. Bibby answers back with a tag of his own. The frag grenade does fall short of the mark, well and truly. And we do head into phase 7, which has kind of donutted a little bit, but has gone more towards the east and has kept a bit of that terrain in for Armory Gaming, looking down in towards Los Leones, whatever's left of it. Team Bliss, good position though. Best compound position outside of maybe From the Future, and Armory Gaming still with good terrain position.
I love this from Bliss. They're going to be able to stagger Blue so nicely. They've got Insight and Nikita inside the zone. They can deal with the kind of full frontal assault, and then Monty and Cal playing the extremities. Those are the off angles that Team Bliss need to utilize right now. A couple teams to deal with as well. Panic and Valley Tide, they're certainly going to go at it together. Team Bliss will be able to capitalize, but they also need to kind of win those fights on their own. It's not like they're going to have just a free ride here to third party this entire Panic Valley Tide fight and then get away with it. Team Bliss are going to have to get a little bit more involved, and there we go. Valley Tide losing a couple. It's also Armory on top of the unplayables. Of course they're going to look. They've got one of the best spots in the zone. Why would they not? Valley Tide closest to Armory Gaming's edge, and so Panic given a little bit of a reprieve. Valley Tide on the edge of Armory Gaming has meant that all their attempts to move deeper into the zone fall short. Riz gets another. Maybe James got another one as well. But yeah, for Panic, that's basically saving grace. It's not like Panic have a spot in zone right now, but they've actually been given a chance. Roy also silently moving in. They've been a factor ever since they ditched those unplayables. Close to Monty now, though, and look at the building they're in. Do you really give Roy a chance to survive, especially if Bliss are within nade range? Because I certainly don't. Akita has been knocked, but I don't think Roy are going to survive for much longer.
Yeah, I don't think so. I agree. Yep, gone. 7th. Couple of kills for Team Bliss. 3 for them, and just slowly starting to see a Team Bliss roster continue to gain confidence, rising up the leaderboard now after a dreadful start back yesterday. They are getting some good momentum and form. James, the down onto Pibby confirmed. That is a very ambitious frag grenade. I don't think he got that good an arm. Falls well and truly short. Smoke's available for Panic to continue to try and make the cross over to Pivy. There's actually every chance Pivy will get brought back up if they can continue to make the cross safely into the concrete building. 5 kills for Day Trade, but only down to the final 2 players. Jay with a knock on a suspect, though. He will get left behind. He will die. To the blue. It's a confirmed kill for Jay in Armory Gaming. They'll go to 8 kills, up into the top 3 right now. Riz with a knock onto Monty. Confirmed. Panic wiped out. FTF also getting involved. Double for Happy, double for James of Armory Gaming. 4 teams now remain. 9 kills for AG. And deep into that top 3, Balmoth getting pushed up. The only one. Norans went down early. Lovely double kill from the Future. And we've seen how strong these guys can play yesterday. With a 14 kill win and a 15 kill win. With 4 players up, top 3, every chance that all 3 teams could walk away with a chicken dinner here. It feels very equal.
4v4v4. Yeah, any chance. Nice for FTF to clear their edge as well. Knowing Day Trade was close to them basically the entire game. Never saw them die in the kill feed, probably sitting somewhere underneath Armory Gaming's rocks. FTF knowing that eventually Day Trade might be a little bit of a nuisance to them, so they cleared them out. But They've got problems to worry about now. Just outside the zone, if they go deeper, they're exposed to Team Bliss. If they go upwards, they have to take the fight with Armory. They've got hard cover to work with, but for how long? FTF, they put up a good fight so far. They've been in the zone for so long. I like what they did to clear their edge, but they're still trying to fight back. At least it's Trick, one of the highlights from yesterday. 4th in TWI rating to start the night, I believe, but he's gone down. I just don't think it's possible for FTF to do this. And all the while, Team Bliss get closer and closer. Armory Gaming have suffered 2 knocks, yeah?
Dimisty's going for that res. He's got it. And Bliss aren't aware. They could lose a couple of players because they pushed over early. Riz just got a keeper, free kill. And now they've turned around. Look at that. They've stopped in their tracks. They've realized they've left a couple of players up above them. Now, they did have to take space. They did have to cross the road, so it's not a misplay. But clearly not realizing that AG still had super high ground. Maybe they thought they actually pushed down the hill. There's another knock. Jame onto 𝐏𝐿, but it was a trade because Monty was able to get one back. Dimist will be able to get this revive. Clearly lacking utility as well. No frags, no smokes here for Dimisty's current position, although plenty for 𝐏𝐿. You have to make a decision now. How do you want to fight this? If you're Armory Gaming, you go FTF on one side, Bliss on the other. And suddenly, from a 4 versus 4 versus 4, it's 3 for Bliss, 3 for FTF, and AG with 4 up. That shield's not going to save you, though. Bullets from above, landing into the head, and Riz is getting aggressive here, wanting to maybe find a bit of a position to catch FTF as they push out of the concrete building. No frags from Riz. He will get the kill onto Samoy anyway. Still close by. Happy was spotted at the rock, but he went down early. No way. It does well. The M249 up close, it shreds. And suddenly 2 are gone for AG. Only Dimisty. And plus 1 more in Jane. The dynamic duo up above, and inside will get in Bliss along with 𝐏𝐿. Jane will get knocked down. I think Bliss are going to win this game. 8 kills and every chance to solidify it with a chicken dinner.
It's Chaos and Bliss are the ones that just sit back and let it all happen. 9 kills so far, certainly going to be 10. Happy's going to give it up to the blue. What a well-played game from Bliss. They secure it with 9, and they just let it all happen in that end game, didn't they? I don't know what else to say. Excellently played. I also would like to give them credit for how they played inside of loss, but towards the end of the game, obviously losing 𝐿𝐿𝐻𝐿 isn't ideal, but they put the brakes on as soon as that happened. They just parked themselves underneath those unplayables, let the rest of the game play out. They knew Armory had to come off the unplayables. They knew FTF were in a world of strife, and so they just capitalized on those 2 teams' shortfalls. What an excellently played endgame from Bliss.
The opening 3 games of this tournament, they were on 0 points. Not often do we see a team of this caliber in that position. The response has been swift and it's been strong. 2 second places, a first place now, and they've got themselves back into this one. Well and truly, Bliss are back into the conversation, and boy, are they a threat for everyone else in the lobby. And I think moving forward, they are a team that you cannot take lightly. Huge win for Bliss. Really well played from the future, having another decent game. Couldn't quite go on and get the win this time around, but at least got themselves into a spot where they actually were able to get a good solid placement points, good chunk of kills, that consistency that we thought is lacking when it does come to FTF. It's win or bust. Well, that was not a win, but it was also not a bust. Certainly a much better game from them. Armory Gaming, that unplayable. That they got super early. They rotated to that with the parachute pickup. I think it was phase 2. If it wasn't, it was phase 1. It was early on in the game, and they got rewarded for it.
It's one of those things where you look at the TWI and you see Armory Gaming do it, and as a competitor in the lobby, you go, okay, well, what are we meant to do against that? These guys are just getting fed. It's like, well, yes, they made the emergency parachute play. They took the risk. They didn't have any cars. If it shifted off those unplayables, which technically I suppose the circle should do at some point, then they're obviously not loving life as much as they were this game. It's hard for Panic to survive in a spot like this. Bliss had so much control over majority of the buildings inside Lost, and that's the other thing I kind of want to give them credit for, was out of the other 2 teams inside Lost, the owners at the time, which was Valley Tai and Panic, those were the Team Bliss were the guys with majority of the buildings. They had the nicer split that was prepared for kind of any circle that would be thrown their way, and that's one of the reasons they actually survived to this end game, is because they don't have to worry so much about space. Armory, they just have to throw themselves at FTF. You have to wonder what would have happened if they'd jumped off the kind of center of the rock. That maybe it would have just been Team Bliss getting those kills a lot easier, and it would have been the same situation, but they did end up going towards FTF. Almost thought FTF were going to win it, to be honest, for a second there, because it looked so back and forth between Bliss and Armory, but
could have been anyone.
I feel like it could have been anyone. Bliss, though, they were the ones who smartly kind of mid-game play were just, okay, shut it down completely, cut noise, just survive, do nothing for a little bit, let the fight that is on top of us run its course, and then we can activate, then we can start getting those kills. And so, yeah, it's just well played. Not much more that we can say.
Yeah, incredibly well worked. You also have to remember that for Bliss, they had to cross the road. So even though anyone could have won that game, they certainly had a lot of work to do. What's intriguing is they were able to save a lot of their smokes, because as soon as that fight popped up between FTF and 𝐼𝐼𝐺 Gaming, they sensed the opportunity to be able to cross that road at a perfect time. Really well worked. I think they did get caught a little off guard, considering 𝐿𝐼𝐺 went down, and the way that they were pushing over that fight to want a third party, just again looking from a third person's perspective, then they kind of stopped, looked up, and they were like, oh, there's still a couple of players up there. In the end, though, big win. All teams towards the end there, AG, FTF, having great games. A couple of others, a little lackluster, I guess you could say, when we kind of look at some of our top teams. Unicorn Cyber being one I wanted to kind of touch on, because they had a good position early on. South side, outside lost the owners. They could have certainly got themselves involved around those unplayables. They pushed further south. They lost a couple of fights. They lost players earlier. They had a poor game. 𝐼𝐼𝐺 got absolutely shredded on their unplayables push too, so they didn't get much from that game. And I'm a bit surprised in how they actually lost that fight so quickly, because one of the strengths of 𝐼𝐼𝐺 has actually been their killing, has been their fragging power. Like, coming into tonight, they were close for top kills. So that's really surprising for me that they lost that comfortably. To be fair, AG, they actually played it really well, that they had that defensive flank watch. Jane was in a really good position. They didn't allow that backdoor to basically get budged down. So really well played from AG to offset that push from 𝐼𝐼𝐺. You can see obviously Unicorn Cyber down the very bottom. TE, they continue to just disappoint considering how good that roster is. 𝐼𝐺 couldn't back up their performance from the previous game where they finished 5th with 11 kills. They did come in as a 3-man. Unfortunate for them. Not sure if that's going to be something that continues on. And then X-Men, again, they continue to just struggle, Russell. They cannot get anything to work.
Day trade up there silently, 4th most points with 9 total. Yeah, I guess it's a much better game for FTF. I think mainly because it's one of those games that's more on the hot side, and that actually kind of allows them to continue that buffer that we've seen them create across this tournament. Bliss with the win though, 19 total, very close to Armory with 17. I agree, that endgame could have been absolutely anyone. It was just chaos all around. I think one of the pivotal moments as well is 𝐿𝐼𝐺 running across that road is so close to FTF, who I think had 2 downed at that moment in time. If 𝐿𝐼𝐺's allowed to make that cross, maybe pull off a nade or a molly or something, FTF might go out very quickly. Armory have a little bit more space. You know, who knows, right? The way that PUBG works in endgames like that can be quite funny. But this is the buffer I was talking about. It's FTF having another good game, and they've got a 21-point buffer to second. Armory Gaming, obviously with a fantastic game, leap themselves up there, but FTF still looking like the ones to beat.
Yeah, in the end, 13 points for FTF now. Yeah, as said, gets themselves a little buffer. Armory Gaming have also got themselves up into second, as they were from 6th, so clearly a big game for them. Unicorn Cyber do drop a bit, of course, gained nothing from that previous game, and Bliss are now in a position where they're top 5 tied with Cerberus, but technically out of the top 4 positions, and that's really all that matters. FTF, AG, Unicorn Cyber, and EA still occupying those positions, but the main storyline is still very much how close these teams are. When you look at 𝐼𝐼𝐺, 52 points, 4th place, and you look at how far away a certain teams will Panic are in 9th, but they're 7 points away. Like, 7 points is typically what we look at as some teams having as a gap going into, say, the last game, and we're still sitting there like, oh yeah, they can overcome that, 1 game to go, when you consider how far this tournament still has to take place. So if you're in that sort of second half of the leaderboard that we have, if you're a Roy, Esports, a Valley High, unfortunately they've kind of dropped off a bit, Reluctant Squad, the Expendables especially, they need to be able to emulate what we've seen from a lot of these teams so far tonight, like your Team Blissers, for example, and say, hey, there's still plenty of action. I mean, we've still got 4 games tonight, and then you have another 12 games after tonight as well. So there's still 16 games to be played to decide, of course, those top 4 positions. That is plenty. So you can't look at that and say, okay, we're starting to fall behind. The gap is like, 40 points or 30 points. It's really not that bad. You go and have a couple of good games and you're right back in the conversation. We've seen that from Team Bliss. We saw that with Panic as well, the opening game. So I'm very curious to see if those teams are going to be able to have that mentality to get themselves back in. Again, every team in this region, in this competition right now, is certainly capable. It's just a matter of being able to string those games together, gain some confidence, gain some really good performances. We also say goodbye to Miramar. So that's going to be Miramar done for a little while too. I imagine it'll flip back as well for the next play day. So we're not going to see it for quite some time. 𝐾𝐀𝐀 coming up very shortly. Always a good opportunity for those teams too, when you go to these kind of what I would consider tertiary maps, 𝐾𝐀𝐀 and Vikendi. It can't be just a case of, okay, well, we don't have to get points here. We're good on Miramar, we're good on 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐻. We've already seen so far certain teams like from the future, when they got that 15 kill win back on Vikendi on day one, what that can do for you is bring that confidence on these maps where maybe other teams aren't going to feel as comfortable.
Yeah, certainly. In fact, we saw it from Bliss day one. They were having a shocker, and then all of a sudden we go to 𝐾𝐀𝐀, they have like a 12-point game. And, you know, whether that's because it's 𝐾𝐀𝐀 or not, doesn't really matter. It's just you go to 𝐾𝐀𝐀 and you can have those kinds of games. And so certainly, yeah, it's one of those maps where if you're on point as a team, kind of individually as well, that it's one of those maps where you can capitalize on it quite a bit. Even if your macro isn't really on point for the night, your 𝐼𝐺𝐿, your captain's maybe feeling a bit under the weather, or calls aren't too good, then 𝐾𝐀𝐀 and Vikendi as well can be the couple maps that you actually can capitalize on, because the way the terrain works, the emphasis is a lot more on winning pivotal team fights when you're fighting amongst the terrain, rather than, okay, we've outpositioned you here with this compound. That obviously comes into play, but obviously there's a bit more of an emphasis on being able to win your fights and claim position over other teams. So 𝐾𝐀𝐀 and Vikendi, certainly those maps where you can do that. So yeah, even if you're off point in terms of your macro game, if your micro game's good, then these couple maps are an opportunity for you to do a lot more damage in the night than you previously have.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at the leaderboard as we kind of started tonight and see how things have changed already, which is quite dramatic when you consider Bliss were bottom 3, they're now 5th. So
yeah,
that's 2 games. 2 games from 3rd last into 5th. There's a bunch of other teams as well that have kind of been able to rise up pretty high. Armory Gaming have really closed that gap to the top. Now they're in that 2nd position. 𝐼𝐸RENA have continued on without going too massive. Quite though from Unicorn Cyber, 4 points through those 2 games on Miramar has kind of seen the small gap that they kind of had being one of those top 3, top 4 teams, and we kind of plugged them as, you know, along with FTF and 𝐼𝐸RENA as a top team from yesterday. I think they've probably been the quietest out of that little lot. And I mean, 𝐼𝐸RENA themselves probably haven't been like super sensational. They only picked up 4 points in game 1. Didn't quite think they got that many either in game 2. So for 𝐼𝐸RENA and Unicorn Cyber, not quite continuing on from yesterday, and we'll see if maybe going to a 𝐾𝐀𝐀, then a Vikendi can kick them back into gear.
Yeah, I think Unicorn Cyber's playstyle is going to be much more heavily favored on an 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐻 rather than a Miramar, also on a 𝐾𝐀𝐀 and Vikendi, certainly. Those are the maps where if you're playing as a unit and you're just playing kind of, not necessarily stock standard PUBG, but just really kind of team fundamental PUBG, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 calls something, yes sir, we all go do it. If that's this kind of style you're going for, I feel like that's much more heavily favored on 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐻, 𝐾𝐀𝐀, Vikendi, because on Miramar, say your 𝐼𝐺𝐻 calls, hey, let's 4-man push this, we're all just going to do it. It's kind of the only play we have to make. We're just going to send it. That's the only play we have to make. Let's do it. Everyone says yes, you go do it. Unfortunately, you can get third-partied from this unplayable over there and that one over there, and it's just chaos. There's people hiding in the rock crevice right next to you. It can all fall apart. On 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐻, that's not necessarily the case. On 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐻, it's a lot more forgiving. You want to make a 4-man play. Oftentimes, it's isolated. You can actually get it done, get it off. It's a lot more choreographed as well. We've been playing 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐻 for how many years now? So yeah, definitely maps where Unicorn Cyber, at least the Unicorn Cyber we saw from yesterday, should be able to do a lot better. But yeah, obviously we move to 𝐾𝐀𝐀 now. Again, if you're playing as a unit, I feel like you're going to do well on 𝐾𝐀𝐀.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think we'll see how teams go on 𝐾𝐀𝐀 and Vikendi coming up very shortly. Hopefully not much too much longer until we can get into 𝐾𝐀𝐀, where when we do get to the end of the night though, because after 𝐾𝐀𝐀 Vikendi, then we go to 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐻, then we're halfway through this tournament. To me, it doesn't seem like we're going to obviously have that team that's going to pull away halfway through. So many times historically, by this point, there's 1, maybe even 2 teams that are so far out in front. And we're not going to quite have that. So when you kind of look at halfway, we will typically look at the points margins, right? So you kind of look at halfway and say, okay, well, the top team is, FTF are on 80 points right now. So let's say by the time we end tonight, they're on 100, 110. You can usually look at that and then kind of just extrapolate that and say, okay, let's double that. There's the next 12 games. That's a bit of our margin to look at. And even that, doesn't probably fall into what we would usually get historically because it's so difficult to predict. You look at that team in FTF and they've been great. Do you really want to look at their points and confidently say, okay, we'll double that? Because they've got every chance that they just kind of don't show up over the last 2 days. When you kind of look at some of the donut performances they've put in, what happens if that becomes a little bit more regular? So it's really difficult to probably even look at the points margins for top 4 for this kind of tournament, which means that you kind of need to just play within yourself as a team. Don't worry about these points per games or what we've got to be doing. You've just got to worry about one map by map. And that's hopefully going to put you in a good position where you can finish top 4. Right now, of course, if you are in the bottom, say 6, you do have to worry a little bit about where your points per game is at, but not so much if you're now in the top 6 or so.
Listen, points per game is something that only we will say. That's only a caster thing. The players will look at that and go, oh, okay, we've been doing pretty well. Our points per game are high, but they're certainly not thinking about it. It's game by game. And yes, you can look on the leaderboard and say, okay, we're going to be more aggressive this game or less aggressive. We're in a spot where we have to be more passive and actually kind of hold our position on the leaderboard, or we're in a spot where we're confident, or we're in a spot where we have nothing to lose. That's more of what the teams are looking at rather than maths and points per game and things like that, which is good. That's what they should be looking at. They shouldn't be focused on arbitrary numbers that only we care about and that only give us something to talk about. So yeah, that's the good sign for the players at least. It's not something that even TE is going to look at. TE all the way down there probably thinking we just need to play to a very high floor and have an excellent game, and we can use that momentum to build, right? They're probably not sitting there going, okay, we just need to get couple points per game, whatever, right? Like, we're just struggling in these mid games. Why are we struggling in these mid games? We need to get these points here and there. I feel like if you're TE and everyone down there, you're looking at the win. And so that's how they're looking at this leaderboard and then basing their play off that leaderboard rather than any arbitrary numbers like that.
Yeah, so at the moment, 21-point gap for FTF over AG, and then from there, the gaps are very minimal, 3 to UNC, 5 to eArena, and then we're talking about, again, just 1s and 3s all the way down, essentially, to the bottom. Like, there's no, like, real kind of hard cutoff point, probably E36 being the main cutoff point. If you kind of look at, like, an X-Men, though, 27 points, we've spoken a bit more about them tonight because I don't think we really spoke about Savage Men Esports yesterday. 27 points at the moment. You think about that top 4. Okay, so they almost need to double their points. They, I think, are about 25 points behind the top 4 at the moment, which doesn't actually sound like a lot. Considering they're second last, to say they're 25 points behind the top 4, and we've still got our 16 games remaining, I mean,
it's not
that's not so bad. Like, I mean, if I'm on that team and I think, guys, we're having a bad start, but hey, look at that scoreboard. We're only 25 points behind. That's got to give you confidence as a player. Because it's one thing if you're in that position. It's another thing if you are, say, 60 points behind, 10 games to go. As a player, at that point, you're like, well, we're probably not going to be able to do it. I mean, unless we go absolutely insane, mathematically, it's going to be really hard. So there's at least, for every single team in the lobby, still right now, hope. And that's all you can really ask for. I mean, I know it sounds very simplified, but again, this is a region that has always in the past maybe only had 1 or 2 slots that actually qualify you. And if that were the case, they would be, I mean, they're like, I think they're about 54 points behind FTF, for example. So you imagine if this was a top 1 competition, that's quite insane. 54 points versus 25 points. There is that hope for them. Hopefully not too much longer as we are waiting to get into Tago. Obviously, we're in a position here where a bit of limbo. I'm imagining because we're still waffling that there maybe was a game crash. Does happen, or a lobby crash. We're just left here. We're just waiting to see when we get into this game. Seems as if we are actually going into the game now, so maybe we've kind of forced their hands a little bit to get in to Tago. But hey, great to be here. And we're into the 3rd game of the night now, which at the conclusion of this will be the halfway point. The other thing I kind of wanted to know is always that inter-regional rivalry when it does come to Vietnam and Thailand, our strongest regions when it does come to APAC, Russell. Now, at the top end, it looks okay. Unicorn Cyber in 3rd. You've got Armory Gaming and eArena kind of surrounding them. And then there's a bit, then you got Cerberus. But if you look at that very bottom end, Roy Esports, you've got Reluctant Squad, you've got the Expendables, you've got Rapsiak. They are all in that bottom 6 position. So you've got 4 out of the 6 teams that are from Vietnam in the bottom 6. Then above them, Valley Thai, Magnetic, Day Trade. And then eArena and AG further afield. So right now, if you were to look at the top 10, Thailand are outnumbering Vietnam quite significantly.
Yeah, it's Thailand, I think, has shown they are probably the stronger region than Vietnam. And I think probably it's, at least the way I see it, is Vietnam is that region that will have incredibly good games and can have very bad games. Thailand, on the other hand, seems to be able to be a little bit more consistent. And I think I can name it consistent. I can say that, you know, Thailand have more kills per game or whatever, but at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to Thailand playing better PUBG. Their floor is higher than Vietnam's, it seems, at least for this tournament. So yeah, for Thailand, it's good signs. Obviously, I wish that we had a little bit of spice with local rivalries and regional rivalries, but even Bliss and Panic, they're not going to be thinking about each other right now. They couldn't care less if they finish above or below their local competitor. They just want to finish top 4 as much as possible. So it's something for us to look at, certainly, and certainly be interested in and figure out maybe why this region is doing better than the other. I just think, again, it's Thailand having a better floor than Vietnam. When Vietnam fall, they fall very deep into a pit of despair. When Thailand fall, they've got a couple kills to kind of lift them up a bit. But that circle is good and bad for Panic. We saw this hot drop yesterday, but on a circle like this, you really have to consider the strategy that you're going to bring into play. Do you want to commit to this hot drop? Because if you do, you're dead center circle, and you can play your game from there. If you want to back out of the hot drop, well, you've still got options to do that. You can back out, and you can have a fantastic game from a decent spot in the zone. Both are viable. But I think Panic and Roy both want to finish this hot drop as quickly as possible. On a zone like this especially, you have to be imagining, the captain's got to be calling, okay, we kind of got to finish this hot drop now. Otherwise, if we leave it too long, we're just going to get third party. We are dead center. Eventually, this is going to stop being a hot drop and just end up being a brawl in the city between 3 or 4 teams. So in a spot like this, I always think that hot drops should be ended quicker rather than just delayed. I feel like, again, the way I always see it is if you can identify a weak solo in a hot drop, if he's landed alone, you go for him, you group up, you just take that fight, and then you can finish the hot drop from there. Hasn't happened here between Panic and Roy. And so you can already see Megalos moving across. 𝐼s is starting to rotate too. 𝐵𝐼, they're going to end up getting quite close to 𝐿 quite quickly. And if this fight between Panic and Roy is still going on, that's just more trouble for both these teams.
Yeah, it is interesting though. Where do you go? You say you want to kind of finish this hot drop, and there's not really anywhere to go.
Well, you can do both. That's what I'm saying. You can do both. You can leave and have a perfectly good game. You can finish it and potentially even have a better game without having to worry about Roy. I think now we're getting to the end of the timeline where, okay, you're in a rough spot. I can see 𝐿 Cyber already rotating, so maybe now it's time to just maybe share the city. If Roy's going to back off from shots like this as well, they're currently surrounding Panic, but I feel like, yeah, it's one of those spots where you might have to give it up. Pivi, I don't even blame Zest for missing those shots. This AMP 4X, okay, that is one of the potentially greediest repeaks I've seen in my entire career.
Yeah, well, Pivi's going to punish him. Good knockdown. Good start to this hot drop as well for Panic.
Thing is now,
Esports on the wrong side of it too. Panzerfaust's got to be careful here for Pivi. Along with the frag grenade too on this roof. Do they look to play together? Zest actually gets finished off by Leo. There is that frag grenade from Simon T, and Pivi's going to make his way back inside of the building. Half health, first aid kit going to be utilized.
𝐿 Cyber 𝐵𝐼 already claiming spots that Panic and Roy both would probably want in a zone like this. That's the other thing about this hot drop. You don't end it quickly. You don't identify the weakness on a drop like this. You decide to play with the fight for as long as you possibly can, to play as safe as you can, and all the spots around you are going to be taken. Again, the fact that 𝐿 is dead center, it's something you really have to consider on a hot drop like this. If this was out in the blue, on the edge of zone, or completely out of the zone, different question. Take as long as you want. To be honest, obviously you'd rather get it done quickly, but take as long as you want. No one's going to get involved with you. But for Panic and Roy now, 𝐿 Cyber's taking those northern compounds, 𝐵𝐼's taking the eastern ones. So that's what you have to be considering in a spot like this.
Reaching that 5-minute mark now, and not really getting much more clear understanding as to how this hot drop's going to play out. Teams now also making their way towards this position. Considering the way that this phase 1 circle has kind of developed, I haven't really touched on it yet, but a large portion of that Northwest Island in play. Very much a kind of 50-50 to some degree. It's probably not really 50-50. I think that Northwestern Island is a little bit more favored. And certainly does look like a pretty good position to go to if you do want to take it. As we know, when it does come to take it, very good options in being able to rotate between the mainland and the island. You've got plenty of bridges, plenty of pathways, emergency pickups. So you've got options aplenty. Team Bliss actually rotating into the army base on that north side.
Oh, sure.
Headshot from Pivy again with the jacket off, putting this to great use. Simon T doesn't get downed, but a pretty similar effect in terms of headshot, helmet damage, forcing meds to be used. And Simon T makes his cross through that window and away from that position. Doesn't want any more to deal with Pivy.
Pivy's been a real highlight on Panic for me this tournament. Obviously remembering that 3K with the P90 in game 1 of yesterday. He's been on point, happy, caught completely in the open. Backup is in play though. Simoy leading the twice score going into tonight. And up those damage stats a little bit more and dissuade Armory Gaming from continuing to push. But this is such a separated fight between both these teams. FTF is completely split. Armory is completely split. This is a 2v1 that was taking place in the center, and FTF, while Armory is completely disconnected, FTF have made sure they stay that way. One of the anchors on the north has been knocked. That's 𝐏𝐆𝐒. Dynasty has to now get out of there with the player in the car. Shanks has been put in the back seat. The blue zone grenade is up to stop them from getting away. 𝐏𝐼 flushed. I feel like Armory, what do you have to do but send it to the coast and just drive away? This is so clearly won out by FTF, and Riz couldn't even get involved from the southern side. No one from FTF was exposed to his position. So it's just a 4-man of FTF that completely dominate and control Armory Gaming in what looked like a pretty even fight off the bat.
Yeah, interesting start to this one here on Tago when you consider the circle, these fights that are happening. Strange one there from Shanks. Armory Gaming have been so good in their fights tonight, and then that one's just very messy. Far out to the eastern side of the circle on the mainland. Gonna have to give up on that position, down 1. And we'll be able to at least keep 3 players up. Good start for FTF though, especially against a direct rival.
Yeah.
Kind of look at that scoreboard. It's almost like doubling up the points. Not only are you picking up points on that number 1 position, but you're also then directly harming the team below you. And McNair has been a bit quiet tonight. Has slowly dropped into 8th as well, 48 points at the moment. And I think a team that has had some okay opportunities. I mean, they started the night off technically with a 3rd place, 4 kills. Last game, 3 kills. So it's done okay, but it does feel like others have done better. Like, this is the thing. If you're scraping together those kind of 3 to 4 points, but you look at the amount of points that Bliss have gotten tonight, you look at, again, the continued efforts of that top 4. Day trade, of course, have been good. Then, yeah, no surprise to see them kind of slip down in what is a logjam of a leaderboard. Bliss on that north side have kind of just continued to push forward, and backfilling in behind them is Cerberus. One to maybe keep an eye on towards Armory base behind Team Bliss, especially if this does go to the Northwest Island. Those 2 teams are going to be quite impactful. May eventually meet up. Good news for 𝐼𝐲 Esports though, as Mo is back in, and so they've got all 4 players after having to experience a 3-man fiesta in that final game of Miramar. So back up to 4.
So Panic and Roy, just to conclude the hot drop, they've decided to go their separate ways. And like I said at the start of the hot drop, that's totally okay. Yongchon is center. It's almost like you were hot dropping a team in loss and it ended up being a dead center loss circle. It's totally fine. It's totally okay to separate yourselves and just live and exist inside the city. That's what both these teams have decided to do. That is a beautiful team shot. And unfortunately for E36, oh, never mind, actually, they've got an angle. Riz is gone. Armory Gaming solidifying themselves as that team that just lose 2 early on, no matter what. Ooh, that changes things up for FTF. Seeing that in the kill feed, they already got 1. A second one getting flushed in the kill feed inspires you just that little bit more. Hopefully it doesn't mean FTF overthink things. Haven't seen it so far, at least.
Oh, that circle pop has just made its way in for phase 2, and it's a donut. Centers up. Keeps a bit of that mainland, still quite predominant towards the Northwest Island, but a large portion of that water. Everyone's going to send it over to Yongxion. Well, so much for that hot drop being settled early. Now you pretty much sit there, and Jun gets run over by himself. Flucky does go down. little seat swap from Tarawa though is strong. It's clean and precise and exactly what was needed there for Magnetic. But they lose 𝐏𝐿𝐒. Bad to worse right now for Magnetic. Only 2 up, Tarawa and Thunders. One behind the tree, and Tarawa knows he could get at any point swung from 2 different players. Throws the frag grenade, needs to try and force the 1 versus 1. The nade is good, but it doesn't get it down. Eventually it does though. Nicely done. Thunders helps out. And he could turn this around, but eventually loses his life. And now Thunders the solo. 1 versus 1 against 𝐿𝐻𝐿, and 𝐿𝐻𝐿 to further compound will get the kill onto Tarawa. The flush is there. And this is a straight 1 versus 1.
Oh, this is disastrous for both teams, isn't it? Those nades are looking very good from Magnetic. Smoke is up, luckily. So 𝐿𝐻𝐿 can just live inside that smoke. The res is coming out, though, from Magnetic. This is fantastic for them. It sucks. Absolutely sucks that they've lost 2 members already. But none of the other members of Reluctant Squad can get rezzed as easily as the res that Thunders just got onto Flucky. DMR's back out. Shots needing to be hit. Not even a single point of damage onto 𝐿𝐻𝐿. Applying so much pressure. That nade's good, but he goes down. Thunders saving the day for Magnetic. It looked dodgy. If Thunders whiffs that spray, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 capitalizes, and Magnetic continue to be a team we want more from. But Magnetic survivors too. We saw what they could do as 2.
Yeah, something. I mean, it's that kind of scrape, isn't it? Right? 4 kills. They've got themselves still 2 players up. Poor game again. Not quite clicking tonight. Like, it hasn't quite probably been the Magnetic that we saw yesterday. A team that's capable of some really high-level PUBG, but they're still just getting the points to tick over. And how quickly that leaderboard can change. 𝐼𝐸RENA now at 6th.
Yeah.
I mean, that is crazy. Absolute stacked lobby. The only team that's got any kind of separation is from the future. And even they are certainly capable of a couple of bad games in a row that could see that separation shrink very quickly. But looking great at the moment on top. 22 points clear of Armory Gaming. And essentially 30 points clear of dropping out of the top 4 position, which is the kind of main talking point when it does come to FTF. Certainly at no point have they solidified anything, but trending in the right direction. 30 seconds until phase 3. Slightwork knows the Flash is moving around inside of that building because Panic have been here for quite some time. Well, basically since the start of this game.
Yep.
Along with Roy Esports and Daytrade have infiltrated a couple of teams to the south of 𝐿𝐻𝐿 as well, which is the Expendables. Still a bit more room available, as you can see here. You can see that north side of 𝐿𝐻𝐿 is very much available. Unicorn Cyber are just even further north across the road, 2-2 split, taking up some good space. Cerberus on the hill with a great spot too. And Team Bliss very much occupying that north side of the circle. A couple of crates landing in their vicinity. And it does continue to go to that island. And it's a lot of open space, high terrain. You've got fields such as 𝐿𝐻𝐿. Very curious to see how this is going to play out. You can see that whole eastern side along the river. Very, very open.
Yeah.
So an opportunity if like a team such as the Expendables or any of those teams coming in from the mainland want to make their way in, that is going to be available for them.
It's such a 6 split from Valley Tire. So much information can be gained. They've got a little bit of high ground as well. They can capitalize on teams that are going to send it into 𝐼𝐸RENA. And speaking of 𝐼𝐸RENA, they've got kind of a cheeky spot. Kind of split around these fields that are often going to be used as a last-ditch sends. It's probably a spot that's going to be used for rotations. They do suffer 1 knock. I think that's going to be able to get res, but very nice spot for 𝐼𝐸RENA. A bit cheeky, probably going to catch a couple teams off guard. 𝑅𝐻𝐿, bit of strife for them. X-Men, surely they can put the hurt here. Oh, what? FAP is just stuck in that car, can't leave it. Don't know what's happening. Finally, he gets out, but the Dragunov is ready. Hop back in the car. FAP is just running around X-Men. I don't know how. He finally goes down. Savior deals with him. Bit frustrating for Pain on top of that hill. And a backup in the form of 𝐻𝐿𝐻, who hits those shots. Of course he hits those shots. 𝑅𝐻𝐿 certainly not scared of individual prowess. 777 not trying to get involved. I don't know what's going on, Jake, to be honest with you. Everyone's trying to get involved on these bridges, but yes, it's continuing to be clean for 𝐻𝐿𝐻, and 𝑅𝐻𝐿 will rack up a couple points here, but the game for the rest of the time that they're going to be playing it, at least, is not going to be looking too pretty. TE on one side and X-Men on the other.
Yeah, but you can't be losing players like 777 there to essentially a player stuck in the middle of this bridge.
Yeah, seems a bit noob,
Lovely
right?
frag grenade from Tanvu. And finally, that might put an end to 𝐻𝐿𝐻's shenanigans on the bridge. Binsu, the other player for 𝑅𝐻𝐿, did not cross. He's still on the main lane. He'll be coming in late. The roadblock for the Expendables so far, hit and miss. Couple of kills, but lost the player. I'll get the bleed out on Thanahan. Shanks will get the kill on to Vinsu. 3 kills for the Expendables. That will be the elimination of 𝐅𝐢𝐳𝐷. And a very short-lived game for them, 15.5-minute mark, as they bid farewell, along with Reluctant Squad, who have now dropped down into the bottom 5. Not quite able to pick up where they left off yesterday. And slowly but surely falling down the leaderboard as Tambu has been spotted somehow amongst the shrubbery. A free kill for Dynasty on to Xavier, and from bad to worse for Savage Man Esports. I'm losing any semblance of hope that they can turn things around for a team of their caliber. Maybe that caliber is an outdated level, Russ. Maybe it's no longer relevant in modern age PUBG 2024 for that roster. I think their time has passed them. They're just not able to have any impact to a high level in this lobby.
I'd like to see them take more fights as 4. I feel like every time we see them falling, it's, you know, Sophia doing something individual, then someone else has got to make up for it. Another individual play has to be made, right? I feel like it's all individual for X-Men, but I'd like to see them just take a straight 4v4 fight. I feel like they've got the talent to win it, but we just rarely see it. Armory Gaming, I feel like they have to take a swim here. Either that or they've got to desperately fight and hit some incredible shots onto the Expendables. But even then, I don't see this going well for Armory Gaming, no matter what they do. If they swim, obviously they're going to be targeted. If they drive across or run across that bridge, they're going to be targeted as well. So for Armory, their game is probably over. And FTF will love that. Look at the kill feed, Armory Gaming dead. That's when the players become really inspired. All of a sudden, it becomes a game that if you maximize those points, that's devastating to the team in second, and FTF certainly will be looking to do that. Here with a nice little bridge camp, though. It's one that people know about. Certainly Daytrade will be aware that the Expendables are camping the bridge as well. I think, yeah, they're trying to come over here and get involved in this eventual fight that's going to happen, but I don't think this is going to be a fight. This is just going to be Armory getting shot out of their cars. No way Tambu gives this up. Del wins in the open on the road as well. I think Armory can get close, but I think that's about it. That's nice shots. Oh, Norns is getting involved. If Armory live through this bridge, I'm going to be so surprised. They don't. They run straight into Daytrade. It should be over for Armory and TE. A little bit more strife as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's not ideal for Bliss. 2 down. Maybe back to reality after a strong start to tonight. A-Trade and TE. Irons will just the flash to the right-hand side. Duckjuice continuing to just smoke and run, smoke and run. Minute 20 until phase 5. There's still some decent space inside of Yongxion. Lovely shots from Belmoth. Eventually they do catch Duckjuice. The smoke's unable to block the bullets, and eventually they do catch him on an angle where he is not covered anyway. I mean, at this point, pushing into the city probably not ideal. You never really want to, and it is on the south side of this circle. But there's space if required. Thunder's getting a knock into Insight now as well. And suddenly from this north side position that at one point was looking to be quite prominent for Team Bliss, they could just never make it work. I guess you could argue a lot of teams have kind of pushed into this location. Magnetic are here, E36 are here. But Magnetic have been running around as a 2-man for quite some time after that initial battle that they had earlier on. Strange to see them struggling.
Bliss and Moldo, right?
A chance though for FTF now up against Daytrade. Somehow Dalwin has kind of slipped in between these two teams and slipped away for the Expendables. There's a solo still remaining, but FTF and Daytrade I don't think are going to come to a crossroads here, as the circle is now getting ready to pop for phase 5.
Probably a spot where Bliss are just going to get caught off guard. Can't blame them, but at the same time, a spot where difficult to play. They both go down to the blue. Flucky gets basically a free double. He actually doesn't get any of those kills. It's Flucky who gets one, Akita with another, and the blue claims 𝐏𝐿. Akita falls, and a duo of Magnetic looking to put on a very similar performance to the one we saw on Vikendi yesterday. And I don't doubt them either. I doubted them in that initial Vikendi game, and I was proven so wrong. So no reason for me to doubt them here. This is that spot from eArena I was talking about being potentially cheeky, but no one's run into their kind of trap that they've set up. They are stuck in those fields, but maybe stuck isn't the apt word to use. The Expendables finally fall. It's clean from Daytrade, but it's an opportunity for FTF Simoy. Very aware that it could go so well for FTF, but they actually back off. I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised they back off, but I suppose they have to deal with eArena as well eventually.
Yeah, Belmoth has a bit of an anchor position looking down there, and he was firing shots towards FTF, knowing that Daytrade needed to get that res. So I think the smart play from FTF. Also, Circle Shift has gone north, so do you really want to continue to push south and push into a Belmoth that's already shooting at you? Smart play from the future. Don't need to overplay that position. Not at this point. And you could also gatekeep Daytrade later too, because they need to push basically in behind you. I think they've made the wise choice, get their vehicles, get into a better position. We'll see if it does pay dividends for them, as Daytrade could go, though, into a different direction. FTF now rotating up on that eastern side, getting shot at by 𝐿𝐼. 𝐿𝐼 have got themselves the compound. One of the stronger positions inside of this circle, maybe even the strongest as it currently stands. Might get aggressed upon. Flucky also taking shots and gets a knock onto Trick. So it's a tiny little third party for the solo player of Flucky. He does have Thunders, but he's not there. So right now, I mean, as things stand, he's basically playing as a solo. Thunders is well distance away, not even in the minimap. There he is now. You can see that gap between the two of them. So taking a lot of space as a duo, somewhat similar to what we saw how they played on Vikendi yesterday when they were in that duo position.
I don't want to call it control from Magnetic, but it's certainly space to play with. I feel like you can't really control the zoners too, but you can certainly deal damage. And you have so much opportunity on third parties as well. There's so many 4v4s that are going to play out in front of you, and no one's going to be focused on you. You're a solo, you're part of a duo, you're not necessarily priority, you're not playing the compounds, you're not playing those prior positions, and this is the kind of angles that it's going to net you. FTF struggling to actually enter this compound of 𝐿𝐼 simply because Flucky is here. He's got to be careful, though. It is a golden opportunity for Magnetic to have a very similar game to yesterday on Vikendi. Going down, losing one, would put a stop to that immediately. Look at just the room they have in the zone, just the angles that they have to play with. They certainly are sending it. It's an opportunity third party. FTF still struggling. 𝐿𝐼, they've got to defend two teams.
Yeah, and they've just lost Latte, one of their strong players, especially in the clinch. When you get to these close quarter fights, Latte could be so strong. Daytrade on the defense line. They're not getting shot at by Magnetic. Flucky also looking towards FTF. Circle Shift, bit to the south, keeps the field in, and same with that compound for 𝐒𝐴rena. Unicorn Cyber, though, don't get the same benefit. They will have to leave their warehouse position. 4 kills for Daytrade and can continue to push into this compound to take on 𝐿𝐼. FTF on the other side, they should be aware of that as well. And there's the push in for Poochels. No cause for concern. Behind the red vehicle, Poochels is able to understand that. Should be able to clear this room out and get good position for Daytrade.
What do FTF do to capitalize on this? It's certainly the fight between Daytrade and 𝐿𝐼 that's going to pop off much earlier than FTF's going to get involved. And so now they're seriously looking at it. Magnetic not playing a part either. Nurin's taking the fight with FTF now as well. It's all chaos inside this compound, and it's cleaned out by Daytrade. They get one onto FTF too, just for their troubles. 8 kills already. The Daytrade we know and love put themselves up in that top 4. No longer are they tied on points with their competitors. They're actually putting themselves up there now. All 4 up to playing with momentum, playing with confidence. We saw them lose a compound fight on Vikendi yesterday to Unicorn Cyber. They looked very flat, they just went out with a whimper. Not this time round though. That compound's been cleared out confidently by them. We know they can do it. And this is FTF, by the way, who have basically just been entirely limited by Magnetic. They've been wanting to push inside this compound for the last couple minutes. Magnetic haven't allowed them to, and we might even see Magnetic clear them out entirely now.
Nades going a little too far there from Flucky. That's his final one. Thrown into 𝐴rena in some ways position. Thunders, though. Okay, a bit more of a group up here from the duo of Magnetic. 6 kills for them. There's now 2 more. Make it 8. What a dynamic duo for Magnetic. 5 kills from Thunders, 7 from Flucky. 8 in total, and into the top 5 as well. And speaking of that top 5, all inside of the top 7 of this leaderboard. And maybe for the first time in this tournament, a bit to separation for those maybe on top compared to those on bottom.
Yep.
That Logjam could just see a slight hint of separation. As 𝐼𝐳 gets eliminated by Flash, Daytrade will find another kill. They go to 9. Massive game from Daytrade, along with Magnetic. The 2 Thai teams standing strong here on Taego.
That 𝐼𝐳 push, by the way, could have been disastrous for Magnetic, but saved by Daytrade. That duo is still allowed to live. I mean, why even join the game as 4 if you're Magnetic at this point? Seems like the best games you have are when you're as a duo. Circles seem to kind of favor you in a way where there's not much stress on you, not much pressure. You're not challenged to survive. You're not challenged to win fights. It's just DMR shots at a long range and then easy kind of 2v2s, 2v1s. They put themselves very close to Daytrade, though, and justifiably, the terrain in the center of the zone is very unforgiving. Orm shots being taken none of them hitting. And 𝐼𝐸RENA look to capitalize on their southern position. Look at that ridge that they have. I remember a game in an OCE league where Panic just dominated from this ridge. And to see a team as good as 𝐼𝐸RENA on a ridge like that, you can certainly see them winning the game. Daytrade not having any trouble with Magnetic. It's a duo, and what we see from Daytrade this game, a duo is not really going to pressure them. So it's cleanly dealt with from Daytrade, and they look to continue to have a much better game. Unicorn Cyber as well, Jake. They're in this game. I feel like we haven't seen them or talked about them at all on Tago right now, but they are 4 up in the late game, not necessarily inside the zone, but certainly with a shot to at least deal some damage. Maybe they can push up to Cerberus, clean them out, and then they can win the game from there.
Potentially so. Certainly nothing's going to be a given. Only the 2 kills for UNC, but at least they're in this position. It's something. Obviously, they were inside of that warehouse for quite some time, so a compound position does mean you are going to lack the ability to get kills in comparison to those pushing and moving and pushing and moving. But it should also mean they honestly should have a lot of utility, especially when it comes to smokes. They haven't had to use their utility to get themselves into positions, at least not much. Minute and a half until phase 8, so still a bit of time here.
What the hell?
Oh, destroy. He's caught 𝐿𝐿𝐶 off guard. Blue side thrown at that Dacia. An opportunity to then follow up. Good tag. A little bit more damage.
No
but
way.
𝐿𝐿𝐶 even better with his own frag grenade. And Cerberus have got eyes on this looking down the hill. They're going to have to give up on Destroy. He's dead.
Oh, Daytrade. Is it going to be clean like the compound fight, or is it going to be a little bit messy? Already a couple knocks onto Daytrade. Belmont and Nurens with it all to do. 𝐼𝐸RENA suffering a couple knocks of their own. It's just back and forth, evenly traded now. And look at Unicorn Cyber. Certainly they're going to get involved. This is Daytrade with a sick opportunity to just survive. They don't even need to push over. Unicorn Cyber is going to do all the hard lifting for Daytrade right now. Nurens just wants to secure those kills and then potentially take out Unicorn Cyber when they're caught out of position. And of course, Sepau's caught out of position. So good from Daytrade. So measured. So calm, so collected. They lose Flash, but they're already on 13 kills. Who cares? Up as 3. This is Daytrade's game to lose.
Yeah, Cerberus, though, to be fair, have got good position, north side. I mean, yeah, even if they do get Poochills back up, and I'm not disagreeing, they don't have a chance to win this, but I think Cerberus have got best position. They've got themselves the key real estate of this final circle. Daytrade still need to also deal with who that might not take them that long, might even get some help from Cerberus. And then it can become a straight 3 versus 3. But Daytrade will then have to push in to Cerberus. Hopefully for their sake, they've still got enough utility. Smokes especially. Belmont one more in the back pocket. Another one thrown out from Poochills. 14 kills overall for Daytrade. Whatever happens from here, it's still a really big game. Quick work of Hudat. And now down to the 3-on-3. Kind of mentioned coming into Tago, the inter-region rivalry of Thailand versus Vietnam. Well, how about this? Couldn't be any more fitting. Down to the 2 GPT teams. 1 from Thailand, 1 from Vietnam. 3 versus 3. Let's see who can take Tago.
Daytrade have that ridge to work with, the one that 𝐼𝐸RENA was so good on, but they only have it for a certain amount of time. The Blues going to close it out eventually, and yeah, you're right, Cerberus, much better position on that front at least, but Daytrade capitalizing on that ridge for the moment, spreading as wide as they can, as they should be too. Very heads-up play from them. If they can use this ridge to get a knock onto Cerberus, say 𝐿𝐿𝐶 on the extremities of this zone, then that'll give them a good fighting chance. The trees in front of them, they still give them a decent fighting chance too. I don't think Cerberus's position is as good as, say, if they were in a compound and it was just over for Daytrade. You could see it. This is still a very doable game for Daytrade. The 𝐴𝐿, it's sounding off. Information gain. They know where Highmass is. 𝐿𝐿𝐶's been quiet. He's sitting inside a vehicle. That thing's got to be upturned, and now he's finally driving it over. Grouping up with the rest of his team. That's more information gained too. So as Daytrade continue to gain information here, they start to piece together the puzzle. And the solution that they have chosen is a little bit of a duo drive in the coop. No cover though, no backup, no DMR from far back. Daytrade taking a lot of damage on that entry.
Smoke's going up. 𝐿𝐿𝐶's got a bit of cover. Taikon losing his life to Nurens. Great start for Daytrade. And get themselves the initial knock. 𝐿𝐿𝐶 going for position though. Smoke's still up for Daytrade. Feels like such pressure now on 𝐿𝐿𝐶 to find a kill or potentially 2. Rosa in hand for him as frag grenade will fall short. No more utility. Nurens with the spray on the barrel. From that distance, not the easiest, with a bit of shrubbery in his way as well. But 𝐿𝐿𝐶 got knocked by Belmoth. Clean for Daytrade. It's such a significant game for them. They have been clean the whole way through. The earlier crash was perfect. An 18 kill win. The biggest kill win so far of the tournament. There's a reason why this is a GPT team and why they've been one of the best in Thailand for so long. This is the day trade that we know and love, and they get a huge 28-point performance on Taego.
You could see them putting the puzzle pieces together at the end. As soon as the information is gained that HiMass is where he is, that the cars come in from the eastern side and grouped up basically on top of HiMass, the play is simple. Yeah, it might be a solo of Cerberus on the eastern side or the western side, whatever it was, northern side, call it what you want. But that's the play that we have to make. Hop in the car, I'll cover you, says Nurens, and they both pull up. Nurens does actually get that knock. I said there wasn't cover, but Nurens is certainly covering them. And they make that play very clearly, very easily. You could see the cogs turning in Daytrade's minds as they make that play. It's just so perfectly played, PUBG. And yes, this is the team that we know can pull games off like this more consistently than we have been seeing them do so. But yeah, currently the record kills for the grand final lobby.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well-deserved for Daytrade. Had to work for it in this particular match early on. The rotates, they were close by to that bridge play. We think back to when there was a chance that maybe FTF could push into them, but Balmoth was covering really nicely. Really solid game. We kicked it all off with this really strange fight, Reluctant Squad and Magnetic, and what a game the duo of Magnetic was able to have from here. At this point in time, Thunders was in a 1v1 with Hoang. He got the flush shot to Thanawa. Reluctant Squad got a couple of kills, and then it became down to that 1v1. Great spray from Thunders, saves the day, and eventually, as we kind of now know, Magnetic actually ended up having a pretty decent game. A little strange fight here. The Expendables could not set up the roadblock efficiently, and in the end, 𝐼𝐴𝐶 actually caused some concerns. They got the kill into 777, but what a nade here. Talk about 𝐏𝐿𝐵e on top of Thanahen's head.
Yeah. Also, Daytrade on the coast here. Saw them in that spot, maybe not necessarily thinking that they could win the game, but they win it from here. This as well, so clean. Everything seems clean from there. They absolutely had to work for it. They had to take fights and win those fights convincingly. But they didn't look too pressured. They didn't look like they were under so much stress. Valet Tie was a formality. They just walked all over them inside that compound. FTF then, after that, they're already weakened from Magnetic from Valet Tie 2. So while they had to work for it, this fight onto 𝐿_ARENA as well, it's just highlight after highlight for Daytrade. Oh, that was legendary, by the way, from 𝐶𝐵. Absolute man play, probably making it a lot easier for Daytrade to get that done. But this is what I'm talking about. Just isolate the solo. The duo is not going to be an issue after that. You've already got man advantage if you were successfully able to deal with that solo. So yeah, cogs turning in Daytrade's head. And if they're able to not only play a very good macro game, but if their players are on point too, which we certainly saw that game, then the lobby should be absolutely terrified.
Yeah, certainly a big game from Daytrade. We know that they have been capable of that. They had some, I'd say, strange performances back on day one. Russell, I'm looking at them already here. They had 3 games where they got 0 points. Now, isn't that quite the same as like Bliss, for example, that had 3 games that got 0 points? Both of those two teams, we don't expect to ever really have, you know, positions where they go that dry for that long. And it doesn't seem like a lot of games. It's only 3 games. But to have that happen back to back for teams of this caliber is quite rare. It doesn't happen all that often. And then bounce back. A 3rd place, 5 kills, 6th place, 9 kills, 4th place, 5 kills, then into an 18-kill win. I mean, there was that point where after the 5th round, Daytrade were like bottom 5. And now they're going to be like top 2, top 3. So they too have been able to turn it around very quickly. I mean, not really surprised. We know they're capable of that and certainly being able to play to that level. I do wonder though, there was that moment, if FTF had been super greedy, they could have maybe gotten a couple of kills, even if they lost a couple of players, and it would have really hindered Daytrade's ability to then send it to that compound and take that fight that we saw later on in the piece. So, I mean, sometimes there's a bit of fortune. You do need it in PUBG. And I will say, I don't think FTF ever really should have pushed that, considering Balmoth was watching and had a good Overwatch position. But always something to kind of think about is that these teams, when they have these kind of big pop-off games, 18-kill wins, usually there's something that's kind of gone nicely for them. Like, even when they got to the compound, they got onto the right side of it. The other side, FTF, when they got there first, are getting shot at from Magnetic. I mean, what can you really do in terms of then wanting to take that fight in the compound? You're already getting shot at after you've just got there. So really good game for Daytrade, 28 points, everything went their way, but they also earned it themselves. Duo, though, of Magnetic, 11 points for them. Seriously well deserved. Good to see Unicorn Cyber as well kind of back up there, because they had a couple of games where they really weren't featuring, and they obviously were able to bounce back. 𝐿_ARENA too, mind you, and then FTF. So it's, again, a lot of those top 3 teams from day one, they are continuing, Russell, to perform here on day 2.
I wonder if for Unicorn Cyber, it's a game where they probably could have gone more aggressive and kind of weaken the teams around them in that forest more so their end game is a little bit more easy, a little bit more choreographed. If they had put more emphasis towards the northern side of the forest, maybe unicorn Cyber could have been running away with it in Cerberus's position, and there's a chance we see unicorn Cyber in the spot that Cerberus is in that end game if they were, you know, a little bit more aggressive on that north. But they played it kind of passive, and it doesn't necessarily scream this to me, but the case could be that unicorn Cyber was very much playing as a unit too much. They were almost limiting themselves or limiting the individuals far too much to actually get something meaningful done that game. I don't necessarily know if that's the case, but it definitely looked like that. Either way, they're in third. Day Trade pushed themselves up to second. That buffer that we were talking about for FTF after the last couple of games, basically completely gone off the back of a 28-point game from Day Trade. And so FTF not necessarily sweating, still up there in that top 4, certainly doing well, but Day Trade's put themselves up there, and I suppose we're seeing Day Trade's peak now, which is fantastic.
Yeah, but it's like a 25-point buffer in terms of the teams that are outside of their top 4 position, if you will. I mean, because their direct number 2 in that instance is the GPT team. Doesn't really matter. Then those below, etc. So it's a very tricky kind of leaderboard when you've got these GPT teams in there amongst it, and you're not really also looking at the buffer to say second, third, fourth. You're kind of looking to that team that's just outside that placing. That's where they'd have to kind of like drop all that way, that they would be overtaken by a team such as them, for example. So I think their buffer is certainly still good, and they're still playing quite well. They were amongst it towards the end, and they're continuing to be consistent enough where they came into today with a really good position, and they've been able to follow through. We are going to head to a break though, halfway point here of the night for the second night of the PGS APAC qualifiers. Of course, we will be back after about 15 minutes or so to continue on with the rest of the night. We've still got Vikendi, we've still got 𝐿, plenty of games. Don't go too far. We'll be back soon.
Hey guys, this is 𝐏𝐷𝐾𝐿 from Team Bliss, and I'm ready to smash the Thailand Quiz 101.
Hello, I'm Sophia from Interforce 36 team, and today I'm gonna play Thailand is 1-1. Yeah, let's go. Maybe Chui cap kick, final answer. Oh. Pie chap. Fiang. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Number 1. Cha long cut Fiang. Oh. Yeah. Okay. I think. Pairan net. Yeah, Pairan net. Oh. Oh. Okay. That Monkopong. Number 3. リップって書いてあったからちょっとやばいかなと思って。RIP. Yeah, final answer. That Monkopong. Out. Yeah, okay. Tom Yum Kai. Maybe noodle? No? Noodle? Okay. I think 𝐿𝐿. Oh no! 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 Chance.
I have to say it like this. Okay, to prepare myself, I would Q-cup kick. Q-cup kick for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh wait. Chatting with your part-time lover. Oh yeah. Yeah, but also my teammates are sometimes my part-time lovers too. Well, normally I'd just flush them. I'd kill them. So I would make sure that they never did that again. So I'd take them out of the game. So I'm gonna Ying Sam Fuyen.
Huh?
How did I say that? Yeah, Ying Sam Fuyen them is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna flush them, kill them. Fire you down. Oh! Yeah, no, they're okay with it. It's okay. They like it. If your team gets winner chicken dinner, what will you do? I like to sing. I like to sing a lot. So when I win chicken dinner, I always sing. So sing is this middle one. It's 𝐏𝐼𝐴 𝐼𝐴 for your girlfriend or wife. Yeah, that's singing. That's it. Yeah, maybe. Well, I see, after a tournament ends, we go down to our local bottle-o and we celebrate. That's what we like to do after our tournament, because we always win. We always win at the end of the tournament. Yeah, so we always like to go celebrate. So I'm gonna go, oh my God. Pai Tam Bun is what we do. We celebrate. What is that? Oh. Sometimes we like the Pyranuet. How do you say that? We do that to each other at the end of the tournament. Like quit the game. Rip Kai Wong, rip Kai Wong, and leave the game. Go on, exit. I uninstall the game. No more PUBG. Oh, what? No, I don't do that. Yakinki, yeah, that's like a yak. Yak's an animal. That's a cow. That's like a cow. Yeah, I'll try some yak. Yeah, yakinki. Yeah. I should try that. Yeah. That's okay. Nah, it tastes nice. No, trust. Oh, 100%.
Please come to watch and support us in this PGS APAC qualifiers 2024.
Hey guys, I'm 𝐏𝐿 from Team Bliss. I hope you support us, and I hope we take out the dub. I hope we win.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi, I'm Akita from Team Bliss, and today I'm going to be playing Thailand Questions 101. Fighting!
Hello, I'm 𝐷𝐿 from Team Sebulon PUBG. I will play APAC qualifier for PGS. Today, I'm gonna play a Thailand Quest 111. Let's go!
Wrong far Yaban. 33% chance. Wrong far Yaban. No. I need to get my eyes checked, you know? I like the sound of cowboy. That sounds fun. But Safan Kwai sounds very traditional. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. I like the word paragon. I'll choose number 3, Safon Kwai. Ah. Yeah, it definitely sounds fun. Yeah, I'll bring Monty with me. I think A. Yeah. Yep, first one. The Nong. Okay. Nong mi fine ru. Nong mi fine ru yang. All right. Okay. Oh, that one's hard. There's so many W's. I'm gonna have to choose the middle one. Dai champ lai. But I'm gonna gamble. Well, the bottom one kind of looks like it would be a slow word. Pai fek mamai. Mai tau rai. Nikon rukai. Pai fek mamai. Yeah, you gotta tell them off after you beat them. They all work. You could say all of them. Team Fom Chump Nai. Team Fom Chump Wow. Team Fom Nang Sao. 90? I'll take it. I choose the bottom one. Team Fom Nang Sao. No. Yeah, I respect my enemies. We're all friends on the battlegrounds.
I think Gông phá giả bản. Gông lại là Gông phá giả bản. Yes. I'm from Thailand, bro. Xá phạt quải à. Nhưng mà ta là cái câu được. Nón khó tan nổi. Nông khó tan nổi. Oh, what the Hai Sake, nó khó tàn nói. Đã chập leo. Yeah, đã chập leo. Em sẽ nói là bái phục mấy đại. Câu số 3 nè. Bái phục mày đại. Bái phục mà mày. I'm the best. Tem 100 nè. Tem 100 nè.
Thank you for cheering Team Bliss on. We're gonna qual, I promise. We're gonna do our best. And we're gonna beat them all. Fighting.
Please join in watching the APAC Qualifier tournament and cheer on the 7 PUBG team. Thank you. Love you guys.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐼𝐸𝐴 School will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes, and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We are halfway through PGS APAC qualifiers for day number 2 now, Russell. 3 more games to go tonight. We've played off Miramar and Tega. We've had some great games. We've had some really big wins as well. None bigger than an 18-kill win from Day Trade to kick us off just before the break there on Tego. Huge performance. Has got them up into second place now. Only 8 points behind from the future. Of course, Day Trade being a GPT team, it's largely irrelevant, but great for their form and great for what they can take into PGS 3 and 4, for instance. To see them playing this well, a massive turnaround over the last 4 games, and it's really good to see for them. Unicorn Cyber still in 3rd, 𝐼𝐼𝐺 Gaming in 4th, 𝐒Arena in 5th as well. Kind of those 3 plus FTF right now are in those kind of top 4 positions. Outside of that then is Magnetic. So that's kind of the gap, right? Like we were kind of talking a little bit about it before the break. 25 points for FTF to Magnetic in terms of a team that's not currently in the top 4. It's not a big gap, and obviously from the future they haven't been able to separate that massively, but they've been good. They only picked up I think like 2 points from that last game, which has kept them at 84, and we are still at a point where no team has been able to break that barrier of 10 points per game so far through the opening 9 matches.
Yeah, you have to remember as well that for Day Trade GPT, they're going to go to PGS no matter what, but there's PGC points on the line, so putting yourself in first, nets you 300. Obviously, it gets lower and lower as you go, but it's very beneficial for them to get as many PGC points as possible. They're not guaranteed for PGC at the end of the year. They go PGS 3, 4, 5, 6, but they need these PGC points to ensure their spot at PGC, which is the one you want to go to after all. PGS 3, 4, 5, and 6 are nice. It's obviously great that we have these international events back to back to back to back to back, but you want those PGC points. And Day Trade now, if they're going to continue this form, they're guaranteed to get that 300. I feel like Day Trade are less likely to fall off than FTF are. I think we've seen FTF very cold, and just on paper as well, you just kind of put Day Trade above them. Maybe FTF looking to prove me wrong, but certainly scary for a few teams if Day Trade go up there into first. I guess the other thing is that, yes, obviously the top 4 still go, even if 1, 2 is Cerberus and Day Trade, they push it down to 5, 6. So the top 4 still go. But if you're not in that 1, 2, if you're FTF, you lose out on PGC points. That's the other thing you got to consider as well. So it's not like we're playing for nothing here, folks. There's very valuable things on the line right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. I was having a quick look towards the bottom of the leaderboard too. Those teams are still only like 28 to 30 points behind those top 4 placings, despite now having played 9 games overall. So the gap is still nothing too egregious where they're going to start to hang their heads a bit and think, oh, it's going to be too much for us. So, if you are a Savage Man, RXC, Expendables, Reluctant Squad, any of those kind of teams, you've got to be feeling that hope, as I kind of mentioned before the break, that maybe we can break through, have a big game, and kind of looking at them. Out of the names I just mentioned, none of them have really had a good game since the early stages of the opening night. You have to go all the way back to the 4th game where the Expendables had a 3rd place 7-kill performance, which we probably expect a lot more out of the Expendables. This roster historically has been good from Vietnam. Right now, this tournament, though, they have not been able to get going. Since that performance, it's gotten almost worse and worse. 8th, then into 14th, 14th, 15th, and 11th. They've just been nowhere near the top 8, nowhere near the end games. They might scrape a couple of kills here or there, but they're not picking up enough points. Obviously for 𝐼𝐺 Esports, far too inconsistent. They had like one really big pop-off game tonight where they got 5th place and 11 kills. Outside of that, of course, they are kind of struggling a little bit. And for Savage Man Esports, the last time they made the top 8, Ross, was game 3. Which, strangely enough, their first 3 games actually weren't that bad on paper. 6th place with 4 kills, 6th place with 3 kills, 7th place with 1 kill. Since then, they haven't made top 8 and they've only picked up a couple of kills here or there. So it's been a real rough tournament for Savage Man Esports.
I don't see it getting any better either. I feel like you can only give a team so long, and you want to give them as much time as possible, obviously, but it seems like something just isn't working for X-Men right now. I still think there's chances for them to change it up drastically and see if something like a massive change in entire ideology about how they actually want to play the game. Something like that could actually work. Either that or it's a bunch of individual mistakes. I feel like I said before in that Tego game that I think the way X-Men are playing right now seems to be a lot more individual than anything else. And obviously that's just not going to net you much success if you're playing a team-based tactical or hardcore shooter as an individual. It's just a recipe for disaster. So maybe if X-Men were able to kind of pick themselves up and start playing as a 4-man unit, similar to what we see *𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐼 Cyber often do, or what they have done this tournament, maybe that could net X-Men some success. That is definitely something that could certainly work. Other than that, yeah, it's a drastic change in ideology of how you play the game, because at this point, what else do you do? You've been failing so hard. It's not like you're getting a certain amount of points per game and you can kind of look back on the positives. There's not very many positives for you to actually look at. Similar story for E36 as well. That's probably something they need to look at as well.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at some of the numbers as well. Armory Gaming at the moment, the most damage dealt, but they haven't quite been able to convert that entirely into kills. When you're the team that's done the most damage, you would kind of hope you're around that mark in terms of getting the kills. They're not even in the top 4. So you're the #1 damage dealing team, but you're not even in the top 4 when it comes to kills. That for me is a little bit surprising. I'm not sure exactly what that. Yeah, well, I guess that's probably what it's indicative of, is that the damage they're dealing out maybe it's not as impactful as what other teams are in terms of kills. Kills matter a lot more than the damage. You're not going to get fully rewarded when it comes to points. You get points for kills, not points for damage. So Armory Gaming, they can kind of convert that. Magnetic certainly in that top 4 for kills at the moment. Same with eArena from the future, which is surprising, more so because when we started tonight and we kind of looked at the end of last night, it was from the future eArena, but with Unicorn Cyber. The Magnetic in a really good position when it does come to these kills. But unfortunately, if I shift it to placement points, they drop to like 10th or something ridiculous. So they're getting a lot of kills, and a lot of that probably comes down to these duos as well, being able to get them quite a few kills from those scrappy games. I need to see Magnetic probably have a game where they have 4 players alive, end game, maybe even get a win for that matter. Can they achieve that? Because right now they're getting kills, they're great in the fragging department and able to scrape some points together, but they haven't been able to go on and have like a super massive game. Their best performance so far was second place, 12 kills. That was back in the 3rd game of the whole tournament. That was 6 games ago. That's quite the history books at this point. So that's probably what's next in line for a team like Magnetic, who is on that cusp. They're on that bubble. They're not in the top 4, but they're the next team in. They're only 1 point behind eArena. So can they be a team that can kind of string it all together? eArena themselves are probably in the exact same conversation, to be completely frank, right? They got less placement points than Magnetic, but obviously more kills. They're a team that have not even been able to get 2nd place so far, let alone a win. Whereas you go and look at Unicorn Cyber, they've got a win. FTF have got 2 wins. Armory Gaming also don't have a win. So it's a very strange kind of looking top 4, top 5. Yep. And I guess these teams not having a huge abundance of wins is probably why it actually is not that much of a top-heavy leaderboard and why it's pretty well spread.
It's almost frustrating, right? Because you think about what could happen if Magnetic were able to get a good game going as 4. Same with eArena, same with Armory Gaming. Those 3 teams specifically, on paper, quite excellent. And yet here in the APAC qualifiers, the grand finals of the APAC qualifiers, mind you, they're not able to do it consistently. Armory Gaming had the exact same problems back in the playoffs. It's very weird, very frustrating to see, because you want to see the on-paper team, you want to see what their peak actually is. We've seen it from Daytrade, we've seen it from FTF. I don't think this, maybe we've seen it from Unicorn Cyber, probably not their absolute peak, but consistent enough. And eArena, their peak seems to be this weird middle ground where they're up as duos, maybe solos, getting kills here and there, but that shouldn't, on paper, be their peak. Like, that's a weird thing to rely on, something you definitely never want to rely on. Same with Magnetic, except they seem to be a little bit more hot and cold than eArena. eArena seems to just have 6 kills every game, and whereas Magnetic, their points are probably mostly made up of the 2 fantastic duo performances. So it's very frustrating, it's very weird, and hopefully at some point in these last couple games, obviously we're going to a Wrangle, comfort pick for a lot of these teams. A lot harder to lose members on a Wrangle than it is on a Miramar or one of those tertiary maps in Vikendi and Tego. Actually, we're going to Vikendi first, so never mind, I'm mistaken. But when we do get to a Wrangle, that's the place where it's a lot easier to keep 4 up. Vikendi, complete opposite, complete chaos. It can just be one of those maps where you go from comfortable to not comfortable in an instant. You start rotating on a road, all of a sudden you think you're fine, and then out of nowhere, this team comes driving right next to you because you couldn't see them. There was a ridge on your left, and it just turns into absolute chaos. Vikendi's certainly not the map where keeping 4 up is super easy unless you're absolutely focusing on it. But obviously, a lot of the time, you want to get as much space, you want to kind of limit test, you want to see what you can actually get away with. That means you end up losing members here or there. It's the nature of PUBG.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems as if we did have a lobby issue, hence the delayed nature in getting into Vikendi. So we're still a couple of minutes away, unfortunately, but bear with us. Won't be too long until we get into Vikendi. Having a quick look at the numbers from yesterday, very small, the smallest sample size you can have, which is essentially one game. The 25-point performance from FTF, of course, it was a 15-kill win on a map like Vikendi. Pretty decent from them, but it was Magnetic that really stole the show as the duo. That was that first instance. They walked away with 12 kills, 6 players at points. It was a very tremendous performance, and those are the kind of points that can be the difference maker between qualifying for something like PGS 3 and 4. Like, that is a lot of points gained from a duo situation that in the long run, we're talking about double digits, so it's going to have an impact. And we'll see whether or not that's going to be the trend for Magnetic, where they're this kind of team that is so talented, but it never really clicks in terms of all 4, or if they can finally be able to put it together as a group of 4 late game, get their 12 kills, but also with a win instead of, say, finishing 2nd or 3rd place or anything like that. Cerberus, 𝐿'Arena also played well in that Vikendi game. Valitai Esports, Roy Esports kind of rounding out the proverbial top 6 from that game. Those that kind of struggled, Bliss, well, back yesterday, this was the match 3. So as we know, Bliss were on a donut after the opening 3 games. Vikendi was another instance of them struggling on the rotate, lost players early, couldn't get anything going. Daytrade actually picked up a donut, and Panic as well, unironically, in the first game out of 𝐿'Arena straight into a donut. So a couple of teams there that have actually done well today, now heading back to Vikendi that didn't do well there yesterday. It will be curious to see if they can actually turn their fortunes around on the snowy map.
Well, it'll be hard to. I think it's one of those maps, again, very reminiscent of Sandhawk. You can just kind of find yourself in a rough spot and you just get punished because you find yourself in that spot. It's the spot that you took because you thought it would be good. Turned out it sucks. Turns out that this team can see you, that team can get up close to you. It's very punishing in that way. It's not necessarily a map that rewards fundamentals too much. I'd say it rewards some of the fundamentals. If you keep 4 up and get yourself into endgame positions, then the terrain is obviously something you can utilize to your advantage. But I also think that you have to play a little bit safer on Vikendi just to keep the numbers up and to actually put yourself in that late game. I don't have anything else to yap about, to be honest with you. So I want to ask you a question. Did you see the Apex tweet where they said that no longer will there be a plane, instead we're just going to have players spawn in on the ground? What do you think would happen if that was to happen in PUBG? Do you think it would be better, worse, or hard to tell?
I think it would be worse, because I think in some ways, one, taking out a little bit of RNG. I mean, I guess you can kind of maybe look at that as a benefit depending on your perspective. There's always that skill element when it does come to also getting vehicles, for instance. There are plenty of maps and times where, depending on where you're landing, you might have to battle for vehicles on the drop. So you've got to have that skill element. There is a skill in being able to parachute properly. Yep. When it does come to PUBG. So I certainly wouldn't like to see it happen. And it also then sets and encourages static gameplay. Yes. The beauty of PUBG is very much the randomness of the plane path can then change the start of the game, but everyone in the server is also equal to that. Everyone has to play differently based off of that. And then it becomes a question as to how do you even then determine who should get what drops? How is each drop in particular ranked as well? So, for example, I'll use 𝐿'Arena. If they were to have that system, is there Zaki? Do you get a Zaki drop? Is it a stealth? Like, how do you even do that? Yeah. And then how do you actually sort that out? Certain teams want certain locations that others maybe don't. Not every team wants to play like a shelter split, for example, on their hot drop. Even though it's a pretty good split, not everyone wants to do that. Not everyone wants to play a 𝐏𝐷𝐾, for example, even though it's a good position. So I don't even know how you would rank that. As we head into the game finally, we should have on bearing with us here. It has some lobby issues. We are heading to Vikendi very soon. But yeah, Russell, I think I made that pretty clear that I'm not a fan of it.
I agree for all the reasons that you said. Basically, the beauty of PUBG lies in the chaos that can be caused off of the initial RNG. The plane path is random. Players' drop spots are not always set in stone. Where people go for cars is not always set in stone. And that's where we see real improvisation. I agree. If you have people spawning in allocated spots, no matter how fair the allocation of those spots is, I think you remove a lot of that improvisation. PUBG professionals have always been called professional improvisers for a reason, and it's because no matter what the situation, people can come out on top, and you can absolutely maximize the situation that you're in. If you have this stagnant gameplay where it becomes so choreographed, it just becomes boring. It becomes boring, and you end up seeing very similar games all the time. If you had people, I feel like if you had that situation happen, you have a Pachinki, a team, no matter what the team is that drops in Pachinki, they're always going to end up in a very similar compound when that circle eventually does come to fruition, no matter what that circle is. I feel like it's just going to be far too stagnant. So I agree. It'll be interesting to have it tested in an inferior esport in Apex. No, I'm kidding. But it'll be interesting to see how it's tested in an esport that isn't PUBG. I hope it never comes to across to PUBG. I think it's an attempt probably to. I guess it would be a viewership thing potentially, or a way to shorten the game time, something like that. Maybe I don't know what the intent is, but yeah, certainly I disagree or agree that it would be not ideal for PUBG.
All right, let's get into this one for Vikendi. What will be our fourth match of the night here for the PUBG APAC qualifiers, PGS 3 and 4. And we've been waiting a little while to get into this one. So again, thank you to everyone bearing with us. Finally underway. 𝐿 to follow after this. For those that missed the beginning of the night, map schedule, of course, has flipped from yesterday, where we started with 𝐿, finished with the Miramar. Now we have already completed our Miramar games. To 𝐿, we go after Vikendi. And we go to the northeast. Okay, nice little circle. Not often do we head up this way. Sometimes. I feel like every time we go north, though, it's kind of like near the observatory and the ice lake. That's typically a more common circle location that I find that we get on Vikendi. Otherwise, the more common spots for these circles are probably be more south side. But like a city like Laveni, I mean, how often do we see that? Not too often. So very curious to see how this will play out in that area of the map too. Again, as is the case with Vikendi, a lot of hilly terrain that you can sort of play around. Certainly a big mountain there as well, and just slightly south of the middle portion of the circle. E36, Valley Tai also still making their way towards Laveni. 𝐅𝐢𝐧𝐚 close by to them. Further south, unicorn, Cyber, but a lot of teams on the very south side of this Vikendi island, as you can clearly see here on the screen currently, and they will have to make their way up north.
I feel like we see circles end just to the west of Cosmodrome and kind of below that mountaintop. We've seen some pretty iconic fights at this point on Vikendi take place on that mountain to the west of Cosmodrome. It is one of the mountains on Vikendi that is actually superior high ground, one of the ones you can take reliably and actually defend it too. So seen a lot of fighting around there. Circle oftentimes ends just to the south of that mountain, but I'm not sure how likely it is to happen this time round. So we've got the circle that we've got, and yes, you're right, lots of teams caught outside of it. I was telling you about my nightmare that I had, or the nightmares that I do have the other day about teams having to come in on edge, and it's just so difficult on Vikendi because teams will be sitting in compounds just looking to desperately third-party you as soon as you find your way into the unforgiving terrain. Probably not going to happen on a zone like this. While everyone, it's kind of caught out of it, it's big enough and there's enough rotation paths to where you can kind of find yourself inside of it. It's not limited by, you know, water coming into play. It's not a 50-50 circle, 60-40 circle. You've got plenty of options to go around, go straight through, whatever you want to do. Interestingly enough, though, E36 and Valley Tai, they didn't land in Laveni, as far as I'm aware. I think they landed, got cars, and then both those teams actually drove to Laveni. So they find themselves both inside that city, just kind of sharing it like you would Loss. Not necessarily super central, but central enough to where they can both share it towards the late game, especially if it feeds that way. Unicorn Cyber coming up from the south as well. I feel like they've got a really clean, nice shot into the zone. I don't know how, but is Riz seeing ghosts? What's he aiming at? Also, he's already flipped his car that was behind him. So I don't know how that's happened off the bat, but interesting start for Armory.
Yeah, been good tonight though, Armory Gaming. Showing what they've been able to provide. The last couple of games have been pretty good. Had that 12 kill third place performance back on Miramar, 6 kill as well, top 8. A little bit of a slowdown on Tago, just the 3 kills. Could have done a bit better, but and overall it's been a good night for them. Currently inside of the top 4 positions. 63 points, 3 points behind Unicorn Cyber, 20-something points behind FTF. One to kind of keep an eye on as we continue on to the end of night 2. You know, from this point now, kind of mentioned at the start of the night, you get to the halfway point. Once we finish off Erangel and we're done for the night, we are halfway through the tournament. How likely would it be to see a team like From the Future miss out if they've got something like a 30+ gap to those outside the top 4? Historically, like, and statistically, it's actually very unlikely. I'm not saying that they're a lock, but there's not often that many teams would miss out from that position, as long as they do the bare minimum probably from there on. So they're in a really good position, and the next couple of games are crucial for them to get themselves into that position by the halfway mark. We know they're capable of some donuts that can allow others to creep the gap back up. So we'll see what FTF can do here on Vikendi. Of course, yesterday, 25 points. Anything like that again tonight, and they've got one foot in the door, because they would then cross triple digits already.
From their spot, I mean, phase one, from any spot in phase one, anything's possible. You can't, it's impossible to judge the game off phase one entirely. But from their spot, it's certainly doable, I think. Especially if eArena, if FTF want to go more north and eArena start to move themselves more central, then that's a spot that FTF could take. You're already seeing it with Day Trade. FTF kind of a free shot in that off-center spot that Day Trade were previously in. And off-center is certainly good enough in phase one. Obviously, you want center, but sometimes that center can backfire. So off-center is kind of that nice little middle ground where you're not stressed about, you know, having to be in the center of the zone, but you're also kind of close enough to the edge where if you do want to make a wrap, it's actually possible. If you put yourself in the dead center off the bat and the circle kind of shifts away from you, then wraps can be hard because you end up with, you know, having teams on your north, on your south. Those very wide, long wraps to the soft side of zone are all of a sudden a lot less likely. For example, if you're E36, they end up on edge in this city, and they've got Valley Tie right next to them. They've got eArena below them. So they're going to have to go very far to the east if they even want to attempt a wrap if this circle goes west. So you have to think about that. So for FTF, looking to continue their Tago form, an off-center spot is certainly good enough. We continue to look at this very stale, so it's not a hot drop anymore. It's just this engagement, this war of attrition between Valley Tie and E36. E36, a team that I kind of gave a lot of hope to at the start of the night. Certainly capable of doing damage in this lobby. Certainly capable of that 10+ kill win that I think we should be able to at least get a glimpse of from E36 at some point. We've got plenty of games to see them have a good game. They've been obviously very average for the moment, but plenty of time. And they're in a spot in this zone on Vikendi where it's certainly doable. Panic rotating in, Cerberus looking to potentially corral them. And of course, it's Panic going into a bunker, Jake. Name a more iconic duo. Maybe Dynasty and Riz, but at this point, Panic and bunkers is something that we just always are going to see on Vikendi.
And 𝐏𝐻𝐿 getting in the action early for Armory Gaming. Panic, it didn't work for them yesterday in terms of that bunker play. 0 points on Vikendi. 𝐏𝐻𝐿 able to make it behind this tree. Very fortunate as the initial shots onto Van Nye weren't enough to get the knock. Oh, hello, that's a freebie. Still going to hit the shots. Not easy, but thought momentarily there was a chance to get a knock onto Zest. Gets him to half health. Van Nye able to also drive his way down that hill. So a bit of damage being done to Van Nye and Zest, courtesy of one 𝐏𝐻𝐿 or Armory Gaming. Just pumping up the damage numbers. We spoke about Armory Gaming's damage numbers before, Russ. They're quite high, but not able to quite convert all of that great damage into kills. Not inside of the top 4. I say not top 4, they are 5th. So really in top 5, but when you are the #1 damage dealing team by quite some way, you would hope you're in the top 3 probably when it does come to kills.
DMR Demons. Speaking of Dynasty and Riz, that's a nice spray. Lands a few bullets, but Reluctant Squad going to get out of there, and Riz has to really reconsider his options. Sat up there, no hard cover, no fence for you to hide behind, no foldable shield either. So as quickly as he goes up the ascender, he is equally down the, I guess it becomes a descender at that point. But yeah, Armory Gaming trying to control their edge. It's looked kind of dodgy, to be honest with you. I don't think they're in full control of the edge right now. Maybe it's a bit difficult as well. A long distance of terrain to actually cover if you want to fully control the side of the zone that Armory Gaming's on. And so the best that they can kind of settle for right now is just kind of this individual split. It's a 2-1-1 at this point. Dynasty and 𝐶𝐻𝐿 together. 𝐏𝐻𝐿, Riz kind of out on their own. Not necessarily trying to control what they know they can't. So 𝐏𝐻𝐿's going to go more central and try to gather some information. You can control your edge, but at the same time, you need that one guy to at least look for your next spot in zone. Reluctant squad, they're getting closer and closer. I think they've identified that Riz is a solo. I'd love to see this. Riz kind of caught out. Dynasty desperately trying to get over there. 𝐏𝐿, what can you actually do, Riz? Shots opened up, but no knock.
Yeah, this is where you got to get the kills, though. You might get some damage. Nice knock. Beautiful from Riz. Perfect way to open this up. Can you get that help? Slowly coming. Dynasty drives on in. Great positioning from Riz. Gets him around the backside. Perfectly played against Jun.
Oh! Wait, what?
That's Dynasty. Riz has got too large.
Overheated.
He's taking out his teammate. Boy, he did it sharply. He's like, what are you doing, buddy? It's me. They might still be able to salvage this, but they could lose Dynasty. 𝐏𝐿 knocked down as well. Well, after the perfect defense from Riz, he's done so well that he's taken out his team.
Complete overheat. It was a very nice 180. I don't think 𝐿𝐿's going to get away with this. Unless he gets a nade. If he gets a nade onto any of these flushes, it's devastating. That's when that TK goes from being a funny thing that you laugh at to actually causing harm in the game. 𝐿𝐿, though, 75 HP. What more can you do? Pushing towards you. It's a straight 2v1. That should easily be traded. No trade needed. Riz with a nice 3k. Make it a 4k. Screw it. Dynasty, you'll be surprised, but... Certainly could have been dodgy. When he pulled out those nades, when 𝐿𝐿 pulled out those nades, I thought that, that was going to go from something funny to something actually disastrous. But they recover, and they recover nicely. But at least we know Riz is on form. At least we know he's on point. Maybe a little bit too on edge, though.
Yeah, and Smart, he immediately gets into this tower position to just see if anyone's going to third party, who's close by, anyone coming close. Bliss in some trouble here. Got the donut on Vikendi yesterday. 𝐿𝐿 Esports wanted to clear out this position. Insight's going to get eliminated. Waiting all that time to get into this game and then gone. Monty, very fortunate to still be alive there. Another Molotov thrown here from 𝐿𝐿. Latte with 1 kill. And they are going for this. They're actually pushing. You look at 𝐿𝐿 off into the distance, getting shot by FAP. That might be the cue to even push even closer. Molotov out from 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐿 actually get taken down by FAP. Long-range shots for 𝐿𝐿 Esports. That could be a reprieve for Team Bliss. 𝐿𝐿 maybe expecting someone to push on the backside and has an angle watching for that cross, but no one moving for Bliss. Monty out to the fence. Can't see Kiss. There is a smoke up. We've got the X-ray. And then also behind that vehicle, Latte. What a shot onto Monty. Suddenly falling apart at the seams for Team Bliss. Had a quiet game on Tago as well, Russell. This could be back-to-back quiet games. Massive start on Miramar, but starting to fall on those tertiary maps in the middle point of the night. 𝐏𝐿 getting tagged as well from Latte. Done so much work from this position. Like, he's not even close to the fight, but he's been so influential. Tap, tap, tap. Easy one for Kiss. And suddenly Akita and 𝐿𝐿, the last two up for Team Bliss.
Seems like whenever Bliss get into these early fights, the trades just aren't there. People go down without any retaliation from the members of Team Bliss. Akita, that car is smoking, but the shots aren't being landed from Kiss, so I think he's going to get out of dodge. 𝐏𝐿's still here, but he's now also retreating, so... Bliss with more early worries. It's the early game that's really messing them up right now for Bliss. If they're in a position where they can actually fight towards the late game, we've seen them do good things. But early on, they either take these fights without considering the repercussions, or they don't gather information properly. Whatever it is for Bliss, it's at the early game that is the issue. And yeah, like I said, never in a position to confidently get that trade. Either the individuals are just doing things individually, or individuals are going out and it's just not working. 𝐿𝐿 down. 𝐿𝐿 here is here to say hello, and I think that's going to be 𝐿𝐿 dead as well. Yes, Armory is here on the minimap. You can see them, but that nade is too perfect for 𝐿𝐿 to get away.
Man, X-Men out. 2 kills. Bottom 2. Circle did also shift away from E36, by the way. It didn't go on to Leveni, the city. So they're going to have to start moving out of that position. Seemed like maybe that phase 1 initial circle was going to be very kind for them, but circle 2 and 3 has continued to move away. Right on top of Roy Esports, who had a great start to this tournament, but has tapered off a little bit. So no more 𝐏𝐿. Armory Gaming down to 3. They've got themselves their 4 kills, though. Certainly in a position where, being at that point of the leaderboard, at the pointy end, they don't have to have perfect games every game right now. 𝐿𝐿. He's surely going to be able to get into the shack. No
he's
more
ammo. Up against the door. He's blocked the doorway himself.
On the backside of it at the moment. Very awkward situation for 𝐏𝐿.
He spun
Fortunately,
out.
no one really close, though. No one's close to his position. I'm not sure what that's going to be like, though, to even find an avenue forward in this game for Bliss. When we think about, you know, duos having big games, well, they're not even playing together right now. Knock onto Thanawa. Not a long-range knock at all. I mean, Pujos is very close here. Molotov hits the tree, so that's not going to make it forward. Great spray. Well into Flocky. He's forced very low, needs to heal up as 𝐏𝐿. Good tag, will keep Pujos at bay. That is all that is required. You land that tag, basically says Pujos can't push the rock and get the double.
Nice cover. Quick to come out as well. Doesn't even let Pujos get close. 𝐏𝐿 down though. Belmoth gets him. Now we look to Unicorn Cyber up as 4, as you will most likely see them as many games as possible. It's a fantastic nade. This spot from E36, you cannot see this going well for them this early phase 3, and you're already in a bowl that is completely dominated by a team on the high ground right next to you. Not a spot you want to be this early on in the game. That's a couple nades away from just being E36 out and gone. Yes, it's dead center or close to it, but it's so exposed. 𝐼𝐸 are even taking shots from super far away. That bowl is essentially not doing its job as a bowl. If you can die from 𝐼𝐸 off on that northern side, then you need those cars. You need something to actually cover you from these off angles. Look at that. It's so shallow. It's such a shallow bowl from E36. If Unicorn Cyber aren't going to do their job properly here and wipe E36 out, then 𝐼𝐸 will happily claim a couple kills. Fat with a nice couple for himself. Roy get fed. Armory Gaming with a decent amount of space on the south. And yeah, E36, bad to worse, not even in the zone anymore.
Yeah, it's akin to taking a shortcut, and the shortcut's not really going to work out for them. Very easy to just think, okay, we'll try and go for a more central location. We're outside of the circle, close by to Leveni. Let's just send it in, try and get a better position based on the circle. But is that position really worth it when it's a small ball? To be fair to them, they've only lost the 1. They've been able to withstand that pressure. 3 up. They are going to have to move again. It is a bit of a short-term fix. Phase 4 has again shifted away from E36, and as soon as 𝐏𝐿 gets up, it's back down again. Sapau with the knock. 𝐼𝐸 has been knocked, and he's dead as well. I don't think Bliss are going to get anything from this game. It's looking like a donut coming up for the second Vikendi in a row. After yesterday, then into today. And of course, Tago did not go well for them. That bright start on Miramar feels like a lifetime ago now for Team Bliss. And that blue is going to start moving as well. So for all these teams all on the edge, northeast of the circle previously, now time to get moving, getting those vehicles, go forward. Where can you realistically go? There's not a lot. I mean, it's classic Vikendi. Open terrain everywhere. Playing that terrain is really the only way to be able to live. Car forts, super important. Trees, rocks, whatever you can find. It's going to be a lot of this kind of scrappy open warfare.
That mountain becomes super valuable as well. Everyone's going to be vying for position on top of that. Cerberus with a bit of an awkward fight on edge right next to Panic. Unicorn Cyber tested now by eArena. They've rocked up. And Unicorn Cyber haven't been able to open it up. Instead, they've opened it up onto Daytrade, who also contest them for this hill. I said this hill was going to be valuable. I didn't realize it was going to be valuable this quickly. eArena rock up, Daytrade start fighting, and all of a sudden, Unicorns and Cyber, their attention is split between 2 teams, and this could be the end of them. Playing as 4 always yesterday. Right now, they can't do that. They're not really allowed to do that. Daytrade are as much of a threat as eArena. Destroy's just going to be left to die. He can't have an impact in this. 𝐿𝐻𝐷's caught between a rock and a hard place, genuinely. You can see 3-man Daytrade, 4-man Daytrade rocking up slowly. Smokes to block off Daytrade's lines of sight. Flash has to basically deal with eArena alone, but look at the space. He has to fall back. If he falls back into that little bowl behind him, Daytrade can probably see him. This is just disastrous from Unicorn Cyber. And to be fair to them, actually, not much they could do. They've just been pulled up on by 2 separate teams at once.
Yeah, really difficult situation, but they make the most of it. 2 kills there, a double knockdown onto eArena, and 𝐿𝐻𝐷's knocked down to the blue. But they got Daytrade to now push forward. Daytrade coming into this location. This fight still, though, taking place outside of the circle. Blue very much going to envelop this position. Daytrade are kind of forced back. eArena's done for, though. It's only Tigger left up. The 3 knocked down. Tigger's deep into the blue. No revives here unless he can get given some supplies. 𝐏𝐿𝐻's going to get knocked down as well. Sissy goes down to the blue, so does 𝐿𝐻𝐷. Circle keeps shifting away from these teams, especially on the northern side. Big frag grenade from Suspect, and suddenly Panic can get involved as well. over to that northwestern side. Again, Cerberus and 𝐏𝐼𝐳 has been knocked. 4 up still for day trade. They didn't overcommit into the blue. More so played for position. They have split from Unicorn Cyber. Considering the circumstance they were in, 4 kills, 3 up, not that bad at all for UNC. And the Expendables are gone again, 13th position. Only the 1 kill. And they are tied for 3rd last. It's been a struggle of a tournament for the Expendables. 𝐒𝐴rena also out. Not quite as good as yesterday. A little bit shaky, and 𝐒36 will follow. It's a bloodbath at the moment on Vikendi. 10 teams, no, make it 9 remain. Thunder's taken out. It doesn't stop.
No.
It's incredible how quickly these teams are going as FTF will follow suit. 20.5 minutes has elapsed. We're down to the final 8.
Does it feel like there's a little bit more freedom on the map? Because I feel like probably not. All of the spots that these teams were losing fights in are now occupied, spread out by the teams that won those fights. And so freedom not really ever an option. Panic, I feel like they're one Cerberus fight away from having a fantastic game here. They put themselves in front of Cerberus, Unicorn Cyber. You said it, they did a fantastic job. I don't know how 𝐒𝐴rena was so stuck in the blue on top of that hill earlier on. It felt like 𝐒𝐴rena could have done a little bit more. But Unicorn Cyber, the pressure that they applied was good enough to get 𝐒𝐴rena essentially just to die to the blue. Inside the cave, 𝐿𝐼𝐴, who that gets caught out, looking for some sort of cover, some sort of area to just survive into the late game, but denied by 𝐿𝐼𝐴. Panic now getting shot at by 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmoury. 1 fight away from having a good game, but they're losing members here, stuck in that bowl behind 𝐏𝐼𝐴r's. 𝐏𝐼𝐴r's a great cover. Traditionally in PUBG Esports, of course they are, but in a spot like that, I just don't think they're that good. Panic, they put themselves in front of Cerberus, which I think is actually a good play to make, but they're getting torn apart by 2 teams here. Not their fault that 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmoury Gaming can see the spot that they're in. Just so happens that that's the case. Suspect now looking for a better spot to be in for Panic, probably looking to save the team and get as much placement points as possible. Not good enough for Dusky to take out Tycon. The Mark 12 is far more accurate than that AR spray. And so Cerberus victors here against Panic. And Panic are going to have to look for some sort of rank tank. Suspect has found the center of zone, not currently getting shot at, so he's probably found a nice little dip to just go prone in, and they can hopefully look towards a top 5 placement or something like that.
It's been a good game so far from 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmoury Gaming as well. 5 kills. We saw that fight earlier. Able to also now control that south side of the circle. I do wonder, do they get a hard shift down to the south? Could be massive for them, because if they have to make their way up north, they're going to be fighting against teams who've got high ground terrain. That'll make their life far more difficult. Far more unfriendly. And we'll see here as we get the circle pop now for phase 6 coming up, where this is going to go. And it is going to be towards the southwest. Not too bad for 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmoury Gaming. Could be worse, could be better. Much worse though for day trade is that high ground hill no longer going to be in play. So not going to be available for them to play off of.
The space that 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmoury have right now is very reminiscent of the kind of space you would see a magnetic duo have. And that's very scary because there's 3 of them up for 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmoury. The dynamic duo is also still alive. So I can see them having a fantastic game here. Cerberus obviously going to be an issue. And with day trade coming off that high ground, it means that if Cerberus want to move, if 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmoury want to move, that's certainly something they can do without probably getting shot at day trade, or shot at by day trade. Mark 14 as well for Dynasty. Plenty of bullets to play with as well. 3 helmet on him. That's an intentional move. Someone got some 3 gear and Dynasty said, hey, I want that 3 helmet. I want to be able to take long-range fights with this Mark 14. It's a similar mentality to when you pick up the 𝐴rmou𝐴. You want to be the superior bolt in that scenario, so you take that 3 helm so you're not going to get shot at, or one shot by a Kar98. Instead, you got the 3 helm so you can confidently win the fight with the 𝐴rmou𝐴, the superior bolt. RXE, clown carring through the center of zone, and none of them get knocked out. A little bit of damage taken, but just a little bit. They're actually going to make it close to where Suspect is. Or was, sorry, was.
Not anymore. And day trade's been good so far this game. The fact they've kept 4 up. I think they've played a very safe style of PUBG. A couple of times they could have looked to overcommit, taking fights deep into the blue, electing more so to play position. It's certainly been a benefit to them. As Riz is stuck at the tree. Where's the help going to come from? 𝐏𝐼𝐴 and Dynasty not really close by. Riz will go down to that nade by Binsu. Good to see 𝐿𝐼𝐴 Esports deep into the final moments of this Vikendi. 𝐏𝐼𝐴 also gets picked apart, and suddenly a good game that could have really been there for 𝐼𝐼𝐴rmou𝐴rmou𝐿 Gaming. No longer. Now down to 1 player. And Riz will get finished off pretty comfortably. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 Esports in a good position now, actually kind of backfilling in as 𝐿𝐼𝐴 gets knocked out at the exact same moment by Roy Esports. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 knocked for day trade. Flash though with a good trade onto Latte. But they have lost Nurens earlier. And suddenly it's only Puchils and Flash. 𝐏𝐿𝐒's dead, gone. Nurens still could get revived. He's not out of it just yet. And for Roy Esports, 4 up. In the final 6 teams, 35 seconds until phase 7. Hard to really say who's in the best position out of all of them at the moment, Russ.
Roy really want a third party that hill fight, but too many trees in the way. That foliage is far too much for them to be able to shoot through. Daytrade now putting themselves in the line of sight of Roy, though. That car is going to get ripped to shreds. Maybe the rest of Daytrade are as well. They did get that res, and Pooch has just found a spot to prone in, but the rest of his team is stuck at that car. Smokes are going to go up so they can actually move to that better position, that spot that's not so exposed to where Roy is, and they all make it. They take a lot of damage on their way there, but they do make it. They are alive. They are in zone. But look at the duo of Roy across the street, across the train tracks, rather. Very close to Daytrade. Daytrade not necessarily aware as well. This is probably a situation where Daytrade look at the duo of Roy, of 𝐏𝐿𝐒 and Simon T and go, okay, that's where that team is. They probably wouldn't be expecting this other duo of Roy to be right above them.
And 𝐷𝐿 fine. So far, nothing. This is where the terrain battle is just so annoying. You don't really want to peek because you feel like if you peek, you might get spotted by someone. And if you do then get spotted, you'd lose your life pretty quickly. But if you don't peek, you don't find info. And info is so important in these late game scenarios.
No idea. Oh, this could be bad.
Yeah, 𝐷𝐿 has got no clue. Daytrade. Oh, 3 frag grenades. 𝐿𝐿𝐼. Yeah, I mean, like, that's Vikendi in a nutshell. Like, we can barely even see 𝐿𝐿𝐼. How is he even tagging 𝐷𝐿? 𝐼𝐳 as well. Oh. And suddenly 𝐷𝐿 is on 10 HP. They go defensive mode. Look at the 8x on this Mark 12 from 𝐿𝐼𝐻. Perfect angle from 𝐷𝐿. From 𝐷𝐿 POV, he can't see Cerberus at all. But on the flip side for 𝐿𝐼𝐻, he can see them as clear as day. 𝐷𝐿𝐼 somewhat close with the AUG. He did let out a couple of shots. And 𝐿𝐼𝐻 knows that he's close.
This is Cerberus absolutely saving the day for Daytrade. That nade was about to get a nice little 3K until Cerberus got involved. Nice headshot from Dynasty, just the solo, but right now he's taking a 1v1, and 𝐿𝐿𝐼 smartly backs off that 1v1. Not a 1v1 you want to lose. If you lose it, it's just a lot more pressure. Roy now losing out to Daytrade. The team that they could have taken out with that beautiful grenade from 𝐷𝐿 doesn't actually come to fruition. I feel like 𝐷𝐿 had a real opportunity there. I feel like he didn't have to die. If he stayed high, used the foliage, then I feel like Cerberus is still going to be LOS. He made that run safely. I feel like there's still some tree cover he could have utilized. Maybe not, though. Daytrade's still going to lose out multiple members. Flash now down. Pooch's head exposed. Danahan desperately looking to try and finish this team off, but not going to be allowed just yet. 𝐼𝐻 been quite silent. Cerberus now kind of spreading their wings, getting as many angles as they can onto Daytrade. Everyone else biding their time. Dynasty especially. What can he do as a solo? Roy, they looked like they were in a decent spot, Jake, a couple of minutes ago, and now they're down to 1 member.
Yeah, and hard to kind of remember, but for Roy, they won that second game of this entire tournament, 10-kill win. So really, ever since then, they've just been kind of sliding and sliding and sliding on this leaderboard. This has finally been a much better performance for them. And when it seemed like they could get, I think, a lot of points in this game, it just hasn't been the finish that they would have really been hoping for. Still top 5 kills. It keeps them in an okay position. Simon T just going for one of these crates. There's obviously plenty to choose from.
How did Daytrade get out of this? I guess the saving grace for Daytrade is Cerberus have to move at a very similar time to them. And so those long angles that Cerberus have are going to be taken out of the picture at basically the same time as Daytrade's does. And so maybe they can both kind of move in same time. You use the tree cover that's in front of Daytrade to not die to Cerberus. But at the same time, Cerberus have 3 men up. And so easily could Daytrade pick the wrong timing. Cannot forget about Dynasty in this Mark 14. At least we can forget about that little burst of bullets because he can't really do much. He's also got entirely open terrain in front of them. That blue is far too ticked. Dynasty is going to die to the blue, unfortunately. Maybe he could have done more, but not the case. And the hurt is still being put onto Daytrade as well. Cerberus, these angles are far too good right now.
Yeah, not the worst performance from 𝐼𝐻 Gaming in this particular match. And Flash tried to make the crossover to the tree for Puchils to get the revive, but 𝐼𝐻 was covering that nicely. An extra kill for Cerberus puts Daytrade down to a single player. A solo for Roy. as well. And then 2 up for 𝐏𝐼𝐳. Cerberus, it feels like they've got this win wrapped up from here. It would take something special to probably lose it. Already won a game back on Miramar yesterday. Could find one now here on Vikendi as well for what would be their second win of the tournament. Flanahan, 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝐻, can they somehow pull off the miraculous though? Not impossible in a 2-on-3. A little bit of smoke cover, and 𝐿𝐿𝐶's at the top by himself. Big fight at the crates here. 𝐼𝑔𝐻𝐿's got a Molotov and a good headshot that is helped courtesy of 𝐼𝐻. Wonderful molly. I know exactly where 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝐻 is, well, at the smoke. 3-on-1, 3 sets of eyeballs looking towards this smoke of 𝐼𝐻, and eventually 𝐿𝐿𝐶 will get the final kill. Cerberus with a 9-kill win, and they're starting to look really strong as well. Second place on Taego, then the win on Vikendi. Doing well on these tertiary maps.
It feels like Cerberus haven't really showed up to this lobby until they get a win, does it? And the leaderboard almost shows that. The expectations for this team are sky high. Not only are they GPT, but internationally, they have very good results. And so they come into this local tournament, these local qualifiers, and you expect them to be up there no matter what. But they are slowly warming up. It's been quite cold up until just recently, certainly. But yes, that win will give them a lot of confidence going forward. It's a 9-kill win, maybe a bit more on the timid side for Cerberus's liking, but they'll certainly take it, and it's a win where they did it dominantly. We didn't really see any cracks. There wasn't any blemishes on Cerberus there, so it's a very nice 9-kill win.
Yeah, certainly was from Cerberus. Of course, less eyeballs on them potentially because of the fact they're a GPT team, but they've got those PGC points to fight for, as you keep mentioning, Russell. And with a win like this, gets them right into a really good position, closer to that top 5. It started off with a very strange fight. Great defense from 𝐼𝐻. The initial push from Reluctant Squad dealt with pretty comfortably by 𝐼𝐻. And then he goes and kills his teammate, or at least gets the down. And obviously from there, where you see one that lost for 𝐼𝐻 Gaming, fortunately it didn't affect them that much as they were able to move on and get a pretty decent game. I think it was 5th with quite a few kills, so they should be pretty happy with that performance. And for Team Bliss, a bit of a shocker. 2 games in a row for them after doing quite well on Miramar, Taego, Vikendi. Not really the maps they would have been hoping for.
𝐿𝐻, the rest of Unicorn Cyber trying to find some sort of safe haven. 𝐿𝐻 obviously already occupied the cave, and devastating for Panic to go out the way that they did. It's kind of their only option to put themselves in front of Cerberus. The blue was obviously closing in on their spot, so only option they could take, and then obviously Armory get involved from a distance. It's not very fair for Panic, but sometimes that's just the way it is. And Armory on the southern side thought would have much more of an impact. Maybe the solo of Dynasty also I thought would have much more of an impact, but they kind of ended up going out with a whimper, which was very surprising to me. Thought they would have a little bit more fight in them, but they just didn't. The sight lines, though, from Cerberus over this entire endgame just seemed to be so much better than whatever anyone else could cook up. Day Trade, I thought that they would live, given the fact that the blue was going to close both them and Cerberus out at the same time, but they went out before Cerberus even had to move out of the sight lines that they had. The plateau that Cerberus had to work with was what really won them this game. It won them the fight versus 𝑅XC, it won them the fight versus Day Trade, it won them the entire game in the end.
Yeah, big game from Cerberus, as they should be pretty happy with that result, and that's their second win of the tournament too. So they, along with Day Trade, now actually have 2 wins apiece. You know, sometimes there's always been the, I don't want to say debate, but concerns regarding like GPT teams and their status and the fact that they get, you know, automatic invites to PGS 3 and 4. These 2 have been great for so long, so many years, and certainly a deserved status. And it's good to see them still playing well, even so. And with especially look at Day Trade in the kind of the beginning of the year, they're actually starting to build a really good patch of form. I think towards the back end of this tournament, they look like a team that, you know, on their day could be easily regarded as the best team in the region. And they've still got roster changes to be made later on in the year, which is crazy to think about. So big win for Cerberus. I think another good game as well for 𝐼𝐻 Gaming. Even UNC were able to manage to pick up some decent points there. I didn't quite catch from the future. I'm not too sure if they really got much from this game. Kind of missed a little bit for them, whether or not. Clearly, they weren't there at the end of the game, so I can't imagine they got even anywhere close to what they had yesterday, where they got the 25 points on Vikendi. Magnetic as well. So yeah, here's the graphic from the match leaderboard. Indeed, in fact, for both of them, only the 2 points gained. Big turnaround, considering 25 and 18 points respectively from yesterday's Vikendi, or from the future, and Magnetic unable to back it up today. It was all about Cerberus. 𝐿𝐻 Esports, big game from them. 13 points, absolutely needed that. 12 from Day Trade. Roy picking up 10 as well, where they've started to kind of fall down a little bit. Only the 8 points from 𝐼𝐻 Gaming doesn't seem like a lot, considering the game that they actually had. But hey, if you even any kind of like 8 points per game average is going to be really good so far in this tournament, because I've kind of mentioned a couple of times, no team averaging 10 a game. 8 puts you in a good position. Unicorn Cyber, 6 points. It's handy, keeps the scoreboard ticking over. Disappointing for Bliss, just the 1 point. eArena as well, having a bit of an off game. Rarely, we don't see that from them. Expendables continue their struggles. X-Men continue their struggles. E36 pick up the 3 points. Could have been a bigger game for them.
Out of the teams that I expect to be doing a lot better in this tournament, the ones I actually have expectations for, I feel like Reluctant Squad and the Expendables definitely shine brighter than any other team. They just seem to not be able to get as much done as everyone else. Even 𝐷𝐷𝐿 who maybe crumble every now and then in important qualifiers, they seem to be putting themselves up there every couple of games. It's just, oh, 𝐷𝐷𝐿 got 11 points that game? Okay. It's not going to net them much. They're still in 12th, but at least they're showing up every now and then. Same can't be said for TE. Certainly not to their expectations. They are quite close in terms of actual points, but 𝐷𝐷𝐿, they've been up there with the second most points gained in a game a couple times. Again, not the same for Reluctant Squad or the Expendables. Yep. It's very disappointing. And yet the fall off from Roy as well is probably something a little bit more monumentous than we would have expected. They were looking quite decent day one, and it's been, a really sharp fall off from them.
So far, and this is where it gets weird now with Daytrade and Cerberus in 1 and 3, but you kind of got to look at FTF, Unicorn, AG, and now Magnetic. So Magnetic, as things stand, have obviously tied with eArena. It does mean for Bliss, they're not that far behind one of those top 4 positions. Same with Valley and Panic and Roy and Rapsiak, but now starting to see a little bit of separation in terms of the total points. When you kind of look at FTF, where Daytrade are at, Cerberus and the points that they were able to gain, now you can kind of, I think at the start of the day, I said at one point 3rd to 14th was something like 10 points. Well, now it's something like 40 points. Like, we're starting to see that kind of separation, Russ, where no longer is it that super logjam. There is a bit more of that top heaviness. Daytrade have overtaken from the future in terms of total points, but FTF aren't going to be really worried about that. I don't think that's something that they're going to be too concerned. For them, it's really all about the points gap to those outside of the actual top 4. That's going to be the main thing, as we have got 𝐷𝐿 still to come very shortly. Big night across the board. Daytrade, Cerberus, our GPT teams dominating on Tego and Vikendi.
I'm very excited to get into 𝐷𝐿. I think we've had, obviously, 𝐷𝐿 was the map we started off with, and then we've just had Miramar, Tego, and Vikendi all the way through since. And so 𝐷𝐿, things are going to change. That hot drop in Yasnaya, the teams who love 𝐷𝐿 a lot more than they do the other maps, maybe they're going to have better games. I'm actually very keen to get into these upcoming maps. But yeah, 2 host wins, Thailand, and then Vietnam. Unfortunately, Japan not really there to get the win. Same with 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐺 as well, not really there to get the win. I don't know how often we're going to be seeing their flags up here on the match win map graphic, but I hope to certainly see it at some point during this tournament. That's the thing about 𝐴𝐵𝐺 and E36, at least those 2 teams from those specific regions. I want to see them get at least 1 win or something. Just show us that you're there, you're actually present in this tournament, and that you're not just going out just completely dead silent. I feel like there's too much talent on those teams to completely ignore them. Yes, maybe they're on paper weaker than Thailand and Vietnam, but show me something. Show me something that we can get excited about, because I know you could do it. I know it's there. You've got the players to do it. You just haven't been able to put it together in these lobbies fully. You only need a couple things to go your way, and then the rest of it is easy from then on out.
As we do head to 𝐷𝐿 as well now, Ross, if we're kind of looking at the teams from yesterday's 2 matches of 𝐷𝐿 and seeing where things could go for tonight, it was Roy. I mean, we kind of touched on them a little bit there in Vikendi. They got 21 points. They actually led all comers after the first 2 games. But the beautiful thing is, when I kind of look at the 2 games of 𝐷𝐿, that's basically what the leaderboard was after 2 games, which we had Roy, then it was Daytrade, FTF, Panic, Valley, how things can change so quickly in this game. You can get off to a great start, and then it's just kind of that tumble down. Unfortunately, it's been the case for Roy. It's been the case for Valley Esports. Even say 𝐴𝐵𝐺 Esports had 11 points after 2 games. Well, they haven't really been able to keep up that kind of rate. Unfortunately, as the tournament has gone on, we had Team Bliss. They got nothing from the 2 games of 𝐷𝐿. I don't imagine that will be the case again here. I think that was more just a bad start. I don't think it had anything to do with the map itself, but I'm very curious to see kind of Roy Esports, especially Panic, we know are very good on 𝐷𝐿. So for all these teams, that started off really well yesterday on Erangel. Can they find their form once again here if they have dropped off? For those that have kind of continued form elsewhere, Day Trade, From the Future, Unicorn Cyber, all started really well on Erangel and all have been able to do well across the board, across all maps.
They need to. If you haven't been doing so well on maps that aren't Erangel, well, you need to do well on Erangel. The simplest way to put it. Hopefully the circles are kind. Hopefully the RNG isn't too harsh on you. The plane path is a little bit more southern, potentially. Especially for that 𝐿𝐼𝐴 hot drop, actually. This could disrupt that quite heavily if they still wanted to go for it. I think for FTF, though, we discussed this at the start of the night. Now we're actually at the point where we can continue that discussion. FTF are in first. So why would they go for this hot drop? Why would they continue? Well, one, they have that buffer. But I don't think that buffer is really going to matter. And I seriously think that FTF aren't going to play for this hot drop as much. They now have something to lose. 𝐿36 do not. If you're FTF, I think you have a better option in either sharing the city of Yasnaya and just leaving out the east or western side, the opposite side that 𝐿36 go, or you just go somewhere else. You use your ult drops, you use those edge of the map drops to get you the points you need to stay in the top 4, and you don't really have to give it up to 𝐿36 anymore. Speaking of that hot drop though, 𝐿36 not going towards Yasnaya. They are ult dropping Nova, which is obviously smarter to go for on a plane like this. If you end up going for the same cars as FTF on those roads that lead up to Yasnaya, it can be quite disastrous. You end up with no guns, you end up stranded next to a tree, playing Ring Around the Rosie, and you're just going to get run over or shot eventually. It's just an RNG event that you want to avoid as much as possible. So FTF with some room to breathe, which is fantastic for their spot on the leaderboard. 𝐿36 opting to not go Yasnaya. So that's that hot drop sorted. That's that hot drop concluded for now, at least. But the other teams are quite close to each. Yes! Yes! Finally. Finally, we get to... I think we had one in the Super Cup, but I don't remember it. This is one I want to remember. 𝐿36 in a great spot to actually...
Was there none in the playoffs?
No, none in the playoffs. Made me very sad.
Wow.
Yeah. So we get 𝐿36 as well in a decent spot. Like neuron activation for 𝐿36 right now. No chance they don't look at this and go, okay, we're at the bottom of the leaderboard. We've just got a military zone. Time to actually do something. Time to deal some damage. They've got access to that eastern bridge. They can camp it if they want to and still have a way to fight into the zone. Absolutely, 𝐿36 should be, lighting up right now. All the ideas should be sounding off and everyone should be on point, ready to go. Same said for 𝐿Arena. Their options are a little bit more obvious, I think. I think they've got a couple spots that they have in mind that they're just going to 2-2 with. It can be quite hard to choose where you want to go on military if you're the military team because you have so many options before everyone else arrives. So 𝐿Arena probably have a couple spots in mind they want to 2-2. But yes, 𝐿36, fantastic spot for them. Bottom of the leaderboard. Can they actually pull off a decent game?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's funny seeing your reaction to just a Sosnovka Island circle, which, back in the heyday of PUBG Rush, felt like every couple of games you'd get one. Maybe if you didn't get one night, certainly the next night you'd get at least one. But because we only play so many games of Erangel, like over the course of a night, it's only 2. Like there used to be a day and age where you might see like 4 games of Erangel in one particular night. And so therefore you would typically see something like a Sosnovka Island circle often enough. So look, I know you're excited, but it is also a Sosnovka Island circle. It's not going to be that amazing. It's not going to be that amazing. Yeah, it should play out pretty normal. I don't think it's and also it's not like a weird Sosnovka Island circle where it still keeps a bit of the mainland. And when teams go that 50-50, it's like, and you see a lot of bridge play. It is hard Sosnovka Island circle. So it's very easy to rotate early, very easy to say, okay, well, it is 1000% going to be Sosnovka Island. We're not going to want to get in late. We're not going to be able to then backfill in mainland. Like we want to get over there as soon as possible. The other good thing about it though, is it's also pretty centered. It's not like out towards the east side or the west side. You are going to be able to kind of go wherever you want on Sosnovka Island, whether you go radio tower side or whether you go the crossroads out towards the west or even within the mill base itself.
It's just going to play out differently. Oh, it's just something different to see, sorry.
It is.
Also, it'll be a little bit more intense nowadays because you have the emergency pickups you can use to come across quite easily. And then obviously you don't have cars at that point, so you have to take terrain fights. And so I was telling Contra that military circles are almost this kind of super choreographed tactical shooter. Because circles, when this circle happens, oftentimes teams do very similar things to how they usually play whenever it's a Sosnovka Island circle. If the team loots Ferry Pier, they often do the exact same thing every time it goes military, right? If you loot Novo or you loot Milta, you're probably doing the same strat every single time it goes military, just because it's the most optimal thing you can do from that spot. Same with teams that come in late on the bridges. If you're Pachinki team and you're coming in second, you end up in the exact same spot as you do pretty much every game. So it plays out like this incredibly set up thing where everyone kind of chooses their spots, and then as the circle gets closer, it's like, okay, go time. And you start taking these fights that you've taken a million different times before, and it becomes exciting because of that reason. Even though it's so played out, it's still very exciting to watch. So I'm all for it. It's something I haven't seen in quite some time in competitive APAC PUBG, at least at this level in a grand finals lobby. So I'm happy to see it. Cerberus making their way across without any emergency parachute, without any vehicles though still. They've opted for the boat, but they're one of the first teams here, especially on the northern side. Is quite barren, so they've got their pick of the litter, at least on the north.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, that is the bottom two teams already on Sosnovka Island that are going to benefit. E36 and X-Men and 𝐼𝐸 Gaming have dropped right on top of E36.
Oh boy.
This could be a disaster for 𝐼𝐸 Gaming, or it could be such a great opportunity to maybe collect points against the team on the bottom of the leaderboard. They've already been able to get onto the roofs. Kane looks confused, completely probably shocked as to how this has happened, why this has happened. There goes Kane, but Shanks has also lost his life, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Riz will get knocked by this frag grenade. Nice fire back here from E36 and Savior. A third party from X-Men, and suddenly 𝐼𝐸 Gaming are on the floor. It's down to Dynasty. The drop has been incredibly unsuccessful.
What can he do from here?
One down below, one above, and he does get the knock onto Sylvia. Flashbang through the windowsill. Go with the first aid kit. XK, no. He was full white. Russell, he was white. The flashbang meant that he could not see a thing, and Dynasty on 1 HP survives.
Unreal. Oh, don't let him get the first aid off. You can hear him popping at Pure Boy. You've just got to get this done. If he gets back to 75, he's got a chance. He actually gets it off. Dynasty, if you pull this off, my man, you're an absolute legend. E36 destroyed. A good game in the books no longer.
No way.
And look at X-Men now as well. They've got a chance to get themselves off the bottom. It's just one man in Dynasty, but what a man it is. Do they really want to take this fight? They have to. They should.
At that point now, it's 4 kills for AG. So they're going to go out within 10 minutes, but at least it's 4. And you never know. Whenever you're pushing these kind of buildings too, very easy for someone to go through a doorway, get knocked and flushed, and then the trade comes through. So if he can find at least one more kill here, really does solidify this as a more than good enough game for 𝐼𝐸 Gaming. If you're getting those 5 points, take it. There's the knock. Won't be able to get the trade. Oh, he can get a second knock.
What?
Oh, why is Leo jumping? Half health. No frag grenade. Can't throw it towards Payne. Although he finds one here on one of the bodies.
Was on.
But has already crept into that building. That frag grenade's not going to connect.
So, yeah, if I know anything about Dynasty, honestly, anyone on 𝐼𝐸 Gaming at this point, it's that not only is he going to be able to put up a fight against any 4 members in this lobby, but he's going to make it very difficult and very lengthy fight, right? He's not going to go out very quickly. Those trades aren't going to come in so easily. He's got the top 4 of a pancake to play around with. Those are some difficult angles to clear, and X-Men have already utilized so much of their utility. What more do they have to actually do to take Dynasty out? Smoke's being pulled up as well, or put out by Dynasty, so time is certainly being wasted. I think I saw like 4 smokes just then. So Dynasty going all out. Oh, that's the worst way to go. I hype him up, and then through the windows, he loses his head. But straight onto another fight. Magnetic, 𝐸𝐸. Lucky if he goes down here, that's kind of devastating. 𝐸𝐸 already down to 2. Magnetic certainly want to be winning this fight more convincingly. That nade looks good, though.
𝐿𝐷 watching the backside. 𝐿𝐷 slowly making his way, and eventually has been spotted. A pretty decent spray with the AKM from 𝐿𝐷. Up close to the warehouse. Danawa with a bit of a tag, though, forcing him around the other side of the fence and straight into the arms of Thunders. Thanahan cannot help out at all, and for 𝐼𝐸 Esports, it is the solo on the cliffs. Not that far from the compound of Savage Men Esports, where this is happening. For what it's worth, a lot of teams still on the mainland as Magnetic will finally confirm the kills onto 𝐼𝐸. All 4 kills. Unicorn Cyber and Day Trade now doing battle as well. Nuren's inside of the building, trying to run away. Here's 𝐿𝐿 𝐀𝐿, not sure if they want to take this fight. Just spot him below the window. Over towards this western side, outside of Sosnovka military base. Frag grenade from Nuren's underarm outside the window. Does get him quite low, but never enough to get the knock. Has still a couple more available in the back pocket. 𝐿𝐿 will get that knock onto 𝐿𝐴𝐿. One to follow up onto 𝐿𝐿. And nicely played so far from Daytrade. 𝐿𝐿 𝐀𝐿, what a shot from Flash. And 𝐿𝐿 destroy knockdown. Only one up for 𝐿𝐿 𝐀𝐿. And a horrible way to start the 𝐿𝐴𝐿 games as they get wiped out. So clean from Daytrade. Such a strong team.
Dude. These 4v4 fights at the start of this military game have entirely justified my excitement. It's why military can be such an exciting zone to see. It's because all of these priority positions are priority for a reason, and people are willing to throw their game away to get them. Daytrade looking on a point, on fleek right now. Panic, emergency parachute, emergency pickup. Gonna land themselves inside the silos. Safe for the moment. Maybe it's too early on. Maybe 𝐿𝐴𝐿 can actually do something against Panic here. No one else currently inside the actual military base, so 𝐿𝐴𝐿 with an opportunity maybe. Those silos that Panic have found themselves in are quite open, especially now that they're playing inside them. They're not playing on the extremities of them, so 𝐿𝐴𝐿, if they wanted to take that risk, you can see that ridge that 𝐷usky has right above him. Right now it's covered by his teammates in the one across. So that's just one saving grace, but at some point those angles don't exist. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 can put themselves on the south side of this one that I believe Pivy and Suspect sit in at the moment. They can throw nades inside from there, but 𝐿𝐴𝐿 are not budging. They will let Panic live. Panic certainly just playing for a late game spot, I suppose. I mean, it's not a spot where you're going to fight from. Certainly not. Plains would have been better if you wanted to take fights in this kind of circle, but not the spot that Panic opted for. Daytrade now losing members, though. They move off that hill, which, to be fair, is off, not kind of off center. It's more on edge. It's something you can control, but Daytrade wanted more, and their greed's going to cost them. Pooches down and out to Roy Esports.
Yeah, the beauty of this phase 2 circle as well is it's kind of just centered up. There's still none the wiser as to where this is really going to go. I mean, I guess it's far more likely that military base is going to be the vocal point. A bit of a parachute as well here from 𝐿𝐴𝐿 Esports as well. Coming in quite late. They can actually play the terrain up north. Those hills, very nice to play out of, especially if there's no one really around them and if the circle does pull north. But yeah, imagining that, I mean, even something like C block is still available too, which, I mean, if this really does end up on military base, really good position that you can take, but they go really deep. I mean, this is greedy for 𝐿𝐴𝐿. It goes back to our conversation yesterday surrounding Impala. If you're going to parachute in late, I mean, there should be a lot of teams taking shots. I'm going to be very surprised if all 4 players can make it down safely. They might be able to. But even if they do land safely, now they're going to take on Team Bliss. Kind of close, not really though. And to my credit and surprise, they've been quite safe until just then. Simon T finds an angle onto Latte. He gets knocked down, and one of the top players from 𝐿𝐴𝐿 is gone, eliminated.
The top player.
So they make their way in, but at what cost?
Thing is it's easy to survive on a parachute like that. You make it down as 4. That's step 1. Step 2 is actually putting yourself in safe spots in and amongst those barrels, but kind of pressured by Bliss. I think they saw as they landed the 4-man of Bliss just charging their way, so maybe caught off guard a little bit. That opens them up to the off angles. They lose 1 because of it. So it can go either way. But at least they didn't die on those parachutes. I was certainly expecting them to lose at least 2 minimum, just given how open they were to the entirety of the military base, but they quickly ducked themselves under cover. Monty knocked now by 𝐿𝐴𝐿, so maybe 𝐿𝐴𝐿 putting up a decent fight. Light work, very exposed over there, but I think 𝐿𝐴𝐿 realizes other priorities are in play. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 want to get closer to the center of the zone, and one of the ways they can do that is by putting up an offense to Team Bliss. They've already got the knock onto 1, quickly res though. And it's a 4v3. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 know that. No one on Team Bliss down just yet. So is it a fight they want to take? Is it a fight they'll take confidently? Because if they take that fight confidently and win it, then that's just something incredible from Valley-Tai. Pain knocked down. 𝐿𝐼 getting involved. Maybe a better game from them on the horizon. They're currently dead center in that zone that's just popped, or they're just about to pop on the live feed. Centered up around planes. Panic losing lives. Oh my god, Jake. I thought this was going to happen. I didn't think it would happen this quickly. Panic have been absolutely assaulted. And look at that. Down bottom left. Look at that. 3 members knocked. It's all blood red lines. Cerberus lose a couple in the process. Majority in the process, I should say. Has it ended up in a 1v1?
Yeah, it is. Tycon's the only one up at the moment for Cerberus. It's a bloodbath for both teams. And then pushing over, it's 𝐿𝐼 to get the kill onto Pivy. Tycon at least behind a bit of cover. 4 kills for Cerberus. The same could not be said for Panic, just the one. And they have not quite been able to keep up with those top teams. Still, with 1 game to go tonight, not in the worst of positions. And this is where we kind of think about tomorrow, is that day off. A chance for those kind of teams, middle of the pack, your Panics, who are more than good enough just to reset a little bit mentally, go over the boards. Okay, where's our strengths, our weaknesses? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? 1 more game tonight. You had that big game and you're still mathematically not that far off. Team Bliss, look at the spread you can see on the overhead view. Valley-Tai kind of infiltrated their position, but they did lose a player in Latte and not really as strong of a threat as they could have been. 𝐼𝐸ena, nicely done from 𝐿𝐼 to just kind of push over, get a free kill. 3 for them this game. 30 seconds away now from phase 4. Again, could go either middle base or south side. It feels like a 50 split.
Yeah.
I guess it really is, considering that fence line and road in the middle of this current circle really does split the north and the south side pretty comfortably. I'd love a south side circle. Boy, the chaos that would ensue. I feel like military base would play safe. Maybe slow, unless you're those teams on the south, Magnetic and Day Trade, obviously Savage Man Esports. But look how much space there is to the south, and all those teams up in the military base would have to find a way out. It doesn't go south, but it doesn't exactly go fully north either. C Block, for example, no longer in. And a lot of those positions on the north side of the mill base no longer in, such as the scaffolding. A lot of those main center point buildings, of course, still a factor. And for those teams in the south, it's going to be a battle of who can get the fence line positioning.
Yeah. I mean, Magnetic, X-Men, and Day Trade, the fights that are about to occur between those 3 teams are very pivotal and will certainly have an impact in the late game. Like you said, they can grab the plain fence line. They have that high ground, at least Magnetic's closest to that high ground right now that is still in. So they can have a field day here against everyone fighting in planes. And obviously X-Men already set themselves up very nicely close to the center and close to the plane fence, as you mentioned. So X-Men in a great spot. 𝐿𝐼, they're the team we're looking at, not necessarily because they're in a central spot, but because of where they are on the leaderboard and what their expectations are. If they're going to be in a spot like this, it's difficult to manage. You have to play very limited angles. You're just going to be peppered from everyone else inside military and outside military. So it's difficult for 𝐿𝐼 to survive. But if they can survive, if they can put up a good defense and live to the late game, then this bowl all of a sudden becomes very good for them. Valley-Tai have to make their way out, or at least out of where the barrels were. But if you're Megalos on the back of that buggy, you're just thankful that you survived enough to get into that bowl. Ooh, blessed there. Roy certainly capable of hitting those shots, just not on that occasion. And so Valley-Tai survive on edge, and everyone just kind of nicely fitting into the zone right now. I don't know how many teams are actually going to fall out of this phase 4. I think there's plenty of room for these guys to play around in. Just that phase 5 might be a little less that case.
Yeah. There's still 1 more minute until phase 5.
Oh, actually.
Keep things cool for now. UNQ. The flash. The pepper shots, though, probably in anticipation of a push. Smoke on one side, and then Simon T with a good tag and a knockdown onto inside. Or Esports keeping Bliss honest. Been a real quiet couple of games for Bliss. They'd love to get something from this game of Erangel. Otherwise, it would be 3 games in a row where they have virtually got nothing. Somewhat similar to what we saw from them on night 1. Insight should be able to get revived. Can't imagine a reason why he wouldn't be able to. Still good cover. Monty very much on top of his body. Never mind, Monty just got knocked as well. Oh, this is actually a disaster for Bliss.
𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿
I mentioned Monty as maybe being the one that could get the revive on the inside. They're knocked together.
𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿
So you can instantly see that 𝐏𝐸KITA is going for that revive. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 have been eliminated, courtesy of Simon T. Roy Esports, kind of doubling down on both of those two teams, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 and Team Bliss. 𝐏𝐸KITA has made his way over, and they should be able to get those revives. And 𝐾𝐿 getting a knock into Van Dyke is pretty good. Just relieves the pressure. What is that shift? Suddenly the fence line becomes almost like prior. This is a crazy shift. So much openness to the south side, and even on this edge point of the military base, it's not exactly a closed space either. Such a crazy finish to this match 5.
This is what I was going to say before. Before Team Bliss and 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 went at it, Magnetic had that high ground the day trade sit on, and they left it. They left that high ground entirely to come down here and play the fence line, play the road ridges, and it confused the hell out of me. I don't know why you give up that high ground that day trade now own. It might not be the best high ground to fight on, but it's certainly a way to win the game. It's something you can leave later on in the game, especially if you save cars up there. But they left it completely, and look at them now. So limited, just completely destroyed, sitting in a pit of despair on this side of the road. No chance of them to actually win the game now. I don't think FTF's going to let that happen. I don't think Day Trade's going to let that happen. It really confused me when Magnetic left that high ground and just gave it up entirely to Day Trade. But Day Trade certainly in a prime spot now. X-Men as well. Both those teams should have a field day when these guys eventually, or when everyone else eventually clashes. Not only on this bunker, but on the fence, in planes too. So, yeah, not sure what Magnetic were doing there, but Day Trade will be happy to take that spot. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 finally have to leave the confines of their safety. No longer is the big building inside. They're going to have to take the fight towards Bliss. And right now, it's just grenades being thrown back and forth. Maybe some good grenades if Monty can throw it a little bit further. But for the moment, no kind of DMR fights being exchanged. Just little pot shots here and there. Roy getting involved yet again, though.
Yeah, and this is not a fight that can stay in this position for long for both teams. Good shot here from 𝐾𝐿. I mean, you can see that blue in the minimap moving slowly towards this section of the mill base. Neither of these two inside of the circle, and kind of awaiting them is very much going to be the Expendables, potentially Roy Esports, battle of the fence here. Stanowat's going to get the kill on the Trick. Inside, Monty both knocked down. Feels like for Bliss, could be just moments away from being knocked out of this game. Still have not picked up any points in this match, as 𝐏𝐸KITA also has been knocked. There goes FTF. At least now a placement point at minimum for Team Bliss, but that's all it'll be. One singular point. As they go out on 55 points, it's been a struggle. 12th with 2 kills, 14th with 1 kill, and then 8th with no kills. Their last 3 matches after that win. Yep. Russell, they had that 9-kill win. It felt like they were back and better than ever. But there's every chance now that Roy Esports are going to knock them out of the top 8 here in this match with 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿. On the move comes 𝐒Arena and sending it 2 straight into Roy Esports.
One more test.
Duckby got the kill on to 777. That's good for Roy. A couple of extra points, but 2 down at the moment for them. They are in a world of hurt, and 𝐒Arena are throwing so many frags in their direction.
Everyone else is occupied as well. This is a fight that 𝐒Arena can very happily take those long-range Dragunov shots. That's perfect from Jacob. The nade finishes off Roy Esports. 𝐒Arena up to 14 kills, Jake. What the hell is that? Lyrics is going to have to get saved. Yeah, they have. Very cleanly too, 4 up. Not often you see that on a circle like that as well that continues to shift away from them. They've had to take fights and they've won basically every single one of them.
Circle is tough again, though. I mean, it's really testing 𝐒Arena. 14 kills, what a performance, but the circle just keeps moving away from them.
Passing with flying colors right now.
Reluctant squad on the fence line over towards that eastern side. savagemen Esports now with a 2-2 split and could maybe find one of the better games of the tournament. Thanawa as a solo. I mean, just making this task even more difficult for Magnetic, from a duo down to a solo and still finding good performances, but eventually shut out. Xavier losing his life now does mean for savagemen Esports down to 3 and a double knock onto Day Trade. Nurin's a Belmont on the floor and flashes the solo. 8 kills, though, for Day Trade. Still another big performance from them, but eventually dealt with by savagemen Esports and finally having one of those games that we know they're capable of.
Oh.
But they're down to a trio. Reluctant squad versus 𝐒Arena could still get them a good position to take the best position on this south side of the circle.
We've wanted to see this from all 3 of these teams. Reluctant squad, underwhelming. 𝐒Arena, good, yet to get a win. savagemen, yet to do anything in this tournament, and look at them now. 𝐒Arena definitely more on fire than the teams around them, though. They've got a decent spot too. savagemen potentially in the winning one, but everything can change in the blink of an eye. All it takes is a terrible shift for 𝐒𝐴rena, but so far they've handled those shifts quite elegantly. If they were being tested, then they are passing with flying colors right now. A+ for every single member. And they haven't lost anyone on this approach to the fence either. savagemen not really putting up a fight. Yes, they've got the angles to the fence, but it can be so hard to take those shots and actually make them land. 𝐒𝐴rena, all they have to do is press their prone button and they can start to live. Jun getting involved though. The angles from these silos are pretty deadly, but there's a trade back from 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖c. savagemen, they've got an opportunity to do more to third party this, but as they move closer and closer to that fence, they open themselves up to danger. Leo, good angle to get that steal, and so 𝐒𝐴rena are weakened. Reluctant Squad need that res onto Hwoang if they want any chance at winning this game.
Yeah, and only the 2 kills as well for Reluctant Squad. So they got the most all the game from this match. I mean, even for savagemen esports, 7 kills, you know, decent enough. We know obviously for 𝐒𝐴rena, they've got more than enough kills from this match as 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖c gets knocked down by 6, 7, 8, 9. Anything extra is basically a bonus when it comes to 𝐒𝐴rena. They've had such a standingly strong performance. Down to just 2 players stuck on this fence. The real question is who does get these kills? Is it going to be RS? Will it be 𝐏𝐿𝐴? So far difficult for both of them. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 so far away, shooting on the wrong side of the fence. Good tags from Tigger, considering the pressure he's under with the minute to put Tarnished on the floor and pop that first aid kit. That's pretty nicely done. Little crate, by the way, landing in the vicinity of Reluctant Squad, and Tigger will peek left side, but Jun will get rid of his head. Down to just Jacob for 𝐒𝐴rena. Such a strong performance. Not going to find them a win, but the points they've acquired are more than good enough.
Yeah, rough thing for them is 𝐏𝐿𝐴 was never going to focus their attention towards Reluctant Squad and actually be able to do any damage to them to help 𝐒𝐴rena out. 𝐒𝐴rena were always in the objectively worse spot than Reluctant Squad, especially with 𝐏𝐿𝐴 obviously getting involved. You only really have a couple angles if you're Reluctant Squad to aim down this fence. I feel like if you just put a nice spray, you know, a meter out from that fence, Jacob's dead, but they've got other priorities like getting the hell out of there. Zone is nowhere near them. They have to start putting some hurt onto 𝐏𝐿𝐴. Reluctant Squad, they need to focus on Jacob, yes, but the priority right now for them is making sure they've got a chance at 𝐏𝐿𝐴 in this endgame. They've got the man advantage. To throw that away would be terrible. Tarnish maybe with a spot to do it. He's got Jun. Can he get that flush? It's only the UAZ and the foldable shield to hide behind, but Presidents now know they can smoke up towards Tarnish. Jacob falls. A fantastic game for 𝐒𝐴rena, but we enter our 4v3.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that Reluctant Squad were then able to get that kill, because I don't think they're going to get anything else in this game. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 should be winning it from here. Knock from Leo into 6, 7, 8, 9 makes it even more difficult for them. Now it's a 3-on-3. Bad position, though, for RS in comparison to savagemen esports, even despite the numbers. Although now tied, very much does put 𝐏𝐿𝐴 in the best position. AWM in the hands of Vinamilk. And dragging off for pain might be all he needs, though. Great tag, and followed up by Tarnished. They combine together to get the knockdown onto Hwoang. And 𝐏𝐿𝐴 are on the verge of finding their first win of this tournament. Push over from Leo to get the flush. Confirms that kill. 2 more to go. Now just 1 with the knock onto Jun. Finally, we see 𝐏𝐿𝐴 achieve what they're more than capable of. A 12-kill win for savagemen esports. Interestingly enough, they've been a team that's been on our radar tonight, Russell.
Yeah.
But for all of the wrong reasons. Well, finally, they've been able to do it for the right reasons. And this is why we've been harsh on them, because they are capable of this on the regular. But they haven't been able to play to this level, I would say, for the entire tournament so far. And now into the 11th game, finally, they show us their best.
Playing a spot that can easily fall apart too, so they kept their cool. And they didn't fall apart. They were able to actually pull off 12 kills out of the spot they were in. Yeah, the circle fed them a little bit, but it's one of those spots that can so easily crumble if any team around you decides to test you, decides to push you in any way. You can fall apart so easily, but 𝐏𝐿𝐴 didn't. They actually show us what they're fully capable of. I don't know if that's 𝐏𝐿𝐴's peak, but they certainly showed us something close to that. 12 kills from a spot like that is very respectable. It was a hard-fought endgame for all three teams involved, but 𝐏𝐻 with the superior positioning. It is good to finally see them on the board. Only one other team to actually show us what they're fully capable of, and it's E36. In this moment, I thought 𝐾𝐻 was so nervous. The way he was moving around to me was just nerves on display, I think, from 𝐾𝐻. But yes, this is the only other team that has yet to show us their full potential. This will, I don't even know what to say about this Dynasty Clutch. This was genuinely insane.
Yeah, and it meant for 𝐼𝐼𝐺 Gaming what looked like was going to be a complete disaster, where you're talking about maybe 1 kill, maybe 2 max. He's able to walk away with at least 4. And even from that moment, could have potentially gotten 2 knocks there, and that meant he could have left the pancake and actually gone for the kills, but instead couldn't get the second one. And then we headed off to Snovskopka Island. You finally got your wish, Russell, and boy, did it live up to the expectations. What a fun match.
Yeah.
So much chaos. Very difficult. A lot of teams struggling to maneuver their way around the military base as expected, considering how tight it really was. So many teams trying to just pack their way in. Team Bliss, in the end, another poor performance from them. Just the 1 point from this match, and it's something like 2 or 3 points from the last 3 games. A little bit similar to what we saw from them yesterday. Roy Esports, a bit better from them. Maybe it could have done even better, but certainly not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. But it was 𝐼𝐸RENA that really led from the front. Super amount of kills, 14 if I recall. But by the time they got to this endgame position, they were already out of position as they were coming in quite late. The circle, to be fair, kept shifting away from them.
Yeah, I mean, the circle kept shifting away, but they kept doing what they needed to do to win. Unfortunately, when it comes to that final shift that eventually cost them their lives, it's just a bit too hard. You come across an 𝐏𝐻 who have been alone on the south for quite some time. They have all the angles on you that you don't want them to have, and then you have to also contest with Reluctant Squad, who's just down the fence from you, basically sharing the same spot you have. And so it becomes very difficult. 𝐼𝐸RENA, though, yeah, they're probably the highlight of that game, other than 𝐏𝐻 with finally some skill on display. 𝐼𝐸RENA certainly showing us what they're capable of. Still not getting the win, though. Maybe that's something that we can continue looking at. But if they're going to continue performances like this, that's basically a win in our books, right? They've got the placement points, 5 placement points, I believe, and then of course they get 14 kills on top of that. That's stellar. That's excellent. Yeah. But they still can't get that win.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. We've had plenty of tournaments in the past where there have been teams that have essentially dominated the lobby, done really well, getting all of the kills, fragging out, high placement points, but just no chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you very much can have a good tournament, and in this instance where there's top 4 positions up for grabs in terms of the qualification pathway, you can occupy one of those positions and not get a chicken dinner. More than able to do that. Yeah. I don't think it's like you have to get a win at some point. I also do think at some point they will. I think they've been really good throughout this tournament. It kind of, for me, reminds me a little bit of also like Magnetic. Like Magnetic have done a win. Can they just keep 4 players alive? Even there at the end, we saw the solo. I think it was Danawa. I can't recall, but like, again, it's like they had like 5 kill solos popping off. They're doing well. We've seen them with the duo as well. It's like a case for both of these 2 teams. It's like they've been playing so well. Like you can see Magnetic, they're 8 points, but like just again, nowhere near it in terms of the actual win, because they just didn't have 4 up. Those 2 teams in particular have been playing so well, but just can never get it all to work in that one game. And that's fine, because they're doing it consistently though across multiple games, and that's the main thing. As for 𝐏𝐻, finally they, on the flip side, were able to put it all together for one game. We saw that fight earlier on the very south side of Sosnovka. I will add, it's a 12 kill win, and it's super impressive, and it's 22 points. They did get a bit fortunate with the circle too, going south side. Had that gone more to mill base, that would have been really difficult, because they would have actually been having to push into mill base. And you think about the openness, crossing the road, crossing the fence line, pushing in towards mill base, super open on the south side of mill base. I don't know if they would have had the same result. So they got a little bit fortunate with the circle, but they also made the most of it. 𝐼𝐸RENA, 19 points, like you said, 5 placement points plus the 14 kills. Significant performance for them. Day Trade, though, they continue to just top this lobby. And I will say, I kind of want them to as a GPT team. It just makes it so much easier for us, because you can just be like, okay, well, Day Trade's first, but it doesn't really matter, because then you can look at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as the 4 teams that we would be looking at. A better game from Reluctant Squad as well. Good to see. Roy picked up some points, but on the other side of the spectrum, Unicorn Cyber, a bit of another dead game from them. Team Bliss, 1 point. How many times have we seen 1 point for Expendables too? Yeah. So they continue to disappoint.
Very weird. Again, on a wrangle, you expect your Unicorn Cybers to do well. Not in this first game. Maybe the last game of the night. Magnetic, though, it still goes back to that choice to me for when they just left that high ground entirely. They controlled that iconic southern high ground on Sosnovka Island, and they just left it and chose the low ground instead, putting themselves in the line of fire of how many different teams. And then, of course, Daytrade could take that. If Magnetic stayed up there, force Daytrade a little bit more south, maybe X-Men don't have such an easy fight. But that's just the way that the game panned out, and Magnetic don't really get anything from their choice.
Still holding on to a top 4 position, though, is Unicorn. Cyber in 6th right now. Of course, we look at Daytrade and Cerberus. We kind of take them out of the equation. FTF around 88 points. They, again, didn't really get a whole lot from that game, just the 2 points. So they've kind of slowed down even more so for FTF's sake, and hence why they've been overtaken by Daytrade. Cerberus now right behind them. eArena only 8 points close to FTF. And when it comes to like Magnetic, for example, they're only 3 points behind Unicorn Cyber. But what's a little bit alarming to me is Unicorn Cyber on 72 points. And then there's actually now a bit of a gap to Team Bliss, for example, to Roy, to X-Men, who are actually now up into 10th, which is crazy to think. Valentine have dropped down as well. Like, that gap has started to form in terms of what I consider the, quote, top 4 teams in terms of the qualification pathway to the other teams now. Whereas before, it was quite like single digits territory. I mean, it's still the case, of course, with Magnetic, but then there is quite a gap between Magnetic and Team Bliss. So a little bit alarming as we are nearing on the halfway point of the tournament. That is to be expected, though. Like, you can't be a team expecting me like, oh, how great's this? Logjam City, everyone's close by, single digits. No, it's not top heavy. That's not going to last forever, not in this region. And we're starting to see a bit of that top heaviness now with a team like Daytrade starting to really dominate this lobby. We've seen great things from eArena, FTF keep doing obviously good things. Unicorn Cyber, even despite a couple of poor games, have credits in the bank. Regaming are up there. You are starting to now get to a point where after this game, we're halfway, you're running out of time. Like, there's only 12 games to go, and these top teams don't look like slowing down.
I think the leaderboard's in a spot now where it makes a lot more sense when you look at it on paper. The top teams are up there. They're actually getting in and amongst themselves. They're fighting for it, and it makes sense. The bottom half of the leaderboard, the bottom 8, those are the teams, as much as it's harsh to say, they're the ones you kind of expect to be down there. It's not the Expendables, not so much Expendables at all, but majority of those bottom 8 teams, on paper, you expect them to be down there. The top 8 teams, not the case. The leaderboard is actually kind of making a lot more sense to me now. It's shaped up nicely, not necessarily the points gap. Obviously, you hate to see that. At least there's a little bit of a fight in that top 7 for the moment, but certainly the top 8 makes sense to me. It makes sense to see Daytrade up there. It makes sense to see FTF up there. Team Bliss are in 8th, yes, but it makes sense to see them there. And everyone else that's involved makes full sense to see the leaderboard the way that it is. Not to say that the right side of the leaderboard can't do anything to fight back. I have seen Panic pull off miraculously good games in the playoffs, and in a lobby like this that is not so dissimilar from the playoffs lobby, they can certainly do it again. The same, we just saw that X-Men could do it. Yes, the circle blessed them a little bit, but certainly they are capable of doing something like that. Maybe E36, I was wrong about them and they were never actually capable in the first place, but in the Expendables as well. So I still think there is things to worry about for the teams on the left side. Obviously, they're not going to slow down. They're not going to stop fighting. They're not going to get complacent, but certainly something to think about is the right-hand side teams very capable of making a fight back.
Well, I look at someone like the Expendables as a really good example of a team. Can they do what we just saw from X-Men, say get a 12 to 13 kill win? I very much know they can do that.
Yep.
I also don't know if they're going to do it, though, because so far this tournament, they haven't shown that they're even remotely close to doing that. But as I say that, and again, to play devil's advocate to myself, I think you could easily make that same case for X-Men. Like, going into that game, it's very easy to be like, oh, well, and we already made those kind of statements that they're a team that can do that, but they don't look like doing it. And then out of nowhere, it's like, okay, 12 kill win. And so I think that's the exact same conversation that needs to be had for the Expendables. They don't look like doing it, but they are capable of doing it. We'll see if they can. They've got one more game here for tonight, and then it's the halfway point officially. You want to be in a position where you are at least like around the 20-point deficit to the top 4 going into the next 2 nights. And so therefore, that's not a really difficult hole to get yourself out of. But it always is the conversation that needs to be had, which is like, oh yeah, we're only 20, 30 points behind, but it's not like the 20, 30 points behind. It's not like that team that you're chasing is going to get 0 points. Like they're going to get more. So if you think about they're going to go and get, say, 50 points, we then need to go and get 90 points, right? Like, depending on how many games you want to look at it. So that's when it makes it look a bit more difficult mathematically. Team Bliss, disappointing, and that now a gap has kind of formed to that top 4, so they've got to kind of get themselves back out of that, because after their win tonight, they were like single digits, like low single digits away from top 4. They pulled themselves out of that hole, and they're starting to shrink back with the last 3 performance. So disappointing. eArena, big game, they're in a great spot, and it's a lot of those same teams. I remember when we kind of finished yesterday, Russ, those top 3 teams that I kind of mentioned, which was FTF, eArena, Unicorn Cyber. You can throw 𝐼𝐼𝐳 in there as well. Like, they continue to at least put in a good, consistent performance every game. They're getting their 4 to 5 points. They're capable of even more than that and getting, say, a 16-point game. So those 4 teams right now, hard pressed to see who replaces them. You're obviously looking on the window outside, which is Magnetic, and then Team Bliss, and then it's Roy, X-Men, Valatai, etc. Not to be too disrespectful, but I feel like if there's any teams to replace them, it has to be either Magnetic or Team Bliss. So that means for everyone else below those teams, the conversation is you need to do something that's going to really surprise us, and do it soon.
Yeah, they have to. They absolutely have to. And again, capable of doing so. A couple of those teams, at least. Is this something we're going to see consistently from X-Men is the question going forward? Maybe for X-Men, honestly, I feel like, and obviously this is far-fetched to be able to judge a team's mentality from how they're playing in a game, and to judge the vibe in Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever from how they're playing a game. But I feel like maybe if the vibe just isn't there, a win can do wonders for you. And all of a sudden you go from this team that is just so down and out and feeling like the world is entirely against you, to all of a sudden, oh, we're actually in it. We can actually do this now. And then all of a sudden, with X-Men's talent, with their experience, with the players on that roster, they can start making a run. They can start making a run, and we can have some upsets.
Yeah.
The Expendables are already out of it. That's, I guess, suppose, or not out of it, sorry, but they're not really looking like their best selves. That's another upset that could happen. I feel like Panic, again, a team I've seen pull off miraculous wins. We could see them upset these teams on the left side, need to be on guard. But yeah, I do agree that everyone kind of out of that top 7 right now, they need to pull something out of somewhere, and do it consistently. That's the worst part, right? Is they need to be able to do it consistently. You can't just be a one-off. The one-off gets you up there, but then you need that consistent back and forth to actually put you up there consistently. It's going to be very hard to displace those teams. I think Unicorn Cyber is probably the only one that's really disappointed me tonight. Based off their night 1 performance, I thought they'd do a lot better, but they've really kind of fallen off, and I haven't seen them in positions where you saw them on night 1. I haven't really seen Unicorn Cyber show me that they are... I think they're still playing as a unit, but I just guess they're not doing it as good as possible. I suppose one of the things that I've seen from Unicorn Cyber is they are playing probably a little bit too timid. Maybe the captain of the team, the IGL, is telling everyone that it's to play safe, kind of micromanaging. Don't peek this, don't peek that. We just need to stay in this spot as 4, just defend, hold the angles rather than go for an aggressive peek. That's probably something I've seen a lot from on Unicorn Cyber, especially on that Taego game. Looked like they were just not being aggressive enough to actually deal damage to the teams around them. Maybe that's something Unicorn Cyber need. Yesterday they were playing as 4 and being decisively aggressive. Haven't really seen that today, so hopefully last game of Wrangle they can actually pull that off.
Yeah, and we head into that final game of the night now for what will be the halfway point of the PGS 3-4 APAC qualifiers. After this match, only 12 remain, and there's not much time. And it's never a fun feeling when you are going into those final games, especially like the last night of the qualifiers, 6 games to go. If you're 20, 30, doesn't matter, points behind. It's mentally draining. You've got such a difficult task ahead of you. You've got to play perfectly. You lose a player on the rotate, it's very easy to drop your head. It's very easy to mentally maybe feel like, okay, well, it's not going to happen for us. You need to be in a good position. And we'll see what teams are going to be in the best positions by the halfway point as we head into the final game tonight. If the APAC qualifiers. Looking at some of the stats in terms of the individuals that are really standing out. From eArena, Jacob leading all comers in terms of kills through the 11 matches. 24 kills. Next best is actually Samoy on 19. So a little 5-kill gap. Pretty nice for Jacob. And he actually doesn't even come close in terms of damage dealt. Well outside of the top 5. But hey, efficiency is really what matters. Riz actually has 4,000 damage rounded up from 3,883. So, I mean, I could have just said that initially, but only 13 kills. So the opposite effect. So someone like a Riz, great for damage, but not quite getting the kills. And then boy, does that clearly summarize 𝐼𝐼𝐳 to a T. as they're the team with the most damage, but not quite there in terms of the overall kills. And in terms of others having a pretty good performance, I did mention Samoy. What's interesting, though, is one that might surprise you. In terms of tied for second on kills, it's Leo from X-Men.
Yeah, what's more surprising about that is he's lost 6 kills. Oh, sorry, he's stolen 6 kills. I thought that was lost kills. Who has the most lost kills? Delwyn has lost 5 of his kills. Very unfortunate for Delwyn. But yeah, Leo's got the most stolen kills. So that man has got eagle eyes when it comes to 𝐁. Maybe one of the reasons he's up there. Bit of a gap between him and second as well. Of only 2, but when it comes down to those micro stats, the numbers kind of just don't really matter. They become, you know, negligible, essentially. Either way, nice little military power, or military power, sorry, circle. Magnetic in a decent spot. Maybe they can end off their night much better than it has been previously. Obviously, the only time we saw Magnetic do well tonight was that duo performance on Taego. They're one of the teams, of course, we're looking to see what they can do when they have 4 up. I guess same could be said for Armory. Most of the time we've seen them, they've been a little bit weaker than 4, either 2 or 3 most of the time. And we know Armory Gaming, when they're up as 4, put them in a late game, and they're very scary. So that's another one of those teams that we want to see in that kind of position. Ballet tie as well. They came second in the tie league, by the way, and they're sitting in 11th. So maybe expectations a little bit higher for them and not really reaching them. They also did pretty decently initially in the playoffs, and then they fell off quite a lot towards the end. Maybe they're still kind of carrying that lack of momentum. FTF firmly in control of Yasnaya. 𝐿36 has gone for that Novo drop once again. This was a plane path where you could easily make Yasnaya. And so I think 𝐿36 have submitted to FTF. FTF victors of Yasnaya in this circumstance, at least. Kind of funny, because obviously FTF have something to play for. 𝐿36 in that spot where they have a lot less to play for. So I would have thought it would go the other way around, and 𝐿36 would have Yaz, and FTF wouldn't want to give up their spot in second, and they actually play from different spots, but it's gone the completely opposite way.
Yeah, and what's probably surprised me the most by the end of tonight has been also the GPT team, Cerberus and Daytrade. What performances we've seen. And question marks, I think arguably on both teams coming into tonight. Daytrade at one point, can you believe it or not, was bottom 5. They've had a sensational run. Kind of just looking from the last game of last night, to the very last game, 3rd place 5 kills, then 6th 9 kills, 4th 5 kills, 1st 18, 4th 8, and 4th 8. No mistakes there in any of that. That is top 6 every single game.
Yeah.
Over the last 6 games, and minimum 5 kills plus each game. Now, before that though, Russell, and this is where it gets really interesting. The 4 games before that, 13th, 2 kills, 16th, nothing, 15th, nothing, 13th, nothing. 2 points from 4 games. So after 5 games, Daytrade were in the bottom 5. 6 games later, they are first with a 12-point cushion. What a ridiculous turnaround for Daytrade.
Yeah. Whatever.
No one's really that surprised because they are that good. Like, it's not like some random bottom team is having a live tournament. But it is crazy the level they can go to when they really get into that momentum-based snowball. Man, they are hard to stop. As Thanawat just stalking his prey here in the woods.
6, 7, 8, 9's close, actually. Sound heard, or Thunder's got the information. Either way, 6, 7, 8, 9's known. Thanawat should be a free kill. Oh, I feel like you take those shots, but waiting till he's in the open just to secure it. Thunder's there for the backup as well. That was never in question. Don't you worry about it. I was, but they never did. Thanawat turns around. It's a nice spray. The 2x, it's ugly, but it's certainly doable. Hwoang down, Reluctant Squad's final game of the night, not going so well. These 2 players were creeping up here, looking for something onto Magnetic, looking for space, information, whatever you want to call it. It hasn't paid off. Magnetic were here the whole time, and it turns out that Hwoang and his teammate, they actually weren't the predators. It was Magnetic the whole time.
Yeah, and so disappointing for Reluctant Squad. 2nd place in our last game. Yeah, a couple of kills. And as a team, you'd look at that too and think, okay, maybe we can build on that. One more game. All right, boys, we played well. Let's go to that last game and sort of look to continue on where we left off. Then you drop, you get this circle out to the east. Oh, we don't even have to go very far on the rotate. So we're not going to lose players on the rotate. We can get good position just north of Milta. And then 2 players are dead. Caught, completely napping. Yeah. Magnetic already had best control. That's a tilt up. That is a rough way to kind of end your night. They have to mentally stay strong for the last 2 players, lock themselves in, think, okay, can we at least get 3 to 4 points? Can we at least cross that 50-point threshold? You know, when you kind of think about that top 4 gap, if you can get to 50 points, you're probably still only about 30 points away. Still then 12 more games to go. Doable if you can really transform your team going into the last 2 nights. As the Expendables on their own rotate now, actually north of Milta, they might actually just put an end to these 2 players of Reluctant Squad. Finamilk, along with, I think it's Jun, from what I could see. Can't really see. It is Jun. And I think that's just like a warning frag grenade, like, oi, back off.
Yep, pretty much. Onto that that day trade comeback. You have to think what the coach and the IGL did last night and at the start of today as well to pull the team in or fix whatever issues they were having. Could also just be the case that they were warming up and they haven't really discovered how the lobby likes to play, but you can guarantee the coach had impact and was basically telling everyone that this is how the lobby plays, so you're going to play like this. One of the ways teams succeed, having that kind of outside voice, the one that's always there, consistently watching the twires, watching the VODs, maybe even having player point of views to analyze and criticize. Insight, Monty, well, one's Nox, one's put up a fight. In fact, this is just terrible from Team Bliss to begin with. Unicorn Cyber as well. It seems like mutually assured destruction at 7 minutes in. Akita certainly going to be gone. And that's 2 teams that definitely wanted more out of tonight, just going at it with each other, game 6.
Well, Van 9 knocked by 777. Roy. Oh, what a shot from Dark Boy. I mean, probably shouldn't be winning that. Lovely turn around the corner. And that's also a bit of a tilter. Tambu eliminated. But it also goes back the other way. And now an M249 barreling down directly below you. That too makes you probably want to shut the computer off for the night and go to bed. That is an awful way to have your night ruined. Flying over who dat. Him as they kills Darkmai. And Team Bliss are gone.
Yeah.
They're out. What a calamity. The last 4 games of the night, they won our 2nd game of the night. They got 19 points from that. And the game before that was 2nd with 6 kills. And since then, since that win, 3 points from 4 games. Wow.
I'm genuinely surprised.
What a waste of a night for Team Bliss. And now Savior gets caught. From Savageman Esports, after their win in the last game, they lose Savior. And somehow, on a normal game of Erangel, we are down to 52 players within the first 9 minutes. Guys, what is happening?
Hey, that's where you're wrong, Jake. This is game 6. It might not be scrims, but it's a game 6 in PUBG Esports. It's always crazy, but you're right. Abrupt ends to not only a successful run or a successful couple games from Team Bliss, but Savage Man weakened now as well. And I'm shocked. Honestly, Team Bliss, a team that dominated the PUBG Challenger Rumble, and I mean dominated. They come into this looking hot, and their playstyle just doesn't seem to be matching with how the lobby wants to play. A team that generally I consider to be an edge team, and they should be racking up a ton of kills on edge, but not the case. It is genuinely surprising to see them fall this short. It's not necessarily a waste of the night, like you said. Their first couple of games were successful enough, but the last 4 games certainly not what they wanted, and I am in disbelief that it's gone this terribly for them. Their man, the Expendables. Lots of upsets this. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
And then we get that. It is truly a game 6 after all.
Yeah, maybe Bliss aren't going to be too worried. They look at that circle and think, yeah, you know what? Screw it. That is always just going to be a pain. Milta Circle, Lumberyard, clearly a big POI now. Prison's still slightly in. Shelter there, but not really something you want to play, at least going into Shelter. Farm's not bad. Actually, Cerberus is going to send it into Farm. And if they want, they could play a 2-2 split. I don't imagine that Western side's going to be too action-packed. I'm curious to see how they're actually going to play this.
Look how many teams are rotating from that north to that western side. Could end up being the most packed side of the entire zone. If all those 3 teams, 4 maybe, if Unicorn Cyber get involved, actually commit to that western side, Cerberus might have a little bit more to deal with than they thought. But you're right, for the moment, it's quiet. Cerberus with a lot of options. Taking prior spots, though, as solos, it's always dodgy. Looking at Cerberus, splitting those flat tops, 1-1, certainly can go awry very quickly. 𝐅𝐸𝐸na safely rotating through the forest as well. They should find safety somewhere down below. Panic quite close in front of them, but I think they'll be able to spot them before anything goes wrong. And Magnetic, very good spot if you ask me. Controlling Lumberyard right now. Very nicely split. Everyone can support everyone.
Yeah.
They're in for a really nice game here. Even if the circle goes away from them, is 𝐅𝐸𝐸na pulling up?
Could this be the game? Could they get four players up to the end game? But yeah, you're right. And Unicorn Cyber has actually just dropped on them too. Emergency parachute. I mean, they might actually keep parachuting forward ahead. 𝐅𝐸𝐸na just to their south. They're not directly into Lumberyard. And UNC, I think, are going in towards Milta. There's a pull-up as well from 𝐏𝐿 Esports being spotted by the duo of June and Vinamilk. I mean, how fortunate of a shift for these two, for Reluctant Squad. I mean, every chance they could get some points from this game.
It's bittersweet, though.
Oh, Duck choosing. He gets caught leaning over to the right side of that fence. And the solo for Roy Esports. Simon T gets the knock. Here comes Unicorn Cyber too, parachuting in. But I think they've got themselves a good landing zone. Everyone has been able to make it in safely. Initiated the drop just over Lumberyard and floated in towards the city of Milta. Simon couldn't quite get the flush. He will lose his life to Delwyn. And Duckshoe should get brought back up, which will give 3 players for the Expendables, plus the 3 kills now this game. So not the worst result right now for TE. Enter Force 36. Can they have a decent game? Just outside Milta on the east side. I don't mind the split they've got either. 4 players up. Depending on what the circle does, if it does go to the south side, then I think they could have a decent match from the position they currently occupy. 12.5 minutes gone. 50 seconds from phase 3. So far, I kept an eye on that farm rotate. No one really pushed in, and a crate has dropped onto Cerberus. So, yeah, I think they're pretty happy with the split they've got. It's a 2-1-1 split, occupying a lot of that road going into Milta. But very aggressive from Cerberus.
It's ballsy. Sololzy is so alone. But no one interested in breaching that flat top just yet. He's got to put up a decent amount of presence just to dissuade anyone from actually taking that breach. But it's a double-edged sword. You start taking shots and they identify you're a solo, all of a sudden you become a target. This next zone shift is going to be an interesting one. Light work down and out. Daytrade making that assault from the eastern side. Panic was set up for it. Light work gone though. Daytrade making a decent push forward. Pivy's in that kind of southern cube compound. Maybe a fallback. That one, honestly, not too bad. Lots of water inside, but I think enough room to play. Farm is going to be a factor now. Sololzy smartly regrouping. Cerberus could even just leave farm entirely and group up with that center spot on 𝐿𝐼𝐳. That might be the play, unless they want to get really aggressive and potentially even really greedy and hold this 2-2 with farm. But still space for teams to play. 14 teams, though? Maybe not.
Yeah, very interesting circle shift. Unfortunate for E36 that their spot, they're going to have to move out of it. And obviously farm now is, yeah, a very intriguing location for Cerberus. Instead of a 2-1-1 split, they actually just make it a 2-2 split. Very greedy considering this phase 3 circle shift. There's not a lot of room. A large chunk of the circle is very much water. The bridge as well. You're not really going to be playing that on the south side. And the very north side, close by to shelters, not really real estate that you want either. And only so many teams are going to be able to fit into Milta or even want to fit into Milta. Dusky with lockdown onto Destroy. Only the 3 up for Panic. Sabal sprayed towards Panic's location. Pops the smoke.
Ooh.
And now pressure onto the Expendables here as Panic wanted to maybe find themselves a bit of real estate for themselves, but I think they're going to fall back. Suspect driving back over towards Unicorn Cyber. Are they just going to play the Ridge here on the beach? If they are, it's super vulnerable, though, to any kind of push from Unicorn Cyber.
They kind of have to. I like the play from Panic to actually go over here and try to take this space. It's space that's oftentimes going to be occupied by mostly just one person. Trick through the windows. It's clean, double-heady. The helmet flies off. Shanks is down. And this is a fight. Probably a pivotal one as well. Over here on the western side, FTF currently sitting in second up against Armory Gaming, a direct rival. Neither of these teams are GPT, so this one means quite a decent amount. Armory Gaming falling short though. FTF through the stairs. Oh, this is a decent fight so far from Happy. He's done a lot of work. Can the rest of FTF actually make this work though?
Yeah, Happy losing his life though, so it needs the reinforcements to do their job for from the future. Yeah, a bit of a stalled out kind of night compared to their night 1 performance. Not a full emulation of what they were able to achieve yesterday, but still being good enough tonight to maintain the second place, 90 points. Their gap has very much shrunk, been up and down. Second place, 7 kills with the kind of highlight tonight back on Miramar. Big chunk of their points. Dimesty and Riz, well, no longer Riz as he bleeds out. Happy does get one from the grave. And Dimesty is solo for the second game in a row. But this time, Armory Gaming won't probably find themselves an extra 3 or 4 kills to offset losing these players. The irony, too, is he's inside of a pancake, so there's some similarities.
I was just about to say, yeah.
It's kind of interesting. Look, he's a capable player. But I think there's also a far more capable team that's pushing into him. Circle pop for Circle 4. No surprise to see that go away from the water, of course, over towards farm.
Yeah.
No one should be shocked about that. The question marks for Cerberus, though. You can't realistically maintain that split now.
You question them, and they'll do it, but they won't. They're actually regrouping on farm, smartly enough. Magnetic tested, but it's only the duo. Imagine for a Reluctant squad if they didn't lose members to Magnetic early, and this is probably the byproduct of Magnetic knowing that Reluctant squad is weak, being able to assume, do the guesswork that this flat top's occupied by only 2 members. That was so close for Thanawat. The game sense on this man just not paying off. But don't be discouraged, my friend. That was so on point. Jun down, Flucky in the background, all the way on high, actually flushes him out. Jun tried to vault out the flat top, put something on display, maybe make a play happen. There's a shotgun in that back room they've got to be really careful of, but they can get it done through the windows. It's clean for Magnetic, almost a formality. And Reluctant squad never actually able to get anything done in the final game of the night.
Dizzy on the drive-by for eArena. For what it's worth, Magnetic lost one as well. So we've kind of been talking about, can they win a game? Can they have a solidified 4 until the end? They do have 4 kills, but this might end up being another classic Magnetic game. Potentially so for eArena. But they have rotated to the north side now. 4 players up, no kills, but you know what? I don't mind that. How many times we see eArena with a bunch of kills, but never really in a position to go on and win a game? I think they could get themselves into a position where they could maybe win this game if they can keep 4 players up. But where are they going? I'm watching them on the map stream.
That center ball.
Not into farm, the center ball.
Not good though, right?
Why is Ticket then fallen back, but the other 2 have committed? It seems like maybe some miscoms between the teams based on the pressure coming from the farm side. And then Magnetic and backfilling behind. I think eArena might just be second-guessing their own decision-making. See, it's a shot here from Day Trade and Flash. Forced to immediately heal after getting that knock on to Pure Boy. And Magnetic on the very north side now are absolutely under fire. They're basically taking the position that eArena were once in, but Rapsiak have started to shoot at this location. Vehicles blown up. They are inside of the circle, but nowhere near in a good position. Thanawat tries to get into a better aggressive position. Headshot and 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 tagged. And it's going to be another awful finish to a game for Magnetic, I think, on the horizon. Sylphia not going to be able to land his shots up close. And Kane does get the heal off and has got 2 frag grenades to maybe make an impact against Day Trade.
Decent. Suspect basically telling him to stop, though. Every time he exposes his head, he risks his life.
Oh, there you go.
Grenades, though. Yeah, actually one does work. Nuruns and Flash still survive. Nuruns and Flash actually Day Trade. They went for that push onto Panic, but Panic basically stopped them in their tracks. Panic lost 1 on that offensive, but survive even longer. Forced Day Trade over here towards E36.
X-Men back to back.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my goodness,
that compound's going to get breached though eventually.
Bro, if they win this game, they could legitimately be in a position where they're top 4 conversation. But they've got no kills right now, and they've only got the 3 players, and like you said, could get breached. But
probably are going to get breached.
A lot riding on this match. When you get a circle like that, and you got a compound like this, you got to be getting points from these kind of matches.
That northern side of that compound that X-Men are playing in. Well, the thing about that compound as well is you don't have fortitude to defend it. So you've got to kind of play split up because you want as much info as you can get. You want as much kill opportunity as possible. But if you get breached, it's solos to defend. Solos that are most likely just going to have to vault out windows and back off. And you just end up sharing that compound. And all of a sudden that win from X-Men can turn into a 3rd or a 4th with not many kills because you just end up being so limited. TE, the other team certainly that we're looking at, down there in 15th. They have gotten lower and lower as the night has progressed, and teams have just done better that are around them on that leaderboard. And it doesn't look like they're going to do any better this game, especially if 𝐅𝐢𝐴 keep 4 up. That push should become Well, it should be easy, honestly, towards that late game. There's no one that 𝐼𝐸𝐴 has to worry about. 𝐿 𝐶yber probably not going to be a factor. They can LOS them and take the fight towards TE quite easily. So TE need to be super on guard. 𝐿𝐴 hasn't had the same performance in the grand finals as he had in playoff. Absolute hard carry. What's going to happen here?
Nothing.
Dominated. Okay.
He was the solo. That's the magnetic special. And once again, they can't get to endgame. 4 kills. They're still in a good position halfway through this tournament. But it's the same old magnetic. Maybe 𝐿𝐴rena could still change the narrative around them. 4 players up, couple kills. But a tricky position to play from out in the open.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that narrative is going to shift in this match. Not here, not now. 𝐿𝐴ric's dead.
No cars.
And no vehicles. Smokes. That's all you have. But smokes are good. They block vision, but they don't block bullets.
Smokes and trees. Maybe he could survive, but I don't think so. 𝐼𝐸𝐴 pushing up now as well. Wants to put the hurt truly onto 𝐿𝐴rena. 𝐿𝐴cob's been knocked as well. So 𝐿𝐴lzy with the second knock onto a player in that bowl. That angle, it's just something that 𝐿𝐴rena aren't prepared for. And it's twice that they've lost a player to it now as well. So 𝐿𝐴lzy's been in that same building this entire time. And this is Cerberus just putting the crunch onto 𝐿𝐴rena. They are so vulnerable to exactly this. Before I can even get the word nay out of my mouth, Cerberus and 𝐼𝐸𝐴 show up. It's just domination.
He should know he's in the smoke, right? Like, I mean, he's just scouted out the back. He's checked the left side. He should know he's coming out of the smoke. Yeah, well done from him. I mean, that's how good this guy is. Such a star of the APAC region. And 𝐿𝐴rena fall just like magnetic. Circle shifts back over to the compound of farm, which is where 𝐼𝐸𝐴 holds the south side. Interesting here. Still in for X-Men. And actually an awful circle for like 90% of this lobby. Because of the fact that they're coming in from this eastern side, going across the road, open field. Not fun. Darkjuice 1 frag, by the way. Needs to go for a low throw. Loses his life to 𝐿𝐴lzy inside of the yellow. The trade doesn't come through initially. Easy one for 𝐿𝐴lzy to clean up as well. On to Delwyn. And Darkjuice going on. 2 kills for 𝐼𝐴. They can get the revival to FAT, maybe, but they've still got more to do here at the yellow. Nice nade from 777. So 𝐿𝐴lzy with the third party from a distance for Cerberus. And that's not going to help 𝐼𝐸𝐴's cause in wanting to try and clear out 777 as the solo for TE. At least 5 kills this game. It's better. And maybe it could be 6. Indeed it will. As Vinsu will fall, there is now only 1 standing for 𝐼𝐸𝐴 and no more. The bleed out goes the way of 777. 6 kills for them. And Raptech Esports will end their night in the bottom 3, although tied with Reluctant. As destroyed now with a DBS moving forward for 𝐿𝐴rena 𝐶yber. They too have a couple of kills from what's been a bloodbath inside of Milta. They get to clear out this tower. Tycoon with a kill onto 𝐴ukrent, and almost down to the final 8 teams. M249 in hand, but it wasn't ready. The shotgun from Suspect was good, but it's a better shotgun from Destroy. And Panic will go out in 9th. No placement points for them. In the bottom 5 as well for them.
You put a DBS up against a Pumpy. I think I have my favorite in that battle. This is quietly probably going to be, or maybe loudly actually going to be a stellar game from Cerberus. They're putting on a farm masterclass of control right now. Already up at 9. It's going to be 10 once they deal with Trick down in that low bowl. And he can very easily get up to 15 if Cerberus continue to act as they are now, controlling every single part of this map. Or the parts that they really need to control. Day Trade now making their rotation in. Not going to be an easy fight from them from here. Valley Tie right in front of them. X-Men obviously going to be looking to third party them. 𝐿𝐴rena 𝐶yber probably just dead as they cross this field. It's DMRs from Cerberus that ring true. That's gone. Stolen by Leo, so a kill that hasn't gone the way of Cerberus, but they've got plenty already. That one finally does. Up to 11 now, and yeah, that 15 kill mark for Cerberus looking entirely doable. They've really shown up. GPT 1 and 2, Jake. So the leaderboard gets a lot easier to read.
Yeah. And it's good for us too. I think, you know, you made good points regarding the PGC points that they want to acquire, but also the form they can take into PGS 3 and 4. We want Day Trade and Cerberus making finals, representing the APAC region, and good to see those in the top 2. And yeah, it makes it easier to read than the next 4 down as 777 is finally eliminated for the Expendables. As that solo just kind of holding on for dear life. Well, every chance that X-Men can still win this game as a trio. Down to the final top 3. But Cerberus, they've got themselves a field advantage. Center point, center circle, 12 kills. Arguably being their best game of the tournament thus far. And again, another southern shift. Not ultra hard shift, but does keep the compound in for Savage Men Esports. 𝐿𝐴rena are still amongst it. And don't count them out. They could certainly make an impact.
I don't think much is going to happen until the next circle or phase 8 shows us where it's going to go. HiMass and the rest of Cerberus could get aggressive onto Valley Tie. That's probably the only thing that could realistically happen. They know X-Men are locked in that compound, and Sololzi on 𝐏𝐼𝐳 as well. They can just keep them locked into that compound. No way that X-Men can have an impact on this Valley Tie fight if they do want to get involved. But Cerberus are backing off. They don't want to give this up. They don't want to lose any members to a good nade from Valley Tie or anything like that. If they push over those ridges and Valley Tie are ready for it, then it's just unnecessary losses for Cerberus. They have arguably, I don't know, I'll say categorically the best spot in the game. It's not arguably, I think it's just objective fact. And they don't want to throw that away, which is smart enough from them. They're already on 11 kills. They get the remaining members in the lobby. They could make it 17. Certainly doable. I think Valley Tie X-Men, they're going to go at it before we see any sort of Cerberus win, though. Interesting spots for both these teams to be in, but for the moment, at least, X-Men can play the buildings, and Valley Tie have got their little shack and their little ridge.
Leos just went back, grabbed a vehicle. You can see there in the distance. Handy. You need those. Oh, Pain. And a little double tap there onto 𝐼𝐳. Can't do much. A lovely overview here, really highlighting the field. Now, you do have the hay bales you can kind of duck behind. I got to say, in terms of field play, this is one of the better ones. You can throw a lot of smokes out and then duck and weave between hay bales if you do need to close the gap. The only issue is that it's not X-Men versus Cerberus. You got Valley Tie. So if you go early and you try and push into those fields, well, Valley Tie is just going to peek this ridge and get free shots on you as well. In fact, both teams would essentially just start shooting at you. It's really difficult right now. X-Men can't move, shouldn't move. Cerberus don't have to move. And Valley Tie, guess what? Don't have to move. No one should be moving right now. That's actually the best thing all three teams can do is what they're doing.
You said it, though. I think even on this phase 8, X-Men should be one of the last teams to move. Valley Tie will certainly, or the onus should be on them to move, unless this one goes super far south. And all of a sudden, Cerberus have to get closer and closer. That's the thing as well. This phase 8 probably isn't going to push one team so far out of position it just results in their death. It probably just means we get closer and closer. Valley Tie still with the ridge to play. X-Men's compound is probably far too out of the zone for them to justify sitting in the corners of those buildings.
Push it behind them. Push it behind them if they know they can play the ridge then. Like you push out the backside of this compound and then take the fight with Valley Tie from behind. The only issue is you can see from 𝐼𝐳's position, they will be able to watch that cross the whole way.
Yeah, so open.
But you can smoke it up and then take the fight. And then when Cerberus do third party, they'll be third partying into Valley Tie first. That might not get you the win, but you might get second.
That's the thing, right? The trouble for the people trying to piece this puzzle together is how do X-Men win? How do Valley Tie win? It's so hard to actually envision
I don't think anyone but Cerberus
happening.
wins.
Yeah, I mean, the 𝐼𝐺Ls of either team are going to be trying to think about it. How do we actually get the win here? But yeah, I think the universe has other ideas.
You can make an argument, go for a knock, but even then, Cerberus the only team up with 4 players, even if you do find that knock, which almost was found. 5 HP on Sololzi. Oh, that was close. He actually does need to push forward, but with that blue pushing in on his back, it will do the same as well for Savage Men Esports. And there you go. They send it into the field. They'll smoke up, play behind vehicles. I imagine they're going to go out here in third. They have to make their move first. Cerberus are going to find the win, you would think, from here. 𝐼𝐻 knocked. A nade from UNQ. Comes out as a bit of a surprise. Only one up at the moment now for Savage Men Esports. 3-on-3 when it does come down to Valley Tie and Cerberus. And they've just been able to maybe put a spanner in the works. Cerberus no longer a given. Losing that man advantage. It's UNQ trying to steal that kill. Knocked off into the distance. But yeah, Kiss knocked down. All the angles in favor and superior for Cerberus. Pain is still a solo. Playing off with these smokes. Fen still to push through. Cerberus, 14 kills. It's a matter, though, of how many kills they're going to have with this win. Such a dominant display for both of our global partner teams tonight. Daytrade and Cerberus. Blue Zone nade should push 𝐏𝐿 out of that position. Does go down to the frag grenade as well. X-Men do go out in third. And Cerberus with a very resounding win. Now, just trying to flush out UNQ. 2 down in the background means this should end up being an 18-kill win once they deal with this solo, and they will. Such a dominant performance, and how fitting that they match the highest kill win of this tournament with their direct rivals over in Thailand, Daytrade. Both of our global partner teams today, Russ, with an 18-kill win, and both of them are in the top 2.
It's incredibly poetic, and I think we are slowly returning to normality here. If the two GPT teams are on top, the two teams that on paper probably some of the strongest in the lobby, then I am happy. And I think everything is fair in the universe at that point. Cerberus, they put on a show. If you want to know how to control farm and the extremities, then that's a VOD for you to watch for certain. Cerberus definitely putting on a masterclass in that game, especially the discipline to not give it up at the end there. So easy to justify going for a push onto 𝐿𝐼𝐻, who was so exposed basically that entire end game. A volley of utility, sorry, would have been probably the end for 𝐿𝐼𝐻 a lot earlier, but Cerberus decided to play it a little bit more passively, and I think that was the smart choice. So a very well-earned win from Cerberus, and the way we end the night, especially on the leaderboard, which we'll see in a second here, is, yeah, very, very, very poetic.
Yeah, an incredible finish to the night, incredible dominance from both Daytrade and Cerberus. You kind of look at Cerberus's night, a second place, 2 first place, a bunch of kills. Not that they were in a bad position yesterday. I mean, Cerberus were always in a good position so far throughout the qualifiers, but I think arguably you could make a case they weren't playing to their absolute best. Tonight, though, we got their absolute best. In this match, again, some question marks. FTF, not really able to kind of continue where they left off yesterday. When you think about the games that FTF had, a 14-kill win, a 15-kill win, all of that on night 1, they didn't really come close to anything like that tonight. Yeah. And so, you know, clearly have dropped down the leaderboard because of it. And Cerberus were just farming, no pun intended. And they had that great split where they were trying to take as much space as possible. It wasn't a case of like, oh, we've got farm, so we'll just keep all 4 players in there. Lovely 2-1-1 split, controlled the road, the highway. They were able to get good vision as to how teams were crossing on the north side, on the south side, and then they had a 2-2 split, and then they grouped up. As you mentioned, one to really look at and watch as to how to play around a big POI like farm. Cerberus put on an absolute masterclass.
Perfect. Essentially, it's one of those games where not many mistakes are made until the very end when 𝐼𝐻 loses his life. To be fair to 𝐿𝐼𝐻 as well, he was the one the entire time for 𝐿𝐼𝐻 who was getting closer and closer and closer to Cerberus. As soon as one of Cerberus got knocked by X-Men, I saw immediately 𝐿𝐼𝐻 get up and start proning towards Cerberus, and I thought, okay, maybe this is where he can do something for his team, but he was the only one doing anything. That nade was only good for 1, and Cerberus's position just far, far, far too dominant. So yes, putting on an absolute show, and the funny thing about that is I don't even think that's their peak. I feel like their peak is far, far, far better than that, especially in a local region, in a lobby like this. If you've got everyone firing on all cylinders, 𝐼𝐻 is reaching kind of a new height, then I feel like it's 20 plus or bust for Cerberus, but that is certainly good enough to keep them in contention.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really a harsh call. I mean, I don't know if that's not their peak. It's probably not that much higher.
Peak, not standard. Peak, absolute peak. You know, when you look at Cerberus, you think, okay, they got
how many more kills do you want them to get? An 18-kill win.
I'm saying it's good enough. I'm talking about peak. Absolute
all right,
peak.
Russell.
Like pure dominant in a lobby where everything goes their way. You know what I'm saying. Of course, Cerberus is good for a 20+ kill win every now and then. So is Daytrade. So are a few teams in this lobby. But yeah, no, certainly good enough for Cerberus. Very top heavy, but only thanks to them. 𝐿𝐼𝐻 second in the Thai league, second on the leaderboard. The Expendables with 10. That's better. More than 1. We've seen 1 a lot. I haven't seen the extra 0 there every now and then. So that's excellent for the Expendables, and Daytrade following it up with their trademark consistency as they have been all night.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard-pressed to see teams be able to overtake Cerberus and Daytrade. Not that they need to, for clarity, and we'll talk about all of that when we get the overall leaderboard. 𝐿𝐼𝐻 Cyber, a bit better as well, for them being able to get some extra points there on the board. 8 gets them to about 80 points now, which is a pretty good figure, I think, halfway through this tournament. X-Men may not have got the win, and they got themselves into a good position, but it was always going to be difficult for them to find kills. We talk about it time and time again. When teams cop feeds and the circle shifts onto their compound, it's still very difficult to be able to get kills at times, and I think that's certainly a case where that Pancake was never really going to be able to net them a whole bunch of kills, and also Cerberus was kind of just, you know, farming the lobby as well. They got the 6 points, so I mean, in terms of the last 2 games of the night for X-Men, they brought it home and had probably got themselves back into a good position going into the final half of this tournament. You can see here 59 points. So the way things stand right now, Cerberus 110 points, Daytrade 109 points, very fitting for our 2 global partner teams halfway through these qualifiers for PGS 3 and 4. So the beauty thing as well for both of those 2 teams is we can kind of put a line through them. So now it's the next 4 down. From the future, eArena, Unicorn Cyber, and Armour Gaming, 12 games through, are in the 4 positions that would send them to PGS 3 and 4. Now, you can clearly see Magnetic aren't far behind, Valley not that far behind either, and you could make the arguments too for X-Men, Bliss, Roy, Panic. Even they technically are still only like 25 points, which with 12 games to go, you can make that up. We know they can have big nights, but I am starting to worry for that bottom 4. Reluctant squad, I'll be honest, along with 𝐏𝐼𝐳𝐾, the Expendables, those 3, considering they're all very close in terms of points, I just don't think we've seen enough from them to suggest they're going to be able to make a run for those 4 positions. You can certainly put a line through Enterforce, but these are the 4 teams that need to be chased down, and then the next 4 teams, which are all the most likely to do so.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that bottom 4 actually is that while there's only 3 points separating the bottom 4 and then the teams above them, which isn't that much, that they're still, you know, a 28 kill win away from top 6 rather than a 25, right? Those bottom 4 teams haven't showed nearly as much as the teams that are right next to them. So we've seen goodness from Panic. We've seen great things from the teams in and around Panic. So yeah, that bottom 4 with your Reluctant squad, your E36, it's just not looking like you're going to have a good tournament here. Historically, in the last 12 games, you haven't shown it. Do we expect you to show it in the coming 12 games? No. And I think that's totally fair to say. We've seen good things from the teams above them, so we can expect maybe a comeback from them, a little bit of a resurgence. But there certainly are a few teams that just don't really look in it at the moment. E36, maybe a little bit of bad momentum. The hot drop at the start maybe just completely ruined them, which sucks. And obviously they're from that weaker region on paper, whatever you want to say, right? But I think genuinely given a good start, E36 might have actually had a little bit more of a run than they currently are.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, Russell. And of course, tomorrow is a day off. So for these teams, they're able to re-energize, rejuvenate themselves, go back, watch the VODs, you know, maybe even get a scrim in if they really need the practice going into the final 2 nights. But then after tomorrow, we will return. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be a part of the last 2 nights. Russell Quantra's going to come back. You guys are going to finish it all off for the PGS 3 and 4 APAC qualifiers. It's been an absolute pleasure to, of course, once again be here with everyone. So I'm looking forward to watching on from the sidelines for the final 2 nights. And obviously, Ross, you and Quantra will be able to bring all of the action for the final 2 days of action. 12 games to go, halfway through. It is absolutely heating up. 4 spots up for grabs, and right now no one has solidified anything, which is exactly what we want from this wonderful region. The skill level's been great. It's been an absolute pleasure. Enjoy tomorrow off, and happy Easter to everyone. And of course, we will be back in 2 days time for day 3 of the APAC qualifiers. We'll see you there.